need to step into leadership so that you can stop living in overwhelm as a caregiver and start leading your care situation with strategy and intention and impact. And the second resource that I mentioned before is that free care needs analysis training. It's a 4-part free video training, helps you understand your care situation objectively. One of the most common questions that my coaching clients ask me is, how much help do I actually need? How many hours of help? Where do I look for it? This training answers all of those questions. It starts with a care needs assessment based on where your loved one is right now, what they're able to do, and how to calculate how many hours of help, what type of help, where do we find it, what's covered by insurance, how do we access these services. You can get it at lifecareleadership.com/care needs. You're going to get a lot of benefit from this training just from the clarity that it provides, and is my free gift for you today. And as we close, I want to share the same message that I've been saying all day today. You are more than just a giver of care. You are a care leader. And when you lead with intention, with strategy, and with impact, you won't just survive, you'll thrive and you'll lead, not only in care, but in all areas of your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That was lovely. And I actually have never heard your approach to think of it as being a leader and take just your whole vision and your whole way of presenting this just really took the pressure out of it. I know I'm a senior caregiver as well, and sometimes it just seems like such a burden and such, it's so overwhelming. And I love looking at it through your lens and your process. I think that is fabulous. Thank you so much for bringing this to us.
Thank you for having me.
Yep, I think it's going to help a lot of people. So I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the first one today. I know it's early, but I appreciate it, and I can't wait to share this with more people. Stay tuned. We're going to be back with Kimiko Hart. Thank you. Hey everyone, we are back, and we are joined with Kimiko Hart, and she is going to tell us about how to discover our true essence after breaking. You ready, Kimiko?
I am. Thank you again, Ms. Lisa, for the opportunity and the SheisMe Global platform. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you may be tuning in from. Thank you for joining us today in this session. Before I start any session, I always start it with a word of prayer. So as I pray in my faith, you pray in yours. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for another opportunity just to grow, to gather, and to love, and to stretch each other. But most of all, leave with an encouraged heart, knowing that you have given us all the tools and the things that we need to be successful in our journey. Continue to allow us to connect and to grow, to stand together in sisterhood, and to truly put you first in all that we say and do. I pray that someone is encouraged by this session, that they take something away that will help them be bigger, brighter, and better in all that they do. And all these things I ask in Jesus' name. Amen. So today my session is about She Ready to Bloom, discovering your true essence after the breaking. So here is me. A little about me is I was former military. I led in the Army for 24 years before I finally transitioned out. And during my season of transition, God showed me a lot of different things about my life that I was so unprepared for. If any of you have done anything for an extended period of time, and then that season of your life is now coming to a close and it's time for you to transition into something else, it comes with its own set of challenges, right? And so within that, not only am I preparing for my transition out of the military, but I literally dropped my retirement papers on December 8th of 2022. December 16th, I had this whole grand plan. I was going to buy a house in Texas, relocate myself, spend time with my mom, my family. Now that my career's almost over, I can enjoy family time, right? So December 16th, I put a bid on the house, and December 29th, the Lord called my mom home in front of me. So everything I thought I had planned, all the way I had dotted every I, crossed every T, just knew I was getting ready to embark upon an amazing, transition journey where I can enjoy the things that I did not get a chance to enjoy as much as I would have liked to while I was serving. But not only did that happen to me, within a matter of 11 months of losing my mom, I also lost my older brother and my former husband. So pretty much in a matter of 11 months, my entire life, all the pillars, the foundation of what I felt I stood upon, just all came shattering down. So now I'm left with figuring out, Kimiko, who are you? Like, where do you go from here? I tell people, especially after serving and having an amazing career, my mom was my biggest cheerleader. She was there every step of the way. And then my older brother, who was a former Air Force veteran, so he would call me his general, the general in his terms. So I often tell people, so in the season of transition, sometimes when we think we have it all figured out, right? We got the perfect plan, everything's going to go just as planned. And then God allows life to happen. Who am I and where do I go from here? So here I transitioned to what I call behind the mask. I was high functioning but heartbroken. I was leading, showing up, but silently crumbling. And the world saw strength when I felt empty. So one thing I would say is sometimes as women, as leaders, and men for who are watching. I'm not trying to exclude you guys as well, because again, life happens to all of us, right? So when we're moving in life, a lot of times people don't understand what is really going on in the background, right? And that's one thing when I look back over my journey, being able to function, especially with my background being military. We don't get a day off. Every day we show up, we show out, and we accomplish the mission, and then we figure out what's next. So it's not a space for your personal feelings, for life, as we would say. We have to leave those things at the door, because there's somebody on the other side of this door that's depending on me to be my best, because also, guess what? It impacts their lives just as much. So when we're facing heartbreak, letdowns, disappointment, and trials and tribulations of life, we still have to be able to, as we would say, sweep those things under the rug. One thing I learned over my journey is people would always tell me, Kamiko, you've learned how to compartmentalize also well. And yes, compartmentalizing is amazing because it allows you to continue to be a high functioning individual. But the other side of that is that at some point you have to lift up the rug and begin to take out and deal with and process all the things that we're carrying, that we're bearing, even in our secret and in our silent places. Because also growing up in that type of career field, you have to be very strategic in who you allow to see you behind the mask, because sometimes we want to know that we can be vulnerable. We want to know that we can trust people with those integral details of who we are, but that doesn't always mean that it's safe to do that. And so being able to function at high levels and bearing and or covering up the things that we allow ourselves to endure day in and day out and never process them, never heal, we tend to carry those way longer than we expected to. And whenever life finally happens and it all comes crumbling down, people want to say, okay, well, I guess one of the things I would say, because I wouldn't say people, but that was one thing that someone shared with me in my journey when I was transitioning and um, laying my mom to rest. Someone told me, Kamiko, I never knew you not to be strong. And at that time, it really made me sit with that comment, because this is someone that I felt was sacred, that I could sit things down and I could be vulnerable with. And even when you have created that place and people haven't seen you in a way that you've allowed them to see you, they also too don't know what to do with that. And then it really made me start thinking about strength. What is strength? I often tell people, what's being a strong woman? For me, I feel like sometimes being a strong woman is an illusion. It's what people really think it's a thing, and it's really not. And I had to learn that being a strong woman was having enough wisdom to sit things down, not feeling like we have to carry all of the weight all of the time, because the things that are happening behind the mask, I promise you, at some point in life and some point in time, that mask will be lifted and you will be left with trying to figure out, where do you go from here? My what I call my aha moment. One day I looked in the mirror and I didn't recognize myself. And that moment broke me open. It was no longer about what I had lost, but about who I was becoming. And so, through my season of transition and all the things that I was dealt with, I had to ask myself. I want to say it's when I discovered this program, and I was sharing that with the founder, that I created this program calling Discovering Your True Essence. But what God was showing me in that season for me was more about that it wasn't about Kimiko telling someone else to discover who they were. It was about Kimiko discovering who she was. And that in itself for me was definitely challenging. It caused me to want to consider things at a different place, because a lot of times we create spaces and we think that it's about us, but in reality it's really about God showing us who we need to be. And so my aha moment was like, I created this whole program, Discovering Your True Essence, step out, step up, step over. um, and I was all excited about it until it was like, Kamiko. I was sitting, I love the water. So I was sitting out by the water one morning and I was thinking about the program. I had just finished wrapping it up. It's an online, 3-step program, offered as master classes to the masses. And so I was praying over it. I just put the final touches on it. And it was like, God was like, now I need you to go through the program for you. Every lesson you put together, every activity that you wrote, I need you to go through them for yourself. And so for me, that was my aha awakening moment. Like, because as I began to do the step up, step out, step over, it allowed me to understand that, Kamiko, the person you once were, it's not that she's gone, but I'm birthing something new in you out of that experience. And so I would encourage a lot of you as you continue to go through your journey, and when you have your aha moment, when you're creating and you're developing programs, or you're encouraging other people, or whatever, the task that God has given you for the season of your life, maybe sit in a moment and make sure that the application happens with you first. Because sometimes what we're giving to other people, God is really giving to us. So I would definitely say in that moment, I truly began to embrace that. Kamiko, you didn't lose who you were. God was birthing another version of you out of the things that you truly had gone through. And in that, I realized my circle of people change, my friends change, how I view life change. The things that I thought were important weren't as important. I actually sat down and I rewrote my 5 values that I live and I stand upon. Because again, the things that I was once standing on, it's not that they had lost their validity. They just needed to be redefined for the version of me that God was calling me to be and who I was becoming in that season of my life. And then from there is what I call the shift begins. I surrendered to the process. I stopped hiding and I started healing. Therapy, journaling, prayer, and stillness became sacred tools in rediscovering my essence. So, in that season of my life, I retired from the military and I took another career opportunity because I felt I needed to be busy. And one day I was sitting at my desk and I was like, this is not it. And at that moment, I decided that I needed to heal and not be busy, not working, not just moving all of the time. And I often tell people I had to learn how to be okay with not knowing, because sometimes we're so used to having that level of control, always knowing what we're doing, when we're doing, how we're going to do it, how we're going to get it done, what's next. But when you hit a season of, I really don't know, and having to embrace that you don't know, it's definitely challenging, but at the same time, it's probably the most rewarding experience I had ever had in my life, because I always knew where I was going to go next, what I was going to do next, how I was going to accomplish all the things that I had set out to do. But it wasn't until I was able to decide that, hey, can we go? You don't have to show up for anybody else but yourself. And what you need is to heal, and let your healing journey be that. Let it be what you need it to be to get you over, whether it's therapy, journaling, prayer, um, just being still. Because oftentimes we pray to God, but how many times do we sit in the stillness to hear a response? um, and also making sure that we're in alignment with what, not only where we are, but where God is trying to take us through all of the seasons of our lives. I often tell people there's no mistake that ever happens in our life. Everything that we've experienced, everything that we encounter, it's definitely for the good. And it's not until we can change our mindset and see that there's good in all things. I often tell people it's so easy to point out what's wrong, but it takes a little bit more effort to find the things that went right. And then on top of that, not only the things that are right, but how did I contribute? What did I do? Focus on the things that you can control, not the things that other people are in control of. So when you begin to do that, you're going to build a sacred space for you to really be transparent and honest with yourself. I often tell people there's a difference between honesty and transparency. I like to live in the authenticity of transparency, because honesty is good, but being transparent is a whole nother level. I often tell people. And when we can operate in that place of transparency with our own selves first, because sometimes we do have to pull back the layers of our own eyes and the things that we have experienced and who we are and who we're becoming. Because sometimes when you do that, you might not like what you see, but guess what? That's okay. It's okay to not like what you see, because now that you've seen it, now you have the ability to do something about it. And your shift won't happen until you are able to be honest and transparent with yourself about yourself. And then that's where we begin to take back our power, our authority, our authenticity, all of the things that God has promised us that we live and dwell in, because we've allowed ourselves to put Him first in our lives. Because there's nothing that you're going to see within yourself that you can't change, you can't modify, you can't work on, you can't be better. But it starts with a mindset of, I'm ready for change. And yes, life has life. Things have happened, but God has left me here to do something. And whatever my assignment is, I have to be willing to stand flat footed and take charge of whatever that is. And when we're able to do that, then we're able to allow the shift of where God is calling us to connect with purpose can truly happen and develop in that season of our life. So, what I call the blooming season, for me, I began to redefine strength, not as perfection, but as truth. I gave myself permission to bloom through brokenness, and that changed everything. And for me, I've walked in a light where perfection in the eyes of others have been, you know, I guess my scorecard. Is how people have always viewed me. Because not only was I field grade officer in the military, but my former husband was a pastor. So now also I'm a first lady in ministry. So, and I'm trying to juggle marriage and kids and all of the things, right? So I had to allow myself to know that, hey, Kimiko, even in your not so great state, because to other people on the outside, I was still Kimiko holding it together, being present for all of the things, showing up for other people, never missing a beat. But I had to understand inside that broken place that nobody always often knew I walked in, I had to be able to own that space and say, hey, can we go? Out of these small broken pieces, God was putting me back together again in a manner in which allowed me to really create a new foundation for myself and be able to stand on what I believed in to allow myself to start blooming again. Because again, when we look at where we are versus where we're going, and then everything that's in the middle, what's happening in the middle is the thing that either allows us to bloom or keeps us stagnant in where we are. And so by me allowing myself grace, because I often tell people it's easy to give grace to other people, but when it comes to giving ourselves grace, sometimes that is the most hardest thing to do, because we see things about ourselves other people don't see. We focus on things that other people aren't focused on. Um, but the minute that someone else needs grace, we quick to say, "Oh, don't worry about it. I forgive you. We can go on. How can I fix it? How can we make this better?" So when was the last time you looked at yourself in the mirror and you said, "It's okay. We can fix this. How do we fix it? How do we make it better?" When do we give ourselves that measure of grace to be able to know that I don't have to be perfect? But as long as I'm true to myself, I'm transparent, I'm walking in my authenticity, all the things that I see are things I can overcome. All the things that I see that I'm doing good, I can be better. And if I allow myself to do it in a pace that's convenient and in alignment with what God tells you, not in the pace of other people, not in the opinions of others, then you'll find yourself being able to bloom in a manner that you never saw yourself, you never even expected. Um, because even in this, in my blooming season, and me coming from transitioning from brokenness and starting the process to be able to bloom again, there was a lot of days I just sat with, I don't know. I changed my mind a million times. I think I got on all of my friends' nerves because if I woke up that morning and Kimiko said, "This don't feel right in my spirit, I'm not doing that," I would not do it. Even if it was like getting ready to, like, it's as we would say at the 12th hour, baby. It was 11:59 and I changed my mind. But I had to be okay with that because a lot of things I really didn't know. And I didn't want to just be doing things that kept me busy and just kept me in the thick of things, because I wanted to make sure I heard God's voice and I can distinguish his voice from my own fears and from the opinions of others. So in that process, being able to know that, hey, be true to yourself, be true to your experience. I often tell people the difference between what you've been taught and what you know to be true is the experiences you have in life. We can easily look at the things that we've been taught, and what I could tell people, whether it's a lot of that is based on our environments as well. But when we look at all the things that we've been taught in life, educationally, spiritually, emotionally, but then we'll have an experience, and sometimes that experience contradicts what we've been taught. So when we're faced with that, our experience is different than what we've been taught. What do we do? Do we retreat back to what we have been taught because it's easy and it's comfortable and it's convenient? Or do we lean into what we experience and allow God to show us why and what was the cause of the difference between what we've been taught and what we're experiencing? I often tell people, I feel like that's our place where we can birth our authenticity. It's when every experience I've had that has gone against what I had been taught allowed me to see myself and grow myself into the purpose that God was calling me for. It's not that those things were wrong, they just didn't align with the experience that I had. So there were some foundational things that remained, but in its totality, it was not. And so I began to lean into my experiences. And I'm like, okay, no, God didn't allow me to experience this for nothing. Is something in this experience that I need to take away from and apply to the foundational things of who I am in my life so I can be better and brighter. So making sure that when we're hitting that blooming season, that we're okay with understanding that we're not going to be perfect. We're just going to be true to ourselves, true to who God has shown us who we are. And then we're going to give ourselves permission through the brokenness, through the heartaches, through the pain, through the suffering, through the frustrated moments, the mad, the upset, all the emotions that you can think of, through all of that is where change is really going to happen. Because I often tell people change has to happen for us to be able to truly become and reach the pinnacle of the purpose that God has called us to. So out of my journey came a movement where women like me could bloom in safe spaces, rooted in truth and purpose. And so through that, through my transition, after I created the Discovering Your True Essence in My Broken Place, the Step Up, Step Out, and Step Over, that was only applicable for Kimiko. But at the time, now I do share that exact same process with so many other women around the world. God created She Ready to Bloom, my She Ready to Bloom movement. And so in the She Ready to Bloom is literally what it means. Like at this season, at this point in my life, I was blooming, I'm ready. And not only am I ready, I'm ready to help every other woman that wants to bloom out of it. I created a podcast. I have a She Ready to Bloom community. I just launched a chapter in Zimbabwe in August. Um, and it's definitely open to other platforms like SheisMe Conference. All of these things God created in this new movement that I've had to experience, going from that place of brokenness, discovering who I was. So I want to encourage you and challenge you at the same time. What will be birthed out of the things that God has taken you through? There is an assignment on all of our lives. God has created us all with a purpose in mind. He created the purpose before He even created us. So it's up to us to be able to put in the work to determine what that looks like, what is that place is, and understand that once we create these safe spaces and we allow them to be rooted in truth and purpose, they'll be untouchable. I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect because nothing is perfect. Of course, the enemy is never going to let us bloom without any type of opposition. But when you know for sure within yourself, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is what I'm called to, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, this is what I will do, no matter what, no matter what, no matter when, no matter how, no matter where, then you can allow yourself to see the movement, the shift in your life that God is calling you to. Even though I'm sharing what He did for me, my charge to you is what is He doing for you? And so I want you to make sure you can grab hold to that as you move. So now, how do I help others now? So today I guide women through transition, identity rediscovery, and emotional healing. I speak, I coach, I build safe spaces where women are seen, heard, and are whole. So in the background of this slide, you will see this is actually at our luncheon in Zimbabwe. So these are some of the women that came to the luncheon. Um, and what makes my heart glad was even when God birthed She Ready to Bloom in Zimbabwe, when I arrived to Zimbabwe, I had not physically met, or can even say I knew not one of the women in the room. So that in itself made me realize that when God is in something, we're truly vessels that He's using. Because they didn't know me personally. They knew of me, they knew of my story, they knew of my journey, but they didn't know me. So, how many people is waiting to hear your story, to know your journey that you've never even met? But they're going to be there waiting with open arms, not only for you to encourage them, but all of them was such an encouragement to me. And it allowed me to be able to identify with rediscovery, hearing their stories, hearing their journey, seeing what God was doing in their lives, really truly helped me understand the importance of not staying in a desolate place too long, because there are so many people that are waiting for you to get to your next season so they can get their blessing, their breakthrough, their healing, or whatever it is that they need. Because the life that we live is not about us. It's simply about all the lives that we're supposed to touch. So I definitely want to encourage you as you continue on your journey in discovering your true essence, whether you're broken, whether you're healed, whether you're in rediscovery, whatever phase of transition that you are in, know that there's somebody on the other side waiting for your arrival. Um, and if nothing else, let that be the charge, the thing that keeps you focused and leaning forward to be able to accomplish not only the mission that God has set for you, but to be able to sit back and celebrate our sisters and the people that God has assigned to us as they go on and they do great things. It does my heart glad. So we have a She Ready to Bloom WhatsApp channel chapter. And every time the women post about their bonding events that they do every month, even though I'm not there, whether I share a scripture or video, they share what they're doing, their entrepreneurship, me helping them create a new logo for their business, whatever those tasks are. I tell people that is the most fulfilling thing in the world. I don't care what kind of day that I'm having. I don't care what's going on around me. When I can open my WhatsApp group, my She Ready to Bloom, and I look at it and I see them encouraging each other, cheering each other on, having fun again, just being able to just simply be sometimes, it definitely, definitely does my heart glad. So if not, let that be an encouragement piece and a piece for you to look forward to as you prepare for the audience that God has given you. Because the fulfillment that you're going to get coming back from them is not so much what we always pour out, but the gratitude in which we receive back by being able to look at it. I have to tell people, I sit back and I tell myself, look what the Lord has done through me. And that in itself gives me the grit to want to continue to go forward. So, some of my key takeaways today for our conversation, because that's what I would like to call this, a conversation. Your breaking isn't your ending. I like to look at your breaking is the beginning of your birthing. So, the three B's. Your breaking is the beginning of your birthing. God is birthing something out of you. So anytime you feel like you're going through something that's breaking you or that's challenging you or that's like pulling you or tugging at you in a different way, I would encourage you to lean into that because God is probably trying to prune some things out of you or I would say pluck away some things that maybe are not going to be available, or you won't need those things for the next season, the next chapter of your life. Because everything that we go through, I often tell people, God has to make room for what He's getting ready to pour into us into our new season. So know that my breaking is truly the beginning of God getting ready to birth something out of you. So if you can take it and you can shift your mindset and look at it from that perspective, it'll be a little bit more easier for you to channel those times in your life, because then you just have to remind yourself that this current hurt, pain, disappointment, letdown is only a setup because God is trying to do something greater for me on the other side. And if we can take that posture, I promise you, one, the load will be a little bit lighter, but that anticipation for what God is going to do and what He's birthing out of you will be so much greater. And blooming is permission, is not perfection. So I want you to give yourself permission to bloom again, to live again, to smile again, to laugh again, to start all over again. One of the things in my prayer, I say, Lord, as long as I have you, I have enough to start all over again, because that is truly what I believe. Because everything that I am, everything that I've ever done, everything that I'm doing, and everything that I'm going to do is because of who He is in my life. And so with that allows me to give myself permission that, hey, this didn't work out, it's okay, because it just means that it wasn't for me. And then therefore it allows you to not look at certain things or take them personal, I would say, or take them to heart, or allow you to be stagnant in an area or in a space that God doesn't want you to stay too long. So definitely remind yourself that your bloom is your permission to not be perfect, just to get it done. And last but not least, you already carry the essence. So it's time to rediscover it. Everything that you need is already inside of you because God put it in you at birth. So it's time for us to go and pull back the layers, undig all the rubble out of, as they would say, and rediscover it all over again. But in that rediscovery, I want to challenge you that allow it to have a different aura, allow it to look different, allow yourself to execute it different, and allow yourself to see it differently. Because sometimes we get stuck on, well, that's what we used to do. That's what it used to look like. Exactly. It used to look like that. But the reality is God's trying to make it look different. So in your rediscovering, give yourself that leadway to allow yourself to truly make sure that everything that it is, it can look different because it's going to impact different and it's going to do something totally different, not only in your life, but in the life of everybody that God has assigned you to. So on the screen, you'll see I've shared all of my contact information with you, where you can find me, whether it's on social media, um, my email, and my phone number. But what I do want to take away in this session is simply that in you discovering your true essence through all of the breaking, the heartaches, and all of the disappointments, whatever it may be, know that you're still here. And as long as you're still here, there's still work for you to do. And when we can allow ourselves to know that and to believe that wholeheartedly, that I'm here because my assignment isn't over, it's just beginning in every season of your life. Because you'll have different seasons. Um, and I often tell people what we used to do 5 years ago, we don't do the same thing now. So, what you birthed back then that may be dormant or you need to go shake the dust off, just, allow yourself to change it and create it, repackage it differently so you can do and you can discover who your essence is through all of the things that you've been through because somebody else is waiting for you to get in your position so they can get what God has for them. So I like to close in a word of prayer again as I pray to my God. In my faith, you pray in yours. Lord, we thank you for this time that you've given us together. We thank you for the encouragement that was shared. We thank you for allowing us to know that we don't have to be perfect in our own eye because you're perfecting us in yours. Give us the freedom to walk boldly in the things that you've called us to. And we're going to make sure, God, that we accomplish everything that you've created us for and that you get the glory out of it all. In Jesus' name, amen. Again, thank you for joining me, and I appreciate the opportunity again.
Hello, and thank you. Thank you so much. What a beautiful story. Thank you for sharing. Can you hear me, Kimiko?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Great.
Mhm.
Thank you again for being here. Thank you for sharing your story. And thank you for sharing just everything with us and your beautiful process and how you're expanding your work around the world. I absolutely love that.
Thank you, Miss Lisa.
All right. We are going to be back soon. We've got Juliana Najuzzi, and she will be here soon. Thanks, Kimiko.
Thank you.
For generations, women have been taught to silence their bodies, to hide their emotions, to suppress their desires, and to dim their power. I know this pain intimately because I once lived it. My name is Tatiana Dorofeeva, and my mission is to help women all over the world reclaim their fullness of who they are, body, mind, and soul. There was a time in my life when I carried deep emotional wounds, family patterns, and silent traumas that shaped everything: my health, my relationships, my choices. Like many women, I was strong on the outside but disconnected inside. I searched for answers in science, in psychology, in spirituality, and eventually I found a way to bring it all together. Through my own healing journey, I discovered a path that doesn't just fix symptoms, it transforms the very foundation of a woman's being. A path that brings her home to herself. This is why I do what I do. I am a speaker, psychologist, Ayurveda practitioner, and the author of the method Female-Male Healing. My method integrates modern science, psychology, and Asian knowledge of female nature. It works on every level: body, mind, and soul, bringing deep, lasting transformation. For the past 15 years, I've worked with women all over the world, leading retreats in Bali, India, and Europe, hosting online trainings and private sessions, and speaking at conferences, workshops, and corporate events.
I've been featured as an expert on TV and radio, and I've wrote for magazines. Because women's healing deserves a global voice. Over the years, I've witnessed hundreds of women return to their true feminine essence. Women who opened their hearts, reclaimed their creative power, healed their hormonal system, found love, built fearless careers, and conceived children after years of struggling and failure. And now I'm here with you at this beautiful gathering. Because I believe your story matters too. Whether you are at the beginning of your journey or standing on the edge of transformation, know this. Your body remembers, your soul knows. This moment is a safe space, the right guidance, and the courage to say yes to yourself. I warmly invite you to connect with me. Follow me on Instagram and Facebook. Join my trainings, retreats, and private sessions. Become a part of a growing global movement of women who are awakening their power, their wisdom, and their joy. When one woman heals, generations heal with her. Together, we are not just transforming our own lives, we are shaping a new world, new her story for the women who will come after us. Thank you for walking this path with me.
Hello, good morning. You're muted.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, there
Yes,
you
good
are.
morning. Sorry for that.
Good evening for
Thank
you.
you. Thank
Good
you.
evening for you,
Thank you for
Juliana.
having me. Yeah.
Thank you for
Please,
being
pardon?
here. Are you ready?
Oh, thank you too for accepting my invitation. Thank you for also accepting me for the platform.
Are you ready to give your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. I'm very much ready.
You're welcome. Okay, we'll see you soon. Here you go.
All right. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to actually um, showcase myself and to talk about my past experience and to show my resilience story from childhood struggles to who I am today. I think it was a privilege and it was one of the most exciting things that ever happened to me when I was actually looking for where I could explain myself and without anyone judging me. And I was actually reading articles online looking for where I could explain my story. I came across SheisMe Conference, and it was one of the most touching conferences that I met online that could tell me you can tell your story and nobody will judge you for who you are. So I'm really honored to be here today. I'm going to be going down on my story of resign beyond challenges from childhood to who I am today. So my rundown program today is going to be as follows. We are going to be looking on the introduction. We're going to be looking at what is all about She Is Me Conference. And we are equally going to be looking at when I actually felt when I was invited for this program, because it's important to always acknowledge what actually prompts you to bring out your true self. So the body of the presentation, who I am, from where I came from, and what I am doing, and where I'm leading to, and what people actually really need to draw from my story, and the conclusion. So For a little biography about Asongafa Juliana, I am the middle daughter of my family. I was born in 1993 in a small village called Fontaine. I'm married and the proud mother of two children. I had my HND this year in banking and finance and my certification in cybersecurity last year. Actually, growing up, it wasn't really easy. And when I picked up a career training on the sales and retail management, this was actually where I felt like I could be recognized, or what I've been doing has actually turned me to a true career woman, to a true woman that actually wanted to be the sales representative. Because when we say promoters, maybe some people be asking, from the sales representative to a trainer to a sales supervisor to a retail manager. It goes beyond every journey that I was actually imagining when I was actually very small. I was looking at chemical engineering, I was looking at medical, I was looking at becoming one of the richest women without even knowing that life was going to make things very tiny and difficult for me. I actually left my country, go to Nigeria, went to Lebanon just to look for greener pasture. It wasn't really easy. It wasn't at all easy. Today, I can say I'm one of those women that want to really encourage young girls growing up with girls that cannot really afford education, that want to rebuild their study, they want to recreate themselves. So, and this is just a little bit about my background and what I am up to. So, as I earlier said, it's always good to recognize or to always look at what will push you to do better. So, when I look at SheisMe Conference, I actually pick out the true and the reality of SheisMe Conference. I picked out the empowerment part because I'm going to say something here. Before looking for a conference where I could share my story, um, the past month I felt like I had a heavy load on me, and I really wanted to relieve everything. I was looking at many people are looking up to me to encourage them, but I'm also in my weak moment. I need somebody also to encourage me. I saw this platform and I realized I'm going to meet women sisterhood that are also going to be talking, that are also going to be sharing their story. From their story, what am I going to pick up? So I actually really enjoy listening to others, as I've been listening from day one to today. It really empowers me a lot, and it has really healed the pain that I was having 2 months ago. And you can see me smiling today on this platform. It's not because I wanted to really smile, but because I've been listening to story of how people have gone through this and that and what they are today and the marvelous work they are doing. So it has really been so marvelous for me listening to others, and the inspiration to women in leadership is so direct to the point, and you will have something to come out with from this conference. So if you're listening to me, you're also going to be grabbing something from how you are going to inspire yourself to become the true woman you want to really become. And looking at the theme of this year, stronger together, it actually reminds us when women come together, what are they expecting from each other? What are they expecting from each other? When they stand together, what is it that they gain? So there is always that creative, unstoppable wave that is going to work in every woman vein. Whenever they come together, they want to grow taller. They want to be united. They want to stand as sisters. They want to heal each other's. They want to give out what has taken them to the leadership position and to empower every young girl that comes their way. And is me today, also inspiring me to inspire young girls around the world. So how I felt, I'm going to give this honor to SheisMe, the founder, and I am so proud. I'm so happy that when I took out time to write that little story, I was in tears. I have everything that could take me like down to the ground level. But when the story was picked and there I realized I was one of the She's Me. And this is me today sharing you my story in She's Me. Please always believe in yourself. And when people look at your story and say your story can actually say something to young girls, take it as a privilege, take it as an honor, like a motivation to step up again. So I'm very happy to be recognized, to be here today. Is really a privilege for me, an opportunity to really showcase to other young girls that do not keep your silence in you is going to kill you. Come out and say what you want to say, because your story today is going to change a young girl's story tomorrow. So do not hold what you have in you. And I'm just going to show you a little bit of who I have been, where I've been, and who I am and where I'm going to. So this is that small Juliana in 2011 when she ran away from home. She was homeless, and then she decided to take a picture to remind herself that she's going to be a great woman again. Crossing myself, crossing my leg on this in this picture, I had something in mind. I was telling myself I'm going to be a better woman. I was going to be a better woman. So no matter what I was going through, the obstacles, I was always going back to this picture and picking out that who is this girl? What do I really want to become and where am I going to? So this is the Juliana in 2000 in 2020 on a conference platform presenting about a product where who could ever imagine that the runaway from home, the abandoned child could get to this stage. It actually marvels a lot of my friends, childhood friends. Some of them were like, wow, you really pick up yourself. We really thought you were going to become a type, you were going to get married to an old man in the village. We never really know you were going to be this. And it gave me an edge that nothing can stop you from being who you want to become. And this is still me crossing my leg. I'm like, wow, I get to this stage talking with the managers, talking to CEOs, explaining about a particular product of a company where I've been birthed in for more than 10 years before leaving. So this is a little bit about Juliana. And today you are going to be seeing Juliana on a global platform, telling her story to young girls, telling young girls that it doesn't really matter where you're coming from. Do not look at yourself like I cannot. You can. Every little girl can do something to bring up, to get up, to pick up something that is beautiful, masterpiece that can rebuild the woman that she wants to really become. So turning my struggles into strength wasn't really easy. Personally, I grew up with hardship, from childhood struggles to lack of parental support from my mother, to surviving in abroad as I went to Lebanon, to going to a town like Yaoundé, because I have to leave my village to Yaoundé, is the main town of my country, struggling on the streets, sleeping in old cars, just to see myself where I am today. It actually really made me to think a lot. It wasn't really easy, but this is just what really baffled me when I was trying to write my story. I was looking at these things. Sometimes I feel like crying, but that is not who I want to be. Not a crying Juliana, but that lady that will stand up and tell other young ladies that your pain is just for the moment. The reality of who you want to become depend on you and it's in your palms. So my childhood struggles, I'm going to just I was born in a small village called Contem. I keep repeating this because that's my village. I really love it so much. It was not really easy for me growing up. And at age 14, you can imagine how small I was. At age 14, I had my first menstrual cycle, and it was really scary. I was confused. I was devastated. I was so disturbed. I have to leave school, came back home, explained the situation to my mom. She stayed silent. She didn't say anything. She had to hold it. And after 2 days, she waited for everybody to go to bed. And she called me and said, little girl, come. I thought she was going to give me a solution to my menstrual cycle because I was actually waiting. I was really eager to listen to her tell me this is what you're supposed to do, this is what you have to do at this age. There was nothing she actually said. She just called me one evening, and this is what she actually did. She took a stone and pressed my breast back for it not to come out. And I was like, maybe this is the solution to stopping the pain. This is the solution to stopping the blood that is coming out because I can't understand. But it became worse. My period get worse. I was just trying to tie myself with all clothes, padding myself with all pants and struggling. And at this point, I asked myself, am I the only one going through this thing? I had to go to school. One of my little friend, when we were discussing, she saw that I was really struggling with something. So she introduced me to one of my senior called Ebony back then. That senior, she took me to the toilet, but she did everything that she could do to put me comfortable, to bring back my confidence. So she packed me up in the toilet, and then she explained to me that it's 500 francs. And I was like, okay, I used to go to the farm, get broom, do some things, and get small money, and just eat bed bonbon in school or pop off biscuits or chewing gum. So why can I not keep the 500 and take care of myself so that I'll be blooming like other young girls? It really took me time to understand that it was something that girls don't actually talk about it so much. So I became close to her, and she explained to me, you know, at this age, this is what you're supposed to do. People that are coming to you at this point, because you are growing and you are developing, you need to do this, you need to do that. She actually explained a lot to me, and I felt love. I felt that someone actually view took me out of the struggle I was mentally struggling with. We grew up together, and my friends in school, what they usually say is, my mother told me that if a boy is talking to me, run away. And I'm like, why will you run away? I don't understand. And then they still whispering a lot of things that their mother have been explaining to them. This is what my mother told me. This is what my mother explained to me. I felt that sense of not connecting with my mom. I became very angry with my mom. I had to walk to my papa. I told my dad, since he was a medical doctor, he was medical personnel, I explained to him, this is what I'm having with mommy. I'm angry with mommy because mommy is not helping me out. And my dad was like, is it what you're actually going through? I said, yes. So he explained to me that, okay, as a woman, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do. So I really loved the connection between me and my dad because I was explaining things to him, but not everything. But I could feel very comfortable explaining to my friends in school who were women than to my mom or to my elder sister. So it was a little bit difficult, very, very difficult. So growing up, the thing really stigmatized me. I never really loved my mom when I was growing up. I became very angry, and I became very stubborn. You can imagine, from four, I became pregnant. You can see me when I just gave birth. I became pregnant at age 18. It was a tough time for me because my mom told me, you're not going to go to school again. You take care of the child. And back then, in the old days here in Cameroon, if you are pregnant, you cannot continue education. They're going to dismiss you from school. You could imagine. So I was stigmatized. How am I going to do it? Can I say it to my dad? Can I say it to my mom? This pregnancy, I kept it from everybody in the house till 7 months. That's when they discovered I was pregnant, and it was my first pregnancy. And when my mother discovered it, said, like, who is the father of the baby? The guy has left for Australia back then, and I was not even picturing his face because he just came from vacation, and I could not even explain. So I was stuck in that situation where I cannot even say anything to my mom. I cannot say anything to my dad because I actually don't know the person. I don't really know the person, but I know the family somewhere there. So, and my mother became very angry. and I have to stop school. I took care of the baby for 1 year. I discovered that my mom is not going to send me to school. So one day I decided to move out of it. I left the village, packed my little things, put in my valise, and off I went to Yaoundé. This is this was a decision that I was not sure of. I was not really sure of what I was getting into, because this point I needed to step out of that lady that will stay in the village and get married to an old man, be forgotten in the village because I cannot take care of myself. My mom cannot take me to school again. And nevertheless, don't you cannot say I was this dead that, but the only thing with me, with my mom, was that I became pregnant. But with education, I was always among the first three. So I asked her, is it because I'm pregnant, or is it because you think that I cannot make it in school? Because I'm actually one of the most brilliant in school. She said, I know. I am aware that you are one of the most brilliant in school. I'm proud of you for that. But at this point, I cannot, because I already explained to all of you in this house that if you get pregnant, you are not going to continue with education. That's how I took off, went to Yaoundé. I called my aunt. I'm in Yaoundé in the park. She sent money to somebody to come and tell me to go back to the village. I took the money. I slept in the park for 2 days, and I did not go back. There was this woman. She was always coming to cook. She sells food around the agency, and I started going there. Each time I eat, I was like, "Can I wash your dishes?" And then she said, "Yes, wash the dishes." And one day she asked me, after 2 days, she asked me, "Are you actually sleeping here in the agency?" I said, "Yes." And then she was like, "No, you don't have to do that. What happened?" And I opened up to her and I was like, "Please do not send me away. I just need a shelter where I could start up. I could see how Yaoundé life it looked like, and also to pick up something, because I really need someone to send me to school." And then she was like, "Really? Are you serious?" I didn't came from the village with a lot of dresses, but I actually took all my books. This was what was actually pushing me. When I'm alone, I want to read. I want to read my history, geography. I want to read my physics books. I want to read everything that I've been studying when I was from one to from four when I left. So it was difficult for me in Yaoundé. It was really, really terrible for me in Yaoundé. So she took me, went to her house, and then she later on told me that no, her house is, we had like five of them in one room. And then she said, "You cannot really stay. Okay, one of my sisters, she's doing hairdressing, you go and stay with her." So we left together. She went, she introduced me to her sister. In her sister place, there's this man that always come with a little girl of 9 years to do the hair. So she said, if this little small little girl come here, try to play with her. I want to see your connection with the girl. And she did not even explain why she was saying so. So the little girl came, I did her hair since I was learning a little bit. And each time I'm learning the house, tell her, like, "Please, can you just help me? Pay my, even just register me for the GCE ordinary level. I'm going to make it. I will make it." I always tell her like this. She really felt bad for me because she was just helping me to like give me shelter and food. That was just all. And I could just come to the salon, help her carry water and stuff. So the lady, that little girl came in and I was working with her. I did her hair and I have to go and cross her through the road and help her to the house. And then the father saw me and she was like, "Who is that?" Called the salon girl and was like, "Is that your junior sister?" I say yes. So okay, my junior sister actually looking for something that she can do that can help her out, but she does not want you to pay her. Just send her to an evening school. So this is where I grabbed the opportunity. This is Mr. Aga, who do not know me. He never knew where I was coming from. He took me, housed me, sent me to school for 3 years. I had my ordinary level with him, I had my advanced level with him before they flew to Germany, where the mother of the child was. So it was one of the things that I could say it was difficult. Stay in Yaoundé, I had to meet a lot of friends, some that could offer me shelter. And when their boyfriends come in, they will tell you, "Oh, little girl, please, can you excuse me? You can look for somewhere to shelter your head," or and so on and so forth. So it was a little bit difficult when they started behaving like this, because I had to go and beg a neighbor one day. It's a married person. But while we were sleeping, the man tried to force himself on me. So I was not happy. I was angry because The person that was giving me shelter home has left, and this is me again back on the street. And because of that, I have to look for something to do. This is where I engage the mobile field. I have to go to the mobile section, say phone. When you stay one phone, you have 500. So it really helped me to gather some money, get an accommodation. When I get an accommodation, everybody was fleeing to Lebanon. I was marvelous, like, oh, okay, they're saying that in Lebanon you have $200. Back then, $200 to us, I never really know what dollars, but everybody was like $200 are going to give me every $200 every month. And I'm like, okay, let me engage it. All my saving, I have to put it together, do my own, follow up my own procedure to go to Lebanon. And yeah, here was I going to Lebanon in 2017. I had to go to Lebanon. What am I going to Lebanon for? Ah, what am I going to do in Lebanon? Just domestic work. I went there. The situation, the person that actually opted for me to come, whenever everybody's entering inside the car, you put me at the back booth. And I start imagining myself. Is it the Juliana I was looking at my picture and said, I'll become this woman that I'm being locked in the back in the back booth? This is not my place. The thing begin to make me to feel bad and to see the treatment. Sometimes when I want to sleep, the man will come, want to harass me. I will shout, I will scream. The wife will come out. I'm like, your husband is harassing me, and you say it in Arab. This sharmata, something like a prostitute, something like that, sharmata. And I was like so angry. I'm trying to explain something, and you're telling me that I'm seducing your husband. How? So it became a very bad problem where one day the wife had to leave and the man wanted to harass me with knife. Luckily enough, after doing all what he did, he actually raped me. After doing all what he did, he left, and then the house phone was connected. I have to call the police because I've been checking on how to call the police. I have to call the police, and the police came there. I explained my situation. They took me to the hospital. It was true. And I told them the only thing I want is to go back to my country. And that was how I left Lebanon. I left Lebanon like that. Came back. My auntie in Nigeria said, little girl, you have not completed your school. You can come and do your degree here in Nigeria. Nigeria is a soft place and so on. So I went to Nigeria. I was not well prepared, but I just let me go and see Nigeria. Arriving in Nigeria, this is where I actually realized that young girls, when they discuss what is positive, he actually built a beautiful atmosphere for every young girl to grow. I met very genuine young girls growing up, working in the mobile field, telling their stories. Some of them, they want to become entrepreneurs. They say, someone just told me, I'm just here because I want to gather money and buy my sewing machine. After this, I'm going to be the biggest tailor in town. And today, she's one of the biggest tailor artists. And when she was talking to me, I was looking at my trainer and I said, one day I'll become like this, my trainer, because she was like my mentor. She mentored me. Even up to today, she still mentored me. She said, no, you're a very strong lady. Living in Cameroon to come and work in Nigeria as a promoter, it means you want something. So you need to review yourself. You need to review your mindset. Do not look at things that is just too easy. You need to work for it. So it was these things that actually made me to start thinking about myself. And whenever she's trained, when I come back home, I go and stand on the mirror, try to add more. If that was it. And that is how I try to recreate myself out of somebody's story. She becoming a trainer at the same time, mentoring other young girls. Just coming across her for once changed my life, changed my thought, changed my mentality, change the heart. I will have a soft spot for you, but I will not help you. This is who I used to be before. So my breakthrough honestly came when they have to transfer me. This is something that don't really happen in many companies. To transfer a promoter, a salesperson from Nigeria to Cameroon, it happened. And that from then, people were like, okay, she left Nigeria to Cameroon, so okay, let's try to give her some positions and so on. I was given the position of the training manager. Looking from where I was coming from Nigeria, the experience, what I've been through, the discipline. I was determined to grow. I was determined to be like the trainer I met in Nigeria. I was determined to be like the young girls I met in Nigeria. So joining the retail industry was a stepping stone for me to step up. It was not a part I actually learned in school, but it was something out of struggle. I discovered that I could do it better because it was just out of trying to make a living that I inserted myself in the mobile industry, selling, talking to customer, convincing them to buy. And today you can see I'm not actually scared of my scars because my scars are my stars today. So I'm not joking about my scars. I'm instead proud to tell people about my scar because if you don't know my scars, you don't know where I'm coming from, you don't know how important it is for all young ladies to look at their scars and change from their negative mentality to the positive ones they have to become. So this is me becoming a trainer. So looking at everything I've been saying, it's true. I tried to cut the story because I was looking at time, but the honest truth about you as a young girl growing up, you listening to me is you should never grow up and then you forget where you're coming from. When you remember where you're coming from, it's very easy to touch others' life. It's very easy to rebuild another human being, another young girl that was sinking to rise up. I never did all this alone. I have helpers, I have people that helped me to grow, that actually helped me to be where I am. I had leaders that I had to step up to take each step of my life. I want to continue to empower young girls. When you look at this picture here, my 20, that was in 2020, 21, where I decided to do a gesture to remember young girls that it's always good to take care of yourself. I remember what I went through of your inner part and so on. Wearing your breast wear like this, I never even knew how to wear them because I was not taught. So it pushed me to go to schools, to meet orphans, to talk to them. That, oh, okay, this is what they do. And I actually bought some parts, go to them, send the message, tell them, use examples on how to wear your part. And the joy when they listen to you talk as somebody that have been there is really different. The atmosphere is welcoming. The atmosphere is lovely. The atmosphere is very educative. And it helps every little young girl to live from that pain to becoming the reality of who they're supposed to be. And some of them never even knew. Some of them, they could just each time they're passing the each time that they're in their period, they won't want to say it to their moms, just want to take black pullovers and wrap it all over them and they just be like that. So it was actually a touching moment for me when I came through this. So you can see some of the pictures. I took my colleagues from the office and I say, I'm not just a trainer in the fee in your company. I am also a trainer to show you how you need to show love. So all of them were very happy. They contributed for me to produce a t-shirt. Some of them also added money for us to get some pants and parts. You could see the part they so they could take care of. So happy, and it's really sometimes you can't do everything on your own. You need to get people together to talk about, to say, or to pass the message. When they see many people coming to talk about the same thing, they feel like this thing brought to us. When you go alone, it doesn't really speak well. It will speak better of you, not give also an example of the people around you. Because after this small event actually others actually the same. They want to go and see the orphans and see the school. They want to see this school, to see the school, and many in their own proposal. So it was very continue it. So the struggle after marriage, children really stopped me from this is beautiful thing that we are getting to somewhere. We are doing something big, and we have plans, bigger plans still for projects like this. Things in Cameroon, yeah. So let me just talk about the next project we are going to be having, because others have left UK, US, so we are just like five of us left in Cameroon now. Or we want to go to slumber areas abandoned where young girls cannot go to school, because every year we give scholarship to like 4 or 5 people. So we want to look for the people who want to share their story out. We want them to talk to us, and we also share out what they have been enduring from our organization as well. We haven't really come up with a name because we are really scattered, we are not together, but building it is going to be one of the things that we'll be looking up to. So, and for my closing message, stronger together. When women come together, they are striving, they are saying something, they're pulling up the rock that were just abandoned. This is how I feel when we are talking about stronger together. So your story doesn't actually really matter if you are listening to me. Even if you never really had food to eat, your story don't matter. The story that you want to tell to young girls never really matter. Don't ever be scared or be ashamed to tell everyone about your struggle. Your scars are not your shame at all. They are your strength, and they are your star. To become a star, you need to first of all look at your scars. If you don't look at this, you're going to be, oh, okay, you pick up today, tomorrow you fall off, you pick up today, tomorrow. For you to be consistent, you need to constantly be on your strength. No matter where you're coming from, you have the power to rewrite your story no matter what. If you have somebody that you can, like a stepping stone, you could stand and go to the next level, it's good. It's important. You step to the next level. But do not do it time and again just to remain on the same spot. Rewrite your story, rise again, lift others as you are growing up. This is what shows that you are actually climbing. If you are climbing and you're not holding others' hands to step up, to go up with you, it means there's something lacking. So do not forget others while you are climbing. Is the composition or is the reality of your true self. Imagine you not seeing these people that actually helped you. And some people also need you to help them the way they helped you. So always remember to take somebody's hand while you're growing up. And thank you very much for your wonderful time, for listening to me. Thank you for SheisMe. Thank you for the CEO, and thank you for everyone listening to me. It has been one of the most awesome moments of my life to actually release myself, to tell my story. Anyone can feel free to check me on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, this is my Gmail. You are free to text me or to send me an email. I'll be there to reply or to answer you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thanks for this platform. I really feel honored.
Juliana, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We
Thank
welcome
you.
you, and we are so happy that you could join us today and tell your story, and we are so honored to have you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. We will be able to, we will give you all the contact information for Juliana on her video when we post that, so you'll be able to reach out to her and work with her if you need to. Your message was inspiring, and it was so wonderful to have you. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. It's also my privilege. I'm so happy to be on this platform, and I'm really happy. I'm proud of the platform, actually.
Wonderful. Okay, stay right there, Juliana. Stay right there.
Yeah.
We're going to be back in just a minute with Sophia Barksdale. Hi, everyone. We are joined this morning with by Sophia Barksdale, and she's going to talk to us about turning her challenges into opportunities. Sophia, go ahead.
Thank you, Lisa. What an honor to be here today to share my journey, to share my story. Hello, everyone. Once again, my name is Sophia Barksdale. I am a life coach, speaker, facilitator, and author. But most importantly, I am a woman who have walked through seasons of uncertainty, fear, and self-doubt and came out stronger on the other side. Today, I wanted to share how I learned to turn challenges into opportunities and how you can do the same. So, ladies, let's be honest. Life has a way of testing us, doesn't it? We all have moments when we look in the mirror and we question ourselves, we question our worth, and we ask, am I enough? Or can I really do this? Those questions don't come from weakness. However, it comes from the weight of trying to show up, trying to hold it together, trying to meet expectations that sometimes feel impossible. For me, there was a season when I was wearing every hat imaginable. I was a mom, a wife, a professional, a student, a friend, trying to show up the best way possible. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, I was still trying to find myself. Can anyone relate to that? It was exhausting. I remember waking up some mornings already tired, not because of what was ahead of me, but what I was carrying on the inside. The pressure to perform, the fear of letting people down, the guilt of wondering if I was doing enough. My turning point came during one of those quiet moments when everything got still. I just want to interject your pause is powerful. I remember sitting alone and realizing I wasn't chasing, I was chasing perfection. I wasn't chasing peace. I was chasing people's approval instead of walking in alignment with who God had created me to be. The realization, it humbled and freed me at the same time because I learned that peace doesn't come from me doing more. It comes from becoming more aware of who you already is. Once I let that truth sink in, I stopped striving to meet everyone else's expectations and started asking God, who did you create me to be? And little by little, I began to see my life shift, my weight lifted, my confidence return. And I learned something very powerful. When you change how you see yourself, everything else around you changes too. Because when you learn to see challenges differently, you unlock a whole new level of freedom and confidence. And that is what we're going to dive in today. How to move from overwhelm to empowerment. How to take the very challenges that once made you question your worth and turn them into stepping stones towards your purpose. After that realization, I understood that peace mattered more than perfection. You think that things got easier, right? Not exactly. See, awareness is a step towards change, but it's not the only step. Once I became aware that I was living out of alignment, I had to face some uncomfortable truths about myself. I realized that I was constantly overextending myself, saying yes to things I really wanted to say no to, showing up for others even when I was running on empty. And do you know what that created? Exhaustion, resentment, And this quiet whisper in my spirit that says, you're losing yourself trying to be everything to everyone else. I had to learn that being strong doesn't mean carrying it all. It means having the courage to put it down, having the courage to set it down. So let me be transparent for a moment. There was a time when I tied my worth to how much I could do for others. If I was busy, if I was producing, if I was helping, I felt valuable. But the problem with that mindset is that it keeps you in a cycle of proving instead of becoming. So I asked myself, what would happen if I stopped overcommitting? What would happen if I give myself the same grace that I give to others? What if I believe I was enough even when I wasn't doing more? That's where self awareness began to take root. Because awareness is like turning on the light. It doesn't change what's in the room, but it exposes what needs to be cleaned up, what needs to be rearranged, what needs to be removed. Think about your own life for a second. Where might you be extending yourself? Where are you saying yes to things that you should say no to? For me, that moment of reflection led to transformation because once I was able to see clearly, I was able to make intentional choices, choices that supported the woman that I was becoming, not the one that I was trying to outgrow. So I began to journal, set boundaries, and started reminding myself circumstances doesn't define me, God does. That became my anchor. Because when you know who you are, you stop letting temporary situations make you forget your permanent value. And maybe that's what someone needs to hear today. You are not what happened to you. You're not your failures. You're not your mistakes. You are becoming the woman you are meant to become. So when I'm talking about empowerment, I'm not speaking about having it all together or being perfect. I am talking about learning to love yourself through the process and showing up for yourself. That is where real growth begins. It begins in the messy, honest moments where you choose to keep showing up for yourself. So let's take the first step together to move from struggle to awareness. So once I became aware of myself, my habits, my patterns, my emotional triggers began to shift. It began to shift my perspective. Perspective is powerful because the way you see a thing determines how you manage it. I like to call this part the three mindset shifts that changed everything. These are the same shifts that helped me move from simply surviving to living with purpose. So let's walk through them together. So my mindset shift one, reframing from why me to what is this teaching me? So why me to what is this teaching me? There was a season in my life where it felt like everything was happening to me. I'll wake up drained, trying to figure out why certain relationships wasn't working, why doors weren't opening, and why I kept running into the same walls. But one day I heard God whisper to my heart, it's not happening to you, it is happening for you. That hit deep. When I stopped asking, why me? And start asking, what is this teaching me? Everything began to change. I started to see lessons in the struggle, growth in the discomfort. And instead of feeling like a victim, I began to feel like a student of life. So let's take a second. Think of one challenge that you faced recently and ask yourself, instead of asking yourself why, ask yourself right now, why, what might this be teaching me? Or what has this taught me? Because every challenge carries a message, but you can only hear it when you quiet your frustrations long enough to listen. Mindset shift number 2. I have to control everything to I can trust the process. This one was hard for me because I am a natural planner. I need to see how my life is going to plan out. I need to know what's coming next. But life doesn't always give you the luxury of certainty, does it? Sometimes God will remove your sense of control, not to punish you, but to remind you that you were never in control in the first place. So I had to learn how to release that strong grip on how I thought things should go and trust that everything was working together for my good. And my friend, that was not easy, especially when you can't see the full picture. But that is what faith is, believing in things that you cannot see. So when you start trusting the process, you stop rushing your purpose. You stop comparing your timelines to everyone else, and you start finding peace, even in the pauses. So tell yourself this right now: I may not have control, but I do have confidence. I have confidence in God. I have confidence in growth, and I have confidence in grace. So, my shift number 3, from I'm not enough to I'm becoming enough for my next level. Now, this is where transformation truly begins. For a long time, I struggled with feelings of not feeling good enough, feelings of inadequacy. And I would question those things that God put inside of me, my gifts, my path, my voice. But I realized that the enemy of growth is comparison. So every time I compared my journey to someone else's, I was watering their garden versus mine. So I started reminding myself daily, I may not be where I want to be yet, but I'm becoming everything I am meant to be. I just want to remind you, you don't have to be perfect to be powerful. You only need to be present and willing. So let me ask you, what would you change in your life if you believe that you are already equipped for what's ahead? My friend, you are enough. You are enough. Not because you're done everything right, but because God designed you with purpose before you even knew your name. Even and when you and when your perspective shifts, your path begins to align. So these 3 mindset shifts have shaped how I move through every season of my life. Because when you change your perspective, you change the peace, and and when peace changes, everything around you follows. So when I started aligning my choices with my values, things began to make sense again. I stopped running from stillness. I stopped letting other people's opinions determine my pace. And I started asking myself, does this decision reflect who I am and where I am going? That simple question became my compass. So I began to set boundaries, and I learned to say no without guilt and without fear. And for the first time, I gave myself permission to grow. So now let's talk about what it really means to live empowered, because empowerment is not just a mindset. It's a daily choice. Every morning you get to decide whether you'll let life happen or live life on purpose. Living empowered means simply showing up for yourself, even when life gets hard, It's choosing peace over pressure and progress over perfection. So, number one of my Empower Action Plan is your morning reset. How you start your day matters. Before you check your phone or scroll through the world noises, check your social media, take a moment to really center yourself and pray, meditate, affirm yourself, speak life over yourself, and remind yourself today, I choose purpose, I choose peace, and I choose to walk in alignment. When you start your day with intention, you move through your day with confidence. Number two, journaling. When challenges come, it's inevitable and they will come. Pause and ask yourself, what opportunities are hidden in this? That one question changes how you see everything. So, journaling helps you process, it helps you release, and it helps you grow. Even if it's a couple minutes a day, write down what you have learned, write down what things that you're grateful for, and write things about you becoming the person that you were meant to be. Because reflection, because resilience builds reflection. I want to say that again. Reflection builds resilience. Reflection builds resilience. And number three, we were not meant to do life alone, and community is so important. Empowerment isn't a solo journey. We grow stronger in community. So I encourage you to surround yourself with people who remind you of your strength, not your struggle. The right people won't compete with you. They will cover you. They will challenge you. They will uplift you. And it's okay to love people from a distance if it costs you your peace. I just want to encourage you that you are not behind. You are becoming. And every step you take towards growth, it counts. Every boundary you honor, every moment you choose peace, every time you pause instead of react, you're rewriting your story. Empowerment is in you. It's not something that you have to chase, it's just something that needs to be activated. So today, give yourself permission to grow, give yourself permission to heal, give yourself permission to lead and to thrive, because the best version of you is already on the way and she's walking empowered. Living empowered doesn't mean life gets easier. It means you get stronger, you get wiser, you become more confident in your ability to navigate whatever comes your way. Empowerment is not about avoiding challenges, it's about transforming how you face them. It's about learning to breathe through the storms instead of breaking under it. Remember that every challenge you face adds a new layer of resilience. Every setback carries a lesson that prepares you for the next level. You're, you have survived moments that once felt impossible. You have walked through seasons that stretch you to the core, and yet you are still here, and not by accident, but it is totally by assignment. And sometimes what feels like a detour is actually divine direction, a moment meant to strengthen your faith and stretch your capacity. So when life tests you again, and it will, remember this: you've already overcome so much. You're already proving your strength time and time again. And the same grace that carried you before, it will carry you again. Now I want you to take a deep breath and say this quietly to yourself. I am not what happened to me. I am who I choose to become. So let that sink in, because the power to rewrite your story has always been in your hand. You are the author of what comes next. And no matter what you walk through, you still have chapters of strength. you still have chapters of hope and purpose waiting to be written. So walk in your truth, walk in your confidence, and walk in your grace, because empowerment doesn't start when everything is perfect. It starts the moment you decide that you are enough to begin with. And as we close today, I want you to remember one simple truth. You have the power to turn every challenge into an opportunity. The difference between being stuck and stepping forward is your mindset. What you bring about, what you think about, you bring about. What you think about, you bring about. So protect your thoughts, feed your faith, and be intentional about how you show up every single day. So I challenge you this week to take one intentional action that brings you closer to peace, purpose, and personal growth. Maybe it's setting a boundary, maybe it's journaling, maybe it's forgiving others and or forgiving yourself. Because the moment you decide to grow, everything around you will shift. Growth is not about perfection, it's about progress. And every small, consistent step you take is shaping the life you were created to live. So keep shining, keep growing, and most of all, keep thriving. Thank you so much for allowing me to share this space in this journey with you. Please stay connected. Here's my information provided. Stay connected for inspiration, resources, and empowerment tips. Once again, thank you for tuning in to hear my story.
Thank you, Sophia.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us today. It was lovely. We've got your power of perspective. Stop letting temporary situations make you forget permanent value. Love this, sis. We are enough. Growth is about progress, not perfection. There was quite a few comments there while you were speaking. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much for being with us and for sharing your story. And hello, Andre. I see you.
Shout out to my husband.
Anyway, welcome, Andre. Thank you for joining us today. And Sophia, thank you for bringing your wisdom and your knowledge and your glow to She Is Me. We really appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for this opportunity.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We will let you know how to contact Sophia when her video is posted, and you can work with her. We're back. Okay. Don't know what happened there, but
yeah, me neither.
everything kind of went black. I don't know, but that's what happens on a live broadcast. So,
okay.
So we'll be back. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Crystal Casey. Sophia, thanks again.
You're welcome. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to take this time to tell you about something really special that we're doing this year. It's the She Is Me Annual Awards. And the awards gala, where we're giving away all of our beautiful awards. And this is exactly that glass tower with the puzzle piece on the top is exactly what it looks like and will be engraved with our winners. Winner of the awards names. The gala is taking place on the She Is Me at Sea event, which is happening May 2nd through 6th. And we are sailing from Los Angeles to Vancouver, British Columbia, with a stop in Victoria on Vancouver Island in BC. We are going to be joined by 30 of the women leaders in the world who are really the change that we want to see, the change that's happening in this world with more heart-centered leadership. And they are amazing and special and phenomenal, and we can't wait to be there. But we also want to recognize the women who are doing great things out there, who haven't been recognized or we don't know about. And we want to bring recognition to them. We want to bring visibility to them, and we want to raise their voice. So I'm going to go over what we are looking for and how you can nominate women to join us on the cruise. And if we, the winner of each category will not only have their cruise comped, but we will get them there and back. So travel and cruise and joining us and the award. And the gala is going to be on the ship, and it's the theme is crowns and gowns. So we're going to be dressed in our fancy clothes. We're all going to be in tiaras or crowns, whatever it is you want to wear. But it's going to be a pretty big deal. So let's talk about the awards. These are 10 awards that we are giving out to the women who get nominated, who are really doing their part out there in the community, in the world, to instill change, to bring community and care and inspiration and mentoring and all of those things. But I know that there are lots of women that need that deserve recognition. So let's talk about what the awards are and how you can nominate them. So the first one is Empowering Leader Award. This person demonstrates outstanding leadership that promotes empowerment and inclusivity, inspires others to achieve their goals, helping them realize their full potential, and fosters an environment where diverse voices are heard and valued. So that's the Empowering Leader Award. If you know somebody who could be recognized for that, let us know. The Community Builder Award. This honors a woman who actively brings people together, demonstrates a commitment to creating and nurturing inclusive communities, and encourages collaboration and builds bridges between individuals or groups. That's the Community Builder Award. The Healing Heart Award. This is dedicated to a woman who brings comfort, understanding, and compassion to others, shows exceptional empathy and compassion, and helps others heal or grow, and actively engages in supporting individuals or groups through challenging times. So who do you know that could be nominated for the Healing Heart Award? The Rising Star Award. The Rising Star recognizes a woman who's on an upward journey, demonstrating exceptional promise and determination. She's a trailblazer. She shows remarkable drive, resilience, and potential in her chosen field or community, and has demonstrated leadership qualities even if she's in the early stages of her career. The Spirit of Sisterhood Award. This is someone who exemplifies the true meaning of solidarity and sisterhood. She embodies a spirit of inclusivity, kindness, and mutual support, and regularly lifts up other women, fostering solidarity and collective growth. That is the Spirit of Sisterhood Award. The Brave Voice Award. And BRAVE stands for bold, resilient, authentic, visionary, and empowered. This is a woman who speaks out with courage, standing up for herself and others. She's a fearless advocate who brings visibility to important issues, using her voice to drive change and inspire those around her. So that is the Brave Voice Award. The Wellness Warrior. She's a woman who's committed to holistic well-being, both for herself and community. She champions physical, mental, and emotional wellness for herself and others, and actively promotes self-care, health, and mindfulness to her community. That's the Wellness Warrior. The Inclusive Business Leader Award honors a woman who's excelled in building and leading small business that prioritizes DEI in every aspect of its growth. This award recognizes a leader who's not only achieved success through innovation and dedication, but has done so by cultivating a workplace that values diverse perspectives and provides opportunities for all. The Literary Impact Award. This is celebrating an author whose work has made a profound impact, demonstrates storytelling that resonates with readers, inspiring them towards personal growth or new perspectives, and fosters impactful conversations in broader circles that align with the values of authenticity, resilience, and empowerment. Literary Impact Award. And then the Founders Award. And the Founders Award is an award, the only award that I choose the recipient myself instead of the review board. And the Founders Award is special recognition given to a speaker within the community. And we've had close to 700 speakers. So we give this to one of the speakers in the community that has demonstrated exceptional dedication, passion, and alignment with the SheisMe mission. The award honors a woman whose work and presence have deeply impacted the community, reflecting the values and vision of SheisMe through her actions, words, and authenticity. So you will find on the SheisMeAtSea.com website, you will find a nomination form. This, I've printed it out, but it's actually online. And we need the nominee's name, who you are submitting it, the award category. We need an essay. It's a 500-word, essay, quick essay about this person. And then an optional but highly recommended video submission, which we'd like to know the essence of the nominee, because sometimes reading the words are great and we do get an idea, but we want to see what this person is all about. We want to see how you talk about them. So we also need some endorsements. We asked for that just because we want to make sure that that this person is embodying community, is doing something that's changing lives, and we know that everybody deserves recognition, but we want to make this a really special event, and we want to recognize those women who are out there doing this work every day, living, breathing, and not maybe getting the recognition that they deserve. So the SheisMe Annual Awards, again, happening on the ship. We are sailing May 2nd through the 6th, and this will be the night of the 4th, Monday night, on board the Grand Princess, and the gala is crowns and gowns. We will, I will be joined as a co-MC by Suzanne Soul, who is a comedian, actress, and she's also just won an award for her podcast, The Spiritual Shit Show. So she will be joining me on board to co-host the gala, and I really look forward to everyone being there, and I hope you can all join us. Some of the other things, we are launching our new global website right after the conference. We also have our SheisMe magazine. So if anyone would like to contribute to that, I would. We are always looking for writers, for contributors, for cover people. So if you have, let's say you have a book release, or you have something that a new product that's launching, or your business is launching, or something like that, then it's something that we could definitely put on a cover. It's a great way for you to get some visibility. It's a great way for you to get in front of a global audience. And I was trying to bring up some cover art right here. Let me see if I can get this up. And we actually have the next 5 covers and the next 5 issues ready to go. So we are just moving right along, but we will send everybody the first issue to check out and see. Give me 1 second. I'm having a little hard time here with my technology. See if that'll load. Nope, not going to load. Okay, never mind. The other thing we're doing is launching our publishing and our publishing arm, and that is the She Is Me anthology series, which we are looking for you, for those of you who can write your story, might not want to stand up in front of an audience, but would like to write their stories, and we will be able to share that with the world. Some people aren't ready to speak their stories, aren't ready to talk out loud about them. They aren't ready to stand up on a stage, but would like to tell their story nonetheless. So we've created our anthology series, and you can find more about that on SheisMe Conference.com. So we will be back in just a few minutes. We will be back with Crystal Casey, and thank you all for staying tuned, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Hi everyone, we are back, and we're welcomed to be we're welcoming Crystal Casey, and are so happy and honored that she's here. She's going to talk about reclaiming your voice and breaking those generational patterns. Go ahead, Crystal.
I used to think that the worst thing that could ever happen to me once I got married would be something like betrayal or divorce. And then I became a widow. When I was younger, I used to think that the worst thing that could ever happen to me was being molested by my father as a young girl. And then I discovered my own daughter was being molested by hers. I used to think that the worst thing that I could ever do was talk about it. Then I realized the danger of staying silent. Hi, I'm Crystal Casey, and back in 2021, I was living what most would consider my happily ever after. Or so I thought. When I uncovered my husband's dark and twisted secret, it absolutely shattered life as we knew it. And the only thing that mattered in that instant is what I did next. I believed the little voice that was brave enough to speak up, and I took immediate action. Because when I was a young girl, my voice wasn't heard. When I told a very close female relative what had been going on with me, she had basically been pressuring me to answer his phone calls. And it had been weeks into months, and she wanted to know why I wasn't answering the calls. So I remember sitting in the car with her one day, and we were driving home, and I decided that I was going to be brave enough to speak up, and I was going to let her know exactly why I wouldn't be answering his phone calls anymore. And as I sat in that passenger seat, about 18, 19 years old, palms sweaty, my heart racing, my face all flush, I finally confessed. And when I did, the only thing that she had to say was, "He's still your father." Sometimes these things happen. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. Well, I understood the assignment. In that moment, I learned that being strong meant staying silent. I learned that my pain didn't really matter, and it certainly wasn't enough to break the rules of family loyalty. So I stayed silent. A few months later, my best friend and I were up late talking, and I had been crashing at her house on the couch in an effort to kind of escape what was going on at home. And so we were sitting there talking about all of the things that teen girls talk about: boys and school and our dreams and our fears and our biggest secrets. And I finally shared with her what had been going on with me at home. And immediately she said, Crystal, you need to do something. You need to go to the police. You need to report this. And I said, well, I'm too scared. I mean, who wants to confront their father in court? And what if they were to manipulate what if he was to manipulate the courts the same way that he manipulated me? I told her I couldn't do it. And she said, well, what if I go with you? All right, well, if I had her support, then maybe I could be brave enough to go. So we made plans to go after my shift the next day. So the next day after work, I pull up into her driveway. And as soon as I pulled up, I got a text. And it said, sorry, I can't go. And something about not wanting to get caught up in the crosshairs of what was happening in our family. I was speechless. And for a second, I just sat there and I stared at my phone and I didn't know what to do. So I did nothing. I carried the weight of that silence with me for years, through friendships, therapy, relationships, into parenthood. And with each passing year, the silence grew heavier, and so did the shame. Shame began to shape who I was and who I was becoming and how I presented myself. It bred insecurity and a lack of trust and unpredictable outbursts of rage and a constant sense of isolation. I was struggling to connect with others. I felt lost when I was out interacting with other people, and I was really unsure of how to let anybody in. I thought keeping quiet was my way of keeping strong, but what I didn't realize back then is that silence isn't strength, it's survival. And true strength lies in our vulnerability. The moment that I chose to break the silence and to speak up and to say something, that was the moment that I stepped into my own power. I just didn't know it yet. It would take years and my absolute worst nightmare coming true for me to realize exactly how brave that 18, 19-year-old me was. Fast forward 20 years. I am married to my grade school sweetheart, and he's one of the few friends that I had actually confided in about my abuse. In our 13 years together, we had 5 beautiful children. And I decided early on in motherhood that I was not going to speak about what had happened to me when I was younger, because I figured they didn't need to know. It was my way of trying to protect their innocence. And eventually, when they reached the age of asking about their grandfather and that side of the family, I just said he made some really bad choices and we don't talk to him. And that was that. It was a choice I would later come to regret. I met my husband when I was in 7th grade. We dated on and off through high school, lost touch for a while, and eventually we reconnected. And after a whirlwind relationship, wedding, we began having babies and started building our life together. Like a lot of marriages, there were a lot of ups and downs. But looking back now, there were definitely a lot of red flags that I ignored. Moments when my intuition would pop up or things didn't quite feel right, but I would make excuses or blame it on circumstances and just kind of push those feelings aside. I didn't see any abuse, what I defined in my head as abuse. So I convinced myself that it was my trauma from the past that was making me paranoid, or I was convinced that it was my own stuff that I had to deal with, that it was my trauma that I had to figure out. And other times I just felt trapped. I knew I was unhappy in my marriage, but I didn't see a way out that kept my children safe. So I stayed. And in 2018, right after having our fourth child, I opened an aerial yoga and dance studio. I wanted to create a safe place where women could come together and connect and heal and grow through movement, music, and meditation. And I did. Looking back, I created an incredible safe haven, not just for the women in my community, but for myself. From the tension and the stress of what was going on back home, I was able to focus on creating something beautiful. In 2020, while I was pregnant with my fifth child, as you know, the pandemic hit. And like every other non-essential business, I had to close the studio. We spent about a year at home navigating virtual schooling and having a newborn and learning whatever this new normal was. And in the spring of 2021, it was time to try and reopen the studio and try to get things back into business. Considering how much I had been struggling in my marriage, I knew my husband wasn't going to be a good support. So I knew I wasn't going to be able to count on him with pretty much anything in order to keep the business and the home running between virtual schooling and the babies. I knew I needed help. My mom had been asking to take her grandbabies and asking to help. And so I finally agreed, and I sent the older kids down to Florida to stay with her so that she could handle their schooling, and then I would focus on the babies and opening up the studio. And for about a month, everything was great. The kids were loving their time with Grammy. Grammy was loving her time with the kids. I reopened the studio. I started to get classes going again. And one day I was getting ready for a private session. And I remember the babies were playing in the living room and my husband was outside grilling lunch and the phone rang. It was my mom, and normally I wouldn't have picked it up because I was rushing out the door, but she had my babies. So I took the second and I picked up the phone. I was like, "Hey mom, what's up? Is everything okay?" And she said, "Crystal, are you alone?" Well, I've got the babies. I mean, I'm never really alone, but yeah. She goes, "Where is he?" I peeked out the window and I could see him still standing on the driveway. And I said, "Well, he's outside right now." She said, "You need to go somewhere where you can be alone. You need to sit down. I'm about to tell you something that is going to change the rest of your life." I'm starting to get a little bit irritated at this point because I'm like, "Come on, mom, I have to go to school or I have to go to work. The kids are waiting. What is going on?" And then she said the words that no mother ever wants to hear. She said, "Crystal, he's molesting her." Instantly, my heart sank. My world collapsed in that instant. I couldn't breathe. It was like the whole world around me just froze. The words that followed were too vile for me to actually comprehend in the moment, but it was enough for me to know that there was no way this child had made anything up. I felt sick. I wanted to run away. I wanted to rewind time. I wanted to hide. I wanted to be anywhere else, but I didn't. Despite every part of me wanting to freeze, wanting to deny, wanting to stay silent, I chose to confront the truth. And it was that act of vulnerability, that choice to expose everything, that saved my children. We're taught that strength is about keeping it together, never showing your weakness, pushing through no matter how much it hurts. But I'm here to tell you something else. The strongest thing that you can ever do is to let yourself be vulnerable. Vulnerability isn't weakness. It's strength. And true strength starts with allowing yourself to be seen, to be heard. Because when we open ourselves up, when we let that truth come out, we're unlocking a power within us to begin a journey that we can't even comprehend. When we allow ourselves to be seen, even in our most painful moments, that's when we create the space for transformation. After I hung up the phone, I wanted to vomit. I wanted to run away, like I said. I wanted to scream. I wanted to hurt him. But all of those thoughts, all of those emotions had to wait. My girls were my priority. I knew what I had to do, and I wasn't going to let fear stop me from doing it. Like I said, fear was screaming at me to stay quiet, to disbelieve, to come up with some other version of truth, to hide. It wanted me to believe that maybe if I did nothing, the problem would just go away. Well, deep down, where that 17, 18, 19-year-old girl lives, I knew that wasn't true. I knew there was nothing that I could do but act, to take control. And so I did the most terrifying thing that I could do. I gathered up my girls. I drove straight to the police station and I spoke up. And as I drove, the weight of the future was just kind of pushing down on me like never before. I had all of these questions racing through my mind. What happens now? Are they going to have to see him? Is there going to be a court case? Is he going to admit it? Is he going to deny it? All of these things going through my head. The unknown was large, looming, terrifying. But doing nothing was even more frightening. I knew there was no turning back. Life was about to change forever, and I had to be the one to face it. I had to make a choice. I could let fear control me, or I could take control of the situation. So I stepped out of the car. I handed the car seat to a friend that I had picked up along the way. I took my older daughter by the hand and walked into that police station. My legs were shaking, my heart was pounding, but I kept moving forward. Fear is a natural response, especially in the face of trauma and uncertainty. It always shows up uninvited, trying to hold us back, keep us quiet, make us small. But the lesson I learned that day, and what I want you to take with you today, is that you'll always feel the fear, but it doesn't get to decide where you go. You do. Fear is part of the journey, but it doesn't get to define the path. We grow when we face the fear head on. We break the cycles when we refuse to let fear trap us in the silence. When I look back on that day, I think about all the time in my life when I had let fear lead me. How many times had I stayed quiet because fear told me to? How many times had I settled for less because fear made me believe I didn't deserve more? It's easy to let fear convince us that silence is safer, that avoiding the truth will protect us. But in reality, silence and avoidance is what keeps you stuck. This wasn't just about me anymore. What kind of lesson would I be teaching my daughters if I allowed the fear to keep me quiet and control me? That silence equals strength, like I learned? No. I had to show them that real strength comes from standing up, from speaking up, and taking action. I decided to show by example that fear doesn't get to have the last word. For so long, I thought staying silent would protect me. It would protect my kids. By not speaking about the pain of the past, I was somehow keeping control over the situation. But when I finally broke the silence, I realized it wasn't control that I had gained from my silence. It was isolation. My silence had caused me to keep myself alone in my pain, to separate myself from the community and the connection that would have the healing that I needed. Speaking up was terrifying, and silence may feel safer, but breaking that silence is what sets us free. When I decided to walk into that police station, it wasn't just about reporting a crime. It was an act of breaking a cycle of silence that had been weighing on myself for decades. I'd been silent about my own childhood abuse, about the secrets that nearly broke me, about things that I never thought that I would be able to say out loud. But the second I found out what happened to my daughter, I couldn't stay silent. Not a second longer. The next 4 weeks after that day were a bit of a blur. My mom drove the older kids back up home from Florida so we could begin the court proceedings. My husband was questioned by the police, and at first he denied everything. I filed a restraining order and he was removed from the house, but we left. We went and stayed with my sister. We were swept up in the chaos of legal documents and court appearances and endless conversations that you can never imagine having to have with your children. In the weeks that followed, I had many of those painful conversations with my daughter. And outside of the abuse itself, one of the most disturbing things that I had learned is how my silence was used against me. What I mean by that is this. He had told my daughter what had happened to me as a child as a way to convince her to keep the family secret. And when I heard that, it hit me like a gut punch, knowing that my silence, something that I thought would keep them protected, had been used as a tool to perpetuate the very harm that I had been so adamant to prevent. That is when I decided I would no longer be silent. My voice was not just my own, it was also for my daughter and for all of the others who are trapped in silence, held back by shame and fear. The cycle of silence ends when we decide we find the courage to speak up. And once I started speaking up and sharing my story and sharing it publicly, sharing it out loud, I started having other women connect with me, reach out to me to let me know that they had similar stories and they too had been silenced. They too had been shamed. And that is why I continue to share my story. And I continue to encourage you to share yours. Because the truth is, the silence doesn't protect us. It doesn't protect the innocent. It protects the abusers. It protects the darkness. And it's up to us to bring it to light. Speaking up is the first step to reclaiming our voices, and more importantly, the first step to healing. And the future will only be brighter for the next generation if we dare to speak our truth today. One afternoon, while I was waiting for my daughter to finish up an interview with the detectives, everything fell apart again. He had broken the restraining order, shown up at the house, and immediately he was arrested. Now, I thought after the arrest, we'd finally be able to breathe, but things were about to get much worse before they started getting better. I found out later that he confessed to every single allegation, 7 felony counts. He was bailed out of jail. And the next day, I was pulling up to a therapy session when my phone rang. And it was my stepdad. And his voice on the other line said, "Crystal, they just found him unresponsive." His heart had stopped. The combination of alcohol and methamphetamine was too much for his body to handle. By the time they found him, it was too late. He slipped into a coma. And after days in the coma with little to no brain activity, we lost him completely. 35 years old, I was a widow, and the sole caretaker of our 5 children. The days that followed were a blur. Funeral plans, doctor visits, emotions, paperwork, and I still had a baby to take care of. And all the while, I kept uncovering more and more secrets and learning just how deep the betrayal ran. I had been so naive. How could I have missed all of this? How did I let my children get hurt? Grief pulled me under, but it was the guilt that drowned me. I tortured myself with thoughts of how I could have stopped it. How could I have been so blind? Missing red flags, ignoring my gut instincts. I had failed my children. The spiral of shame continued until I found myself in the hospital. My body and my brain had finally had enough, and I called my sister to come and get the kids because I did not want to keep living. The first few days at the hospital, all I did was cry and sleep. I refused to get out of bed. I refused to eat. I refused to go to group. I wouldn't shower. I wouldn't do anything. All I did was sleep and cry and think and play what ifs in my head over and over and over, wondering why I had pushed this away, or realizing how this matches up with this and how that didn't match up with this. And I didn't want to talk to anybody. I was completely checked out. And then one night, a nurse came in and sat at the edge of my bed. And that was the day that she said something that changed my entire perspective. I'm a perfectionist. Anyone else? I used to think that if I don't do something perfectly, that I failed the whole thing. The whole thing was a waste, and I would really beat myself up about it. Well, I had checked myself into the hospital because I had hit rock bottom. The grief and the depression and the guilt and the shame had become so heavy that, like I said, I was about to give up. So this nurse comes in and sits on the edge of my bed, and she said, "So tell me what's going on." And I poured out to her how I had failed, how I had vowed as a little girl that my kids would never have to go through what I went through. And the one thing that I said they would not have to experience, they did. As a failure. The nurse looked at me And the first thing that she did was acknowledge everything that I had said. And for the first time since everything had happened, I didn't feel crazy. She said, I would be exactly where you are if I had gone through that. Perfectly valid. Then the next thing that she said was the thing that absolutely hit me like a lightning bolt. She said, Crystal, there are going to be times that the world hurts your children and there's nothing that you can do to stop it. You can't protect them from everything all the time. And in fact, that's not your job. What you get to do is you get to show them what comes next. Was I going to let this take me down and out? Or was I going to rise from it? Showing them how to rise from every single obstacle that ever comes their way. I could only show them that when life knocks you down, you have to get back up by doing it myself. And that's when I realized the importance of compassion. I had to stop tearing myself apart and start treating myself with the same level of compassion and kindness that I would show anyone else. If a friend had come to me with the same story, would I have blamed her, considered her a failure or a horrible mom? Of course not. I would have hugged her. I would have told her that she did the best that she could have. I would have encouraged her for speaking up, for taking action, for doing the things that it wasn't her fault. So why couldn't I do that for myself? Why couldn't I offer myself that same grace? It's not easy. Even now, I still have to remind myself I'm doing my best with what I have and where I'm at. I'm learning to celebrate the small wins, to acknowledge myself despite everything, and to understand and recognize that I'm still here. I'm still fighting for myself and for my kids. Self-compassion isn't just a concept, it's a necessity. It's what allows us to start moving forward, even when the world knocks us down. Because when we treat ourselves with the same level of kindness and compassion and understanding that we offer others, we're giving ourselves permission to heal. It took me a while to come to this realization, but along my journey, I learned I had those two choices. I could let it take me down, I could crumble, or I could stand up stronger than before and show my kids what resilience actually looks like. There's a quote from Rocky that I've held on to that makes me feel grounded when everything is falling apart. It says, you, me, or nobody is going to hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. I didn't have the luxury of staying down. I had little faces looking up at me, waiting to see what I was going to do next, to model what they were supposed to do next. So I wrapped up my hands, metaphorically speaking, stood back up and made a choice to show my kids how to win. Not by avoiding the blows, but by getting back up every single time life knocks us down. As life was starting to settle into a new rhythm after the trauma, I realized my story wasn't over. This was just a new beginning. I wasn't going to let the pain define me. I wasn't going to stay small or stay quiet or keep tiptoeing around, afraid to interrupt the status quo or afraid to hurt somebody's feelings. I was ready to write a new chapter, a chapter filled with purpose, with meaning, and, believe it or not, with joy. So what I did seemed crazy to everyone around me, but I would do it again in a heartbeat. I packed everything up, all 5 of my kids, and I moved us across the country from our little Midwest town all the way to sunny San Diego. And this wasn't just a physical move for me. This was very symbolic. It was my way of stepping into my new life with my new dreams, my new determination to create something more beautiful, bigger than I could ever imagine for myself and for my children. I dreamed of becoming a writer, a motivational speaker, and most importantly, the kind of mother who showed my kids what it means to thrive after hardship. Now, the move was not easy, and I'm not going to lie and say there weren't days where I thought I had made a terrible mistake. Days when the weight of all of the trauma, the financial strain, the uncertainty, it all felt like too much to bear. But I kept moving forward one day, one step, one moment at a time, putting one foot in front of the other because I knew deep down I was meant for something more. And then something incredible happened. Soon after we moved to San Diego, I came across a post on social media looking for single moms who had a story to share. Now, I had never written publicly before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was my sign, my moment. So I signed up as a contributing author to Shattering the Stigma of Single Motherhood. And that was the first time that I shared my story, really shared my story publicly. And telling the truth about your life, about your pain, it takes courage. It requires you to be vulnerable in a way that's terrifying. And to know that not everyone is going to like what you have to say it anyway. I did, and that experience changed everything. Like I said, when I started sharing my story, I had women coming out of the woodwork and telling me their stories and sharing their stories. And I decided that I was going to make it my mission to break silence across the board. So I kept writing. My next book, Womanhood, Identity to Intimacy, and Everything in Between, was born out of this mission. I will never be okay with a woman feeling left in the dark, feeling alone, feeling like it's not okay to speak up and share their story, no matter what it is. And that is exactly what this book does. This is our way of getting out all of the conversations that have those stigmas around them, all of those taboo things that we're told not to talk about, or we're made to feel we cannot talk about, no matter what they are. When I was thinking about this book, I honestly sat and thought about the conversations I would want my children, my girls, to feel comfortable having if I wasn't here to encourage them, no matter what it is. In this book, we're talking about, like I said, super taboo things, stigma things. We're breaking all of the stigmas, and sharing the stories has become my way of helping others to heal. This isn't just about me and telling our story. It's about creating that space where we can feel seen and heard and understood. One conversation that stays with me to this day is one that I had with my daughter. She said, "I wish you would have told me sooner, Mom." She was talking about that childhood experience, that trauma that I had endured. And I realized that as much as I thought I was protecting her, I had missed the chance to teach her the power of owning her story. That conversation sparked something in me. It made me want to create a space where we can bring our stories together out of the darkness, bring our shame out of the darkness and into the light where the healing can happen. And that's what womanhood is all about, igniting those conversations, igniting that light, and showing us that all of our stories matter. We tend to think that they don't, but they do. We tend to think that our stories don't matter, but the reality is that our stories can change lives. So let me ask you, what will you do with your story? Are you going to let it hold you down? Or are you going to use it to rise? Your story has power. It's not just about what you've survived. It's about how you choose to rise again and again and again, even when life doesn't go as planned. So I want to invite you to share your story with me. Listen to the stories of other women who are rising, healing, and reclaiming their voices on my podcast, Taboo Talks with Crystal. You can connect with me, find the podcast, and grab a free copy of the book Womanhood at crystalcasey.com/review. You're going to use the code RISE. And you can either scan this QR code or you can go to the link itself, use the code RISE, and let me know your story. Share with me your thoughts and your feelings and what you think and where you are. I just want to connect with you and hear your story. As the founder of Aligned Healthy Wealth and the Flight of the Phoenix Collective, I'm continuing to share my story in hopes that it encourages other mothers to step into their power, to use their voices, and to talk about the hard things. We can't protect our kids from everything, but we can show them what it means to break the cycles and what it looks like to rise again and again, no matter how many times life knocks us down. Because our kids are depending on us to show them the way. And the way forward is through truth, through courage, and the power of our stories, especially when happily ever after ends. Thank you.
Crystal, thank you so much for sharing your story. I sat here like this the whole time. I'm so proud of you for standing up and sharing your story with us and doing the work that you do in helping women all alone or all around the world who, like SheisMe, don't want anyone to feel alone, don't want anyone to feel like they're experiencing something no one else has. So I appreciate your work and being so brave to come and tell your story. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with Patience Murray, and so stay tuned. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
I'm really excited.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. We are back, and I am so pleased to welcome Patience Murray to the stage. And Patience is going to be delivering The Magnetic Woman.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I want to start with a little poem, and it's actually called A Magnetic Woman. A magnetic woman, beautiful and free, gorgeous and glamorous, she sparkles, she gleams. A vision of love, elegance unseen, she is her, the woman of your dreams. My story has had a lot of twists and turns. I've been through challenge after challenge, but every single one shaped me into the woman who I am today. One of the first really big challenges in my life came when my mother disappeared when I was just 2 years old. And to this day, I actually don't know where she is or what really happened to her. And growing up with that kind of absence, that shaped me. It taught me early on about resilience, about learning to stand strong even when something so important is missing.
And later in life, I did find myself pulled into situations that I never imagined. A man, when I was 17 years old, told me I was pretty. And before I knew it, I was caught up in a world I didn't think I'd ever climb out of. That experience shaped me too, by teaching me the value of reclaiming my power, even when I felt at my lowest. And for those of you who don't know my story and my survival story, um, I actually survived the Pulse nightclub shooting. Being shot twice and held hostage for 3 hours was life-changing. That night left scars, yes, but it also gave me some perspective. And still, the real turning point wasn't just surviving. It was everything that came after. It was going back to school at NYU, on crutches, alone, back in the hustle and bustle of New York City, while being angry at the world. I was deeply sad for myself, victimizing myself, but I showed up anyway. I hopped to my classes every day. I pushed through, answered those awkward questions like, "Did you get hurt playing sports?" And I found a way to respond. I found a way to be normal enough again. In that season, I proved to myself that with God, all things truly are possible. Being alone in Manhattan, with the loud noises all hours of the night, with the shadows that seemed to jump at me, with the nightmares that seemed never ending. That's when I learned just how strong I really was, how strong I really am, especially on those days when I feel like crumbling into a ball and throwing in the towel. I remember my strength from before. I remember I didn't break during the moments I had every opportunity and good reason to. I remember when God was with me then, and he's still with me now. But the truth, and here's the truth, the healing, the blessings, the good things, the transformation didn't start flowing until I actually did the work on myself, the work of waking up early to spend quiet time with God, journaling at least 3 pages every day, reading my devotional like a prescription, and speaking affirmations and absorbing them through my headphones day in and day out until my mind actually believed what my eyes couldn't see. The work of giving myself a hug when nobody else was there, the work of looking in the mirror and saying, "I love you, Patience," simply because someone else said it worked for them, and being willing to borrow the faith of others until I found some for myself. The work of paying attention to the little signs and synchronicities that reminded me, that deeply confirmed for me at a soul level, that God never left. The sacrifice of choosing personal development over distractions, the practice of visualizing the life I wanted, making vision board after vision board, physical ones and digital ones, until I saw in my mind something that felt real. Even if it was separate from my reality, the commitment to moving my body while the world was still sleeping. And little by little, things got better. It was community, prayer warriors, people speaking life into me, interceding on my behalf that helped, that healed. Now, whenever I get the chance to speak or write a book or share a song, I remind myself, don't just share the motivation, share the work. Be real about how messy it gets so others don't walk away thinking they're broken, that it's something wrong with them because it didn't work the first time or the second time or the third time. Because you're not broken. You're just human like me. And that's why I create songs to minister to hearts and remind people that they're not alone. That's why I built platforms to give people a space to share their truth too. And that's why I share vulnerably on social media. And I don't just give the highlight reel. I share when things aren't going well, because someone out there needs to know that they can and will keep going, because that's where healing really begins. And through all of that, I realized something really powerful and really important. I wasn't just surviving, I was becoming magnetic. See, a magnetic woman doesn't just chase blessings, she attracts them. Her healing magnetizes them towards her. She doesn't just beg for opportunities, she aligns with them. She doesn't just survive, she heals, she grows, she shines. And that light attracts everything that she needs. And my story started with loss, it started with pain. It started with abandonment, with moments that should have definitely broken me, but instead of breaking, I became stronger. I became wiser. I became that magnetic woman I've always wanted to be. And that's what I want for you, because a magnetic woman, she doesn't force. She believes and she receives. She trusts, and then it comes. So if you take nothing else from me today, remember that your challenges don't disqualify you, they prepare you. Your scars don't deface you, they make you unforgettable. And I want to apply this to some actionable and some stories from women in the world. So not just from my story, but talking about some other magnetic women. And as you know, and you probably feel this in your heart of hearts, but every chapter of your life, every moment that you've gone through, every experience of pain, it's all shaped you to be this woman that you are today. And the death of those wounds, it adds to the power of your magnetism in the world. And I want you to believe that. So no matter how much you've been through, no matter how broken, no matter what you look like, no matter where you've come from, what status you think you are, you have the power, truly, to become the most magnetic woman in any room. Now, I want to share some actual tools and rules for becoming a magnetic woman. And these are some principles, both spiritual and mixed with some psychology and practical tips that you can take away. But rule number one, so if you guys are taking notes, if anybody out there is taking notes, and I'll slow down at this point just so you can get the rule down. But rule number one, and this is more so an affirmation for yourself. You don't chase, you attract. Rule number one, you don't chase, you attract. Years ago, there was a young woman who dreamed of being on television. She was told she didn't look right, too heavy, not the typical standard of beauty. Instead of shrinking, she studied, she prepared, and mastered her craft. She became so good, they had to come to her. Today, she's one of the most influential women in media history. She once said, "You become what you believe, not what you wish for." And that woman is Oprah Winfrey. And the lesson from that is magnetic women don't chase opportunities. They become the opportunity. And to give you some science behind that, according to a 2011 study from the University of Wisconsin, people who demonstrate self-efficacy, a deep belief in their ability to create outcomes, naturally attract more opportunities because others subconsciously trust their leadership and confidence. And this isn't just science. You have like actual scriptures and biblical, supporting evidence for this too. And if you guys are familiar with Proverbs 23:7, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And so is she. But the key takeaway from this point is train your belief before you chase your goals. Train your belief before you chase your goals. Your mindset creates the field that your blessings move in. And blessings are always moving, right? So, and brings me to rule number 2. So if we've already gotten rule number 1 down, which was you don't chase, you attract, for those of you who are taking notes. Next is rule number 2, focus on your alignment, not association. And a lot of times we're so focused on the external validation from others and we need some sort of approval. But I want you to take a lesson from this woman. She was once a little girl who stopped speaking after being sexually abused at the age of 7. And for nearly 5 years, she went silent, not because she didn't have something to say, but because she believed her voice had caused harm. And during that silence, she discovered something extremely powerful: the ability to listen, to observe, to feel deeply. And as a child, she faced cruelty, teased for her appearance, for being poor, for being Black in a time when the world tried to make her feel small. But she didn't let her scars make her bitter. She didn't let anything, not racism, not rejection, harden her heart. Instead, she alchemized her pain into poetry, her silence into song, her scars into scripture for the soul. years later, those same words, the ones born from trauma, would touch the world. And she once said, I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And that woman was Dr. Maya Angelou. Now, the lesson to take away from this is magnetic women don't let their scars silence them. They use them as sound. They understand that healing doesn't make you who you were before. It makes you someone stronger, wiser, deeply more compassionate. And the science. Psychologists calls this post-traumatic growth, the process where individuals not only recover from adversity, but actually grow stronger because of it. So if you feel like anything that you've gone through has broken you, that's just a reframing opportunity waiting to happen. It's actually giving you deeper empathy, increased gratitude. And these traits, they make others naturally feel safe and drawn to you. And this is the science. So the key takeaway that I want you to pull from this, and here's a scripture as well, because I do want to give you some faith things as well, because my faith is really important to me. If you can't tell, it's infused in everything that I do. But Isaiah 61:3, he gives beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and praise for heaviness. So don't hide your scars, honor them. They're not proof of what broke you. They're evidence of what built you. And when you stay aligned with who God says you are, no cruelty, no rejection or label can block your calling. So this brings me to rule number 3. You build a brand, not just a moment. You build a brand, not just a moment. There was a young girl in a singing group who rarely got the lead parts. And instead of complaining, she studied, she trained, and she prepared her skills until she became so undeniable that nobody could not listen to her. And when the spotlight finally came, she didn't just perform, she dominated. And that woman was Beyonce. The lesson from this is preparation builds magnetism. And when you're ready, the opportunities chase you down. And this is something that I really just want to just rest here a little bit, because a lot of times when we are feeling like we're not operating in our power, or we feel like we're in need of, and we want so badly, or some of us, we may be triggered by people who are doing well. Some of us may be triggered by the people who seemingly get the opportunities that we feel like should have came our way. But let me tell you, in those moments when you feel like that, just prepare more. You're signaling to God, you're signaling to the universe that you believe that it's already yours by the work that you put in. So when you aren't around anybody and you're writing your daily journal, or if you're an artist, you're painting, and even though no one may be seeing what you're doing, it's building that momentum within yourself. So when you do get your opportunity, you are 100% ready for it. And research from Stanford University actually shows that preparation reduces performance anxiety. It increases flow state, the zone where confidence and creativity meet. So by you staying in preparation, when you do get your opportunity, you're not going to be afraid. And you're going to be able to be 100% present in that moment. And you know what's going to happen when you're 100% present in that moment? You become magnetic. All eyes on you. And there's nothing that can absolutely stop you or break your confidence, because you are in the zone, that flow state. And this is actually backed by scripture as well. Proverbs 13:4, it says, the diligent shall prosper. And that's very straightforward and very clear. So if you remain diligent, you keep a good attitude, you keep doing the work, build systems, not spurts. And I had to learn this myself, of even on my journey of finding my consistency within myself. And consistency looks different for everybody. But there's one thing that's true is no matter what you do on the outside, whether you're actually expressing the things that you're doing, nothing replaces the work in private. So build systems, not spurts. Practice behind the scenes until your excellence speaks for you. And that actually brings me to rule number 4. Lead with service and vision. Lead with service and vision. When you look at your dream, your vision, what you were placed here to do, that calling that you know deep into your heart is the thing that you were actually sent to earth to do. Because every time you do that thing, it brings you joy. Not only brings you joy, but you love the way that it impacts other people when you're doing the thing that you know you're supposed to be doing. And you all know that thing, whatever that thing is for you, because it's the way it impacts other people that gives you the signal that you're operating in your purpose. So when you look at that thing that you do, look at it from a perspective of service and have some intentionality with the vision that you apply to it. So, and here's another story for you. So there was actually a woman who started her business in a male-dominated industry with no connections, and she only had $5,000 in savings. And she didn't climb the ladder by stepping on others, Instead, she lifted others as she rose. And her generosity became her strategy. And that woman was Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. What's the lesson from this? Service multiplies success. And this is actually science to back this up. So Harvard Business Review research actually found that leaders who serve others, known as servant leaders, and I'm sure you guys are all familiar with this terminology, but it actually increases employee loyalty. And it creates this exponential business growth because generosity builds trust. And that's the foundation of influence. And it seems so, standard, right? You think that would be the baseline, but actually a lot of people struggle with this. But for you, this is a simple reframe, a simple shift that could make the entire difference for you. And just to back this up with some scripture as well, whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant. And that's coming from Matthew 20:26. So be a giver. In a world of takers and everybody that's often looking out for what they can take and do for themselves, when you lead with service, when you lead with your heart and compassion, and when you lead with that generosity, you become magnetic, and that oozes off of you. And that brings me to rule number 5. Move with patient productivity. Rule number 5, move with patient productivity. There is a woman who spent 6 years working on her first album, 6 years of silence, study, refinement. And when it finally dropped, it won 5 Grammys. And she was the same woman who said, "Don't be a hard rock when you are really a gem." That woman, Lauryn Hill. And I love this not just because it references my name, Patience, and of course, that really makes me feel special. But patience is magnetic because it builds power. Who are you when nobody is watching? Who are you when nothing is seeming to work or nothing is seeming to get you the results that you want? That patience is building character, but it's also building a reserve of power that you can pull on, that pulls on the things in the world that are going to draw to you. And studies from the University of Chicago actually show that delayed gratification leads to greater long-term success because it strengthens the brain's prefrontal cortex, the center of decision-making and discipline. So back this up with some scripture. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete. And that's James 1:4. So don't rush your process. Your process is yours. And true magnetism is born in preparation, not performance. Because when you are prepared, when you are truly prepared, when you've done the work, when you've been patient, when you've kept that great attitude, when you've led with your heart, when you've led with service, how you show up in the world is going to be a reflection of that. So you don't have to perform. Just be you. And this brings me to rule number 6. And if you haven't felt how important being prepared is and actually doing the work in silent and how that connects to being a magnetic woman out in the world, rule number 6 is you stay prepared. So it's one thing to get prepared, but you have to stay prepared. And I'm not sure if you ladies ever heard of that saying, like, you stay ready so you don't have to get ready, that kind of thing, right? Being prepared doesn't just position you, it magnetizes you. And when you're ready, you vibrate at the frequency of what you desire. And just to give it some science, quantum physics and neuroscience both point to a principle called reticular activation, the brain's natural filter that notices and attracts what aligns with your current focus. And when you prepare and plan, your brain actually starts noticing opportunities that match your energy and attention. And just to give some scripture with this, be dressed ready for service and keep your lamps burning. Luke 12:35. Now, the key takeaway from this is preparedness isn't about perfection. It's about readiness, being ready for the things that you are putting on your vision board, ready for the things that you are journaling about. And if you really truly believed in your heart of hearts that what you want is already yours, how would you show up in the world? How would you wake up and start each day? How would you greet your kids in the morning? How would you talk to your husband? How would you hug your dog? Any type of way that you show up in the world, if you truly believe that everything that you want is yours, that way that you show up in the world magnetizes you to the thing, and what you actually want starts running towards you. So, in closing, and this is more scripture, y'all, but it's not just scripture, it's law. Ask and you will receive. But I do believe that in the ask, you're already in that level of belief through your actions of what you do each day, especially when nobody's watching, especially in those moments when it's difficult and it's hard, especially when you may be dealing with some post-traumatic issues, especially when it feels so difficult and you feel broken. But if Oprah could do it, if Maya could do it, if Beyonce could do it, if Sarah could do it, if Lauren could do it, so can we. So can you. And your magnetism is already on the inside of you. All you have to do is decide to activate it through your faith, through your focus, through your discipline, through preparation, right? Prepare. Stay ready. Staying ready magnetizes you. And before you know it, that thing that you're praying about, that thing that you're wishing for, dreaming for, and maybe it's been a decade, or maybe it's been the first week since you decided to believe in this way. Once you align your actions with your intention, with your vision, you become absolutely unforgettable and magnetic. So I hope that you ladies have received this in some way, and I hope that it was beneficial for you. And remember, you are magnetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. Thank you. Thank you for coming and telling your story and motivating us and sharing your light with us. I really appreciate it.
Oh, I'm so grateful. It felt good. It felt good being here. So thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. So I just want to tell people our little secret that we found out. When I first started SheisMe, I did a call for speakers. I reached out to a bunch of my girlfriends, and I did a quick call for speakers. And this woman named Ty Scott King responded, and she said, I'd like to write a poem for She Is Me, not be a speaker or anything. I just would like to, contribute by writing a poem. And I said, absolutely, let's chat. So we talked a couple times on the phone, and she called me and she said, I'm done. I want you to see this video. And so she made me a video.
Oh my gosh.
Of her reading the poem, of her speaking the words.
Mm-hmm.
And it's called She Is Me. It's actually on the SheisMe Conference website down at the bottom. It's on the YouTube channel, it's everywhere. But when I saw it, I called her right back, and I was in tears because everything that we talked about, everything that I had envisioned for She Is Me, she captured in this poem that she wrote, and in how she expressed it. And when you see her face and you see how, just everything she's doing, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I owe her such a debt of gratitude. She is such a special person. And I've been just sort of on top of her career, watching every moment and voting for her every time she gets nominated for something. Excuse me. She's been nominated for Grammys. She's for spoken word. She's such a beautiful, amazing person. I love her with my whole heart. And Patience had applied this year for the conference, and I thought it was important that we hear her story about Pulse and what she went through. And just the other day, Patience sent me an email saying, "Oh, I have some press coming out. I have some things that I'm doing that is amazing, and I'm partnering with Ty Scott King." And I said, "Is that the same Ty Scott? Like, who else is named Ty Scott King?" Anyway, Patience and I are friends. Ty and I are friends. I had no idea Patience had this connection with Ty, but now we are connected, and
yes.
It's amazing.
It's actually
amazing, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited, and we just talked about this prior to you coming on live. Is now that you and Ty are in the same place, and we are doing a lot of live in-person events next year, that we should do something in Florida. You're in North Florida, yeah.
Yes.
So we'll do something in North Florida in person with Patience, with Ty. We'll have some performances. We'll have some speakers. We'll have some workshops. Yeah, I'm very, very excited about the whole thing. So I can't wait.
Me too. I'm excited.
Thank you.
Oh God. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to tell Ty all about this experience today.
Oh, tell her I send her my love and give her a big hug for me. And that I'll see her soon, because I will be there, and we are going to do something this year coming up. So
absolutely,
yes, I know.
Yes,
I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so brave and coming here to tell your story. I know it can be easy, but you're such an inspiration, and I just want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I receive that in my heart of hearts, and you are phenomenal. Thank you for creating this space for all of us to be here and share our stories. So you are an inspiration.
Mwah. Okay, we'll see you soon.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
We'll be right back with Megan Cothran. Thank you. Hey everyone, we are back. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Saturday, day 4 of the SheisMe Conference, and we are joined this afternoon by Megan Cothran, and she's going to be talking about permission to reclaim your own voice.
we lost Lisa, so I'm going to pick up unless she hops back in. Welcome, everyone, and thank you to the She Is Me Global Conference for inviting me to come and share my story about how I reclaimed my voice from the throes of addiction, and wanting to share the story about how to give yourself permission to reclaim your voice. When we first enter into the world, we don't come with the language to ask questions. We simply come in and just exist and trust the environment and those that brought us into this world, and that they will shape us to become who we are destined to become. And then as we grow, curiosity begins to take hold, and we begin to become explorers of the environment around us and asking questions, which is why toddlers are most famous for the question, why? Why is this? Why is that? And as annoying as that why can be during that stage of 3 and 4, we have to have the patience to guide them with the answers that we can provide to them, because they are in that constant state of wonder, trying to make sense of everything new. And then as we get older, our questions begin to change. People start to ask us questions. What's your favorite color? What foods do you like? What foods do you dislike? And all these questions are there to help us form our own self-identity. And we start to define who we are through our answers to these questions. And then somewhere along the way, we begin to lose that connection with ourselves, and the question shifts from what about me to what about them? And we start to ask the questions, what do they think of me? Do they like me? Why don't they like me? And we become so focused on belonging that we forgot to simply just be who we were always meant to be. And the journey back to ourselves began when we start asking new questions, or asking questions that we used to ask ourselves. What do I like? What do I want? How do I want to show up in this world? And that's what About You is all about. Returning to that childlike curiosity, that raw authenticity, and remembering that you are still worth asking questions that relate to what about you. Hi, I'm Megan Cawthorn, and I'm the author of What About You, co-founder of Recover Out Loud, a recovery community organization in Columbus, Indiana. And I'm an advocate and recovery leader. I'm a person of long-term recovery. 7 years. I'll be celebrating next week on the 26th. Just a little bit of my background and who I am. I'm a wife, a mom, writer, recovery advocate. I worked in the field of recovery and anti-trafficking for over a decade. Co-founder Recover Out Loud is the first certified recovery community organization in my county that I reside in. And along the way, I used all my personal and professional experience and wrote a book, What About You, which is a memoir about healing, breaking cycles, and learning how to love myself. I always say I'm a person in long-term recovery from relational and familial trauma that was rooted and grounded from addiction and abuse. But the moment that I stopped asking, what about my dad? What about my mom? Why did my family, fall apart? Why did this happen? Why did they do this to me? Why did nothing work out? Why don't they love me? Why are they choosing other things above me? Why am I not important to them? But when I stopped focusing on them and I started asking the question, what about me, is when everything began to change. So how did that question, what about you, become such a pivotal moment in my life? My what about me journey. It starts from growing up in survival, just learning how to cope through the life's adversity and the stressors, until I got to a moment where I could start to acknowledge those problems and start to seek those permanent solutions in my life, to where I can then start to implement these strategies that allowed me to sustain a thriving life. So let's go through my journey. I was raised by addiction and chaos. growing up in a home. My parents were young when they first met and had me. My parents were 16 and 18. So I was raised into just young teenage parents who were still trying to figure out the world. And this, growing up in the 80s and 90s culture where alcoholism, marijuana use, the party rocker lifestyle was just a part of our upbringing. And what I once used to consider the norm that I never even questioned of whether it was wrong or not. Followed by that addiction and chaos. You can only function in chaos for so long. And that is same is true with my family. My parents were married for 10 years. But the beginning of my life should have foreshadowed what the outcome of my family was going to be. The day of my birth, my father showed up after partying and celebrating the birth of his first child by going out and getting drunk with his friends and showing up plastered at the day of my birth. That should have been a huge red flag to my mother of what was going to happen within their marriage. Within 10 years, the addictions took over. Alcoholism set fire to abuse in our home. I remember many times being as the eldest. I have 3 younger brothers, but as the eldest child, many times that I had to intervene between my parents to protect my mother from my father when he was in his alcoholic rage. My mother tried her best to be to not go down that road in addiction. And by the time I was 8 years old, my mother tried crack cocaine for the first time. And within 2 years, she was no longer a functioning parent. Through that, my parents ended up getting a divorce and separated. And as much as my father was to blame for allowing that into our household, not protecting my mother from the throes of addiction, I was still a daddy's girl and I wanted to be with my father. And I chose him over my mother and didn't realize the pain that she was carrying from just trying to love my father and trying to keep our family together. I couldn't see it then as a 10-year-old girl. And as you can see in this picture, there was still so much innocence in life and happiness that was in me, even though all this chaos was surrounding me. I had so much hope that my family would be okay and that we would be together again. My mother ended up moving away. She lost herself completely in addiction. And for the next 20 years of my life, my mother would be in and out of prison, in and out of institutions, and in and out of my life. We were constantly moving. My father, even though he was more of a functioning, what they would call a functioning addict, he was constantly losing jobs to drinking while, drinking and working under the influence, DUIs, not showing up. So my whole life was just unstable. And I never had the opportunity to set firm roots into any environment that would allow me to blossom into the person that I was meant to become. So what do? When you are stuck in survival mode and you are a 10-year-old child, you have no choice but to just adapt to the chaos. So that's what I did. I moved on with my father. My father ended up remarrying, and we blended families with my stepmother and her 2 children, which brought in a whole nother household of dysfunction and chaos, where that abuse ended up becoming, more toxic for me and my brothers, and we all just kind of dispersed. I had one brother that decided to go live with grandparents. I had another brother who ended up getting in trouble and getting into juvenile detention in the criminal justice system from the age of 13. And so not only did I lose the stability of the relationship with my parents, now I'm losing that stability of the relationship that I was supposed to have with my brothers as well. And we had no choice. We couldn't stay together because we were just trying to survive on our own. So with that, I started to develop codependency and attachment. And of course, I didn't know that at the time that this was what I was developing. But by the time I was 14 years old, and again, moved to a whole new school for high school, which is another survival environment, boys became my next form of fulfilling those relationships that I had lost throughout my immediate family. At the age of 14, I fell in love for the first time and experienced my first unhealthy attachment. His name was Chad White. And with that came that bad boy, I can fix him, I can love him, savior mentality that I had already developed as a daughter to a father of addiction. And so all these skills that I was developing in my survival, I was now the perfect, I had the perfect skill set to now love this boy that was dabbling into the beginning stages of his addiction. And this was in the midst of, 2008, where the opioid epidemic was really starting to hit our communities through oxycodone and other forms of narcotics. So this was still even though addiction wasn't new to me, this was another form of addiction that I still was not mentally or emotionally prepared for. And so I just delved right in with him. I learned to put everyone else's needs above my own. Whether that was helping my father raise my 3 younger brothers, helping my boyfriend, try to be a functioning person. My friend, I just learned how to silence my own needs, not raise more chaos in the environment. So what I did was learn how to mask my own emotions, mask my own problems, because everyone else's problems around me was way bigger than mine. And I didn't want to rock the boat more than what it already was. So I learned to silence my own needs. And as I continued to go through this environment of just minimizing the pain that I was feeling, minimizing the problem of addiction that it had and the control that it had over my family, I learned how to ignore the severity of it all. And of course, at this time, addiction and recovery and support and family support systems were not as available as it is now. So what we did in previous generations was, what happens in this household stays in this household. We sweep our problems under the rug. We wake up and we just keep going with the daily grind, because we have to survive and we don't have time to stop and pause and deal with these issues that we are all affected by. So here I am in the midst of growing up to 18. I am now getting ready to graduate high school, and I'm starting to see that history is repeating itself. I've been in this relationship with my high school boyfriend for the last 3 years. His addiction was only getting worse. I was getting ready to graduate and had big plans to go off to college. And I knew that I couldn't carry his weight with me if I was going to be successful in my adult life. And so I ended that relationship. And within 3 months of us breaking up, he had died from an overdose. And I was in my first semester of college, 1 month in. And I felt that death it had taken all of my strength to keep fighting, and it won against me again. I dropped out of college, and for the next 1.5 to 2 years of my life, I didn't carry a job. I barely functioned in my life. I started taking pills as a way of coping. The heaviness of that loss and grief was just too much for an 18-year-old girl to bear on her own. And of course, I don't have the family support system to help me navigate through this loss and grief. So I did what everyone else in my family did. I turned to substance and alcohols, and I started becoming very sexually active and just attaching myself to other men to minimize that heartache that I was feeling. And at the midst of this time, my father is getting worse in his addiction as well, and we had falling out in our relationship. I was taking care of one of my brothers because my father had given up on him. And so I just felt really left alone and felt like there was no way to get out of this repetitive cycle that addiction just kept drawing me back into. And this time, I think it was coming for me and not just those around me. So as I'm going through this process, my only way of feeling like I could survive the chaos that addiction had in my life was I needed to create love in my own way. So I'm 20 years old. I am starting to pick myself up off the ground a bit. I moved into with my grandmother and started going back to college. And everything in me just craved a family. I just craved it so much that I was willing to risk myself in order to supplement the love that I had been neglected and abandoned from all these years, to find someone who could provide a family for me. And so I desperately wanted to become a mother because I felt like that was my only saving grace. So I had started dating a single father who had 3 other children. He was 10 years older than I was. And it felt like the perfect match. Here he was, a single father. Here I was, this desire to be a mother that was so strong. And I thought, this is it. This is how I can create this family and make it my own. And I don't have to be alone anymore. And so, sorry, getting a little choked up. So we did that. We decided to get married, and within a few years we had my first daughter, and then another few years later we had my second daughter. And I thought my life was great. I finally broke the cycle of addiction, and I now have a family, and I have all the purpose in the world, and I'm going to be the best mother that I can possibly be. And I made one vow to myself when I was 16 years old. And I made the vow that I would never become the type of mother that my mom was to me. I would become a better woman than she ever could be. And even though that vow was made out of spite and resentment as a 16-year-old girl who just missed her mother, that vow to myself also kept me from going down a deeper and darker road of addiction that I once, walked a very thin line many times. But I think that vow kept me protected. It was the one promise that I made to myself that I never broke. And so I never did walk down that road of addiction to myself, as close as I may have gotten to the line. But even though I never broke that promise to myself and getting into addiction myself, for some reason, I always accepted the behavior of those around me, that they could continue their alcoholism, they could continue their addiction, and I would still love them. And that was no different than my first husband. I ignored all the red flags of alcoholism. I ignored all the red flags of emotional and mental abuse. I ignored all the red flags that this was not the person that was going to be the supportive companion that I wanted to grow into the person I was trying to become. He was more controlling, and he was never going to allow me to do that. And after 6 years of us being together, the abuse and the alcoholism got to the point of becoming physical. And I remember sitting in my living room after another physical altercation, and I seen my 3-year-old daughter, my oldest daughter at the time, staring down below from the upstairs with fear in her eyes. And I just remember having that same fear when I used to watch my father beat my mother. And that was the second time I made a vow to myself that I would never allow a man, especially the father, put a fear in my daughter's heart that men are abusive and that women should allow that level of abuse for the sake of love. And so then I started my process of dissolving my marriage and figuring out a way to do motherhood on my own. But here we go again, another broken home. Abuse and addiction and alcoholism is now being passed on to my children. The one thing that I always try to protect them from, but because I still had unresolved trauma, I was going to pass that trauma along to my children if I didn't do something different. And I wish I could say at this moment that I completely changed and did something different, but healing doesn't happen that way. It's a little bit more messier. But I did start the process. So I ended my marriage and I decided to go back to college for the third time. And I moved from Indianapolis to Columbus, Indiana. And I left my old life behind. I left my family, my old friends behind, and I completely started a new life. Going back to college had happened a little bit before this moment. And it really took me back to finding what my meaning and my purpose and things that I was passionate about. During the time that I was leaving my husband, my father had entered into treatment for the first time at the age of 45. My mother was in recovery and was living with me. She was helping me go through my marriage and my divorce and helping me get on my feet again. So I finally had a support system on my family. I had my father in recovery. My mom was in recovery. And I had my family back. And I remember feeling so elated that here I was at the age of 25, and I've been dreaming of and praying for my family to come together since I was a 10-year-old girl, and it was finally happening. And I was walking through the recovery journey with my father. I was showing up every Sunday with him, and I was so I felt so honored to be able to be a part of that process with my dad and watching him transform and evolve, that I realized that this is it. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. I want to help watch people grow and help them heal from the past traumas and addictions. And so I decided to go back to school to study in addiction counseling. And while I'm in school, I start my career. I started working at the rehabilitation center that my dad had just graduated from. I am, learning how to be a sufficient, self-supporting mother. And I felt like I was, progressing in a way that would lead me to the person I was always meant to become. But again, addiction had to come and blindside the hope that I was starting to develop. And if anybody has ever experienced addiction, it's conniving and it's sneaky this way. Every time you get, a few steps ahead of it, you start to gain hope. Addiction will come behind you and rip that hope away from you. And I had just started my new career, and about a month into my new job as a recovery coach, my father had just celebrated 2 years of recovery. And this typical morning was February 4th. It was one of those cold, sunny winter mornings. And I had went out to Nashville, Bloomington. I was driving through Brown County, and it was my first time driving through Brown County, and I was going to recovery coach training. And I just felt like I was so aligned with my purpose this morning. And I felt so full of gratitude. And on my way home from work that day, I was taking a different route. And it was about 4:00 in the afternoon, and I'd been in training for a whole day, and I was just ready to get home. And I was coming up to a traffic stop, and I could see ambulance ahead of me at the distance at the next light. And so I started praying for the ambulance. I could see that there was some type of accident, and, I'm praying for the family, making sure everyone's safe. And I'm getting closer to the light, and I'm finally passing through the light, and I see on the left side of me, on my driver's side, I see a motorcycle laying on the ground. And that summer, my father had just purchased a Harley Davidson, a yellow Sportster, and he bought it as an 18th month celebration of his recovery. And here I see a yellow Harley Davidson on the side of the road, and the panic starts to settle in. And that whole summer, anytime I seen a motorcycle accident, I would call my father just to make sure it wasn't him, that he was safe. And so this was no different. 317-371-7653. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. No answer. Now, even though my father has struggled with addiction and instability his entire life, my entire life, one thing that is very true about my father, he always answered his phone and he always was there for me and my brothers. I could always count on my dad to be there when I needed him the most. All right, let me call him again. 317-371-7653. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, you reached John Cawthorn. Can't get to you. Leave a voicemail and I'll call you back. At this time, the panic is now consuming my entire body, and I am turning my vehicle around so I can drive back to where the accident was, to make sure that indeed wasn't my father's motorcycle, because there's no way that can be his motorcycle. I pull up next to the motorcycle. An officer comes up to my driver's side door. He said, "Ma'am, can I help you?" And I said, "Yeah, I think this might be my father's motorcycle." And he reaches back into his back pocket and he pulled my father's wallet out of his pocket. In the distance, I can see a white blanket laying on the pavement. My dad was still laying on that pavement. The accident had just happened 10 minutes prior to me driving past it. It was still very fresh. He asked me to step out of the vehicle, and I don't know if anybody has experienced these moments where time just speeds up, slows down, and pauses all at the same time. And your past, present, and future just merges into one. And time is no longer existent. This was one of those moments for me as I slowly stepped out of the vehicle, or maybe I sped out of the vehicle. I don't know what speed my body was functioning, but my mind was 10 steps ahead of my body. My mind was racing over to be next to my dad, because that was my role. I was my father's savior. I was the reason why he didn't kill himself many years ago. Me and my brothers were the reason why he kept trying and kept trying and kept trying, no matter how tired he was. He never gave up, because he always had me and my brothers to fight for. And then as I'm trying to make my way over to the white sheet that's laying on the pavement, the woman ambulance, the EMT, stopped me and said, "Honey, I can't let you see your dad like this." And so she places me in the back of the ambulance car, and I would never see my father again. 2 days prior to that moment, I called my father out for being under the influence. And this was the first time that I would learn about his relapse since he started his recovery. And I was so disappointed. I was so angry and felt like all that hope that I had for my family to ever be sober together was just knocked the wind out of me. And I realized that was never going to happen. My dad came over and he gave me a hug and a kiss, and he said that he's sorry and that he loved me, and he walked out of my door, and I never said I loved you back. I was angry. Little did I know that I would never be able to say those words to my dad again. But in that moment, something fueled so deep inside of me that there was no way that I was going to allow the fight that my dad had carried so long for our family, the fight that I carried so long for him, that I was going to let that just die there with him. And I made a third vow to myself that I was going to pick up that torch, and I was going to break these generational cycles. I was going to walk in recovery and be a better role model and show to my family that we will not allow addiction to destroy us. And so that's what I did. And for the next decade of my life, I have dedicated my career to helping others in recovery. But it didn't stop there. I ended up getting into a relationship with someone that was addicted to heroin. Again, no matter as determined as I was to break addiction from my life, I still had this attachment to these relationships that were still riddled with addiction. And for 3 years after my father's death, I tried to be, I can fix him, I can love him, until I realized that all I was doing was destroying myself. And I was never going to save them. I was never going to fix them. And the only thing I could really ever do was fix and heal myself. And so I finally broke that relationship. And that is when I found that I came to my real emotional rock bottom. And that was when my real life in recovery started to take place. So the stages of recovery has to look at healing the root and digging down into where is the pain actually coming from. And that can take a process of time, because oftentimes when we are addressing pain, we often address on the surface, on a symptom level. And I always say this 3-year relationship to someone who struggled with heroin addiction was just my Band-Aid that I used to cover up the wound that my father left me. I couldn't save my father from addiction, so now I'm going to save him. And it allowed me to repurpose that pain that I felt from the loss of my father and gear it towards someone else who had a pain similar to my father's, and see if I can restore and recycle that pain through my love for that person. But then once I ripped off that Band-Aid and I started to dig deep into the grief of my father, and I started to dig deeper into the abandonment and neglect of my mother, and I started to see how these patterns from the loss of my family from the time I was 10 years old led into the loss of my boyfriend in high school from an overdose that led to a divorce of abusive alcoholic husband that led to leaving my husband for someone with a deeper addiction to heroin. All these things were just an attempt to cover the symptoms and manage the symptoms, and not actually go into the root and repair it and restore it. And that's what I had to do. And it was not easy, and it was messy, and it came with many challenges, and it definitely wasn't this linear process. For 6 months, I went from feeling like I had just hit the rock bottom of an emotional heartbreak. This is the part where I say that I went through an open heart surgery, because my heart needed to be completely restored and renewed, and that I just needed to start afresh with my heart, because my old previous heart had been so battered and bruised and broken from every relationship from the time I was born until I was 28 years old. I just needed a new heart surgery, a replacement, and have an open heart surgery. But what happens when you have an open heart surgery? One of the things that the doctors will tell you is that you got to change your lifestyle. It doesn't do you any good to get a new heart and go right back to the same habits that's going to stress your heart out again and batter and bruise it all over, to where you are going to have to go through the same process of emotional healing. So if I was going to do this time of open heart surgery and getting a new heart, I was going to have to look at the lifestyle and the habits and the relationships and do everything I can to protect this new heart, because I didn't deserve to put my heart and the love that I had, still had hope for, and put it through that all over again. And I don't think I could survive it a second time around. So I had to be very intentional about the care of myself during the 6-month process. Went from journaling, spending time with myself in the morning, Starting to get into exercise and surrounding myself around other positive women who were fighting different battles. I remember I was in a group class that was a Pound Fitness class, and I was still going through the depths of my heartbreak, where I couldn't even get through a workout without crying. I was in tears most of the day at this point. I felt very weak, emotionally, physically, spiritually, all the things. And I remember this older woman being in that class, and she was fighting through cancer. And she just had this upbeat, positive energy. And she was just so full of gratitude for life. And she was just crushing these exercises. And she was probably about 30, 40 years older than me. And I just remember looking at her like, wow, if she can be that strong and that upbeat and that much energy and get through a work routine without falling apart, and she's fighting cancer, then surely I can get through this heartbreak and get through this 45-minute routine without falling apart. And I just remember something came over me that day, because I was starting to draw strength of the other women. And no matter what we were fighting, we all are fighting something. And when you can draw that energy and surround yourself by other women or other people who have that strength and that power that you are trying to look for, that confidence, it's contagious. And before you know it, you are starting to operate in that same strength and confidence. And the next thing you know, I am blasting through a 45-minute routine. And I remember the first time I didn't cry. And I remember, wow, this is my strength coming back. And this is when I knew that I was on my way to this long-term healing and recovery, and I was never going to go back to the things that once hurt me. But in order for me to do that, I had to continue to work down this process and continue to find people that was going to support me and hold me accountable to my long-term road of recovery. So these lifestyle changes were setting healthy boundaries with my family relationships. This was cutting my mother out and setting that boundary that if you don't get help, because my mom was back and forth in her recovery and she kept relapsing, same with my brothers. I started to cut out the relationships that were no longer healthy to me and supportive of my recovery. I became very firm in my ability to say no without shame and guilt or like I'm letting people down. I was no longer a people pleaser. I had a supportive community that I ended up coming into called Recover Out Loud, which is me and my husband's nonprofit. But at the time, it was just a group of people that came together to talk about what we wanted out of life. Journaling has always been a daily practice for me. As young as 15 years old, I started journaling, and I have 20 years of journals that I've collected and gathered. And I really do believe that journaling was the reason why I was able to get through the chaos that I grew up in around addiction and the loss of my family and the loss of my father and the loss of my high school boyfriend and all these hardships that I had went through. I was able to find my voice on those pages when I felt like no one was listening to me or even cared to hear what I had to say. I went from shifting from that survival mode to intentional living. Every decision I made from this moment had an intention to it. Was this going to be supportive of the new life that I wanted? Was this healthy for me and my daughters? Was this something that I wanted for the long term? And if it wasn't, then I would say no. I started to prioritize health and movement and self-care and really driving a full lifestyle around my recovery. And I became so protective over my newfound recovery that anything that's touched my life, every area has been recovery rooted. My family life is rooted in honesty and connection. I have two daughters now. They're now 13 and 10, and they know all about trauma and addiction, and they're still facing this same trauma with their father, who is still facing alcoholism. But they now have my husband who is just as honest with them, and we have this great connection of just trust that we are always going to be here for each other. My goal was to make sure that my kids never have to heal from childhood trauma, and that's something that I will never turn my back on. I have learned to turn my pain into purpose through advocacy and service. The last decade of my life, I have done work in the anti-trafficking movement, working with survivors of trafficking. And a lot of those survivors came from that same chaos that I grew up in. They have struggled with alcoholism and addiction and relational trauma. I have worked in the field of recovery and treatment. I am now a business development and community relations for a local treatment center here in Indiana, and I still run my nonprofit. My voice has been used on so many different platforms because I refuse to allow my pain to be worthless, because what I went through was worth it if it helps supports those who are going through something similar. And again, back to my vow that I would never allow my dad's life to be wasted, and I would use my voice to say the things that he was unable to say. I learned to create space in my life for joy, for rest, and always looking for new possibilities to experience life in its full capacity. And turning my story into purpose. In this picture, I wanted to end it here, because all about reclaiming your voice is really about giving space to that inner child, that version of you at whatever age it was that got left behind, that got silenced through the pain. If you're anything like me, I felt like their pain was always bigger than mine. Their problems was always more of a higher priority than mine. And I always said, I can handle it. I can handle it. I'm strong. And all those things is true. But at what point did I have to sacrifice myself just because I can handle it, just because I knew I would be fine? And so this journey of what about you started the moment that I first entered my first recovery meeting, the first day that I met my now husband. And I was talking to his best friend, telling my life story, and it was the same old dance. My dad did this, my mother did this, I grew up like this, it's my childhood upbringing, blah, blah, blah. And I was telling him, the same story that I always tell people, the same story I told myself for years. If my family had been better, if my dad had just stayed sober, I would be fine. And I remember his friend, who his name's Jason, he looked at me and said, but what about you? And those 3 words did something inside me, and it startled my thinking process, because I didn't have an answer. All my answers had been geared towards them. What about them? That's what my brain was wired to think about. And so in that moment of my first day of my recovery, almost 7 years ago now, on October 22nd, 2018, was the first time someone had given me permission to think about me. And how was I the problem? What was the solutions that I was, blocking myself from finding, because I wasn't giving me the space to even think about what I really wanted out of life, how I wanted to show up in life. How did I want to use my story for a purpose? And what did I want to do with the rest of my story? And so I want to leave it here is I want this moment to be the moment that I do for you that Jason did for me 7 years ago. What about you? What do you want from your life? And what do you need to do from today moving forward to show up in a way that this world may not have given you permission to show up before? Claim your space. Take your voice back and use it for the better purpose, and share it with those who may struggle in the way that you once struggled. Your story matters, and it has a purpose behind it. And this is why I learned to turn my story into my purpose of helping women and other people who, like me, felt silenced, unheard, and possibly forgotten. And that's why I'm asking you, what about you? And this is all about me. And this is how I came to heal that inner child in me and become the full woman that I am today. Thank you.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Hi, I'm back. We have a little bit of a lag, but I did want to thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story, your experience, your strength, and your hope. We appreciate you.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be back in just a few minutes. We're going to be back with Jade Lore, so stay tuned. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are live with Jade Lore. Hi, Jade. Jade's going to be talking about the truth is the medicine. Jade, you have the.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I am a licensed professional counselor in the state of Oregon, and I specifically work with trauma survivors. And really my specialty is working with incest and childhood sexual abuse survivors, because that is my story and part of why I'm here talking with you all today. So I will be running you through the story of how I figured out that I am an incest survivor, and also how it's so strangely tied to what I would call a magical awakening, which one might call a spiritual awakening, and how those two are so intertwined. So when I was 26, I started noticing I had a pattern of dating men, men, right? Who were controlling, invalidating, and oftentimes incredibly abusive. And I started noticing that this was happening with everyone that I was having a relationship with. And I was like, something's going on here. Something is going on here, and I need to investigate it further. There's got to be a reason why I keep ending up with these people who say they love me, but who ultimately want to control me. And so as I started asking these questions, I also was having this like massive change in my perspective of the world. I grew up in a Catholic home, but I never really believed. I was a hardcore atheist up until my 20s, when I started becoming more agnostic. But I was still like, I don't know what's out there. I'm not really sure. I don't know what I believe in. And I had an event happen with a roommate that completely bursted me open to the reality of magic and of energy, and of how there's so much more to this world than I ever dreamed of, than I ever could have imagined. And so I was really looking at this pattern at the same time that this was happening, that I was suddenly seeing the world as something much more mystical than I had originally been thinking, right? With this like scientific atheist like brain. And I really was trying to figure out what was happening inside of me that I could shift in order to make different relational choices. And so I was really afraid of monogamy at the time, because I had a really violent first boyfriend into college, and it was really scary, and he ended up getting kicked out of school because of it. And so I was very phobic of commitment, because I had committed so intensely to this person who was so deeply scary to me. And so I was also engaging in these relationships with these men, and I was very much like trying not to fall into this like pattern of like, oh, I found my person, we are going to be together forever, and I will overlook all of your flaws and the fact that you don't like me because I have decided on you. And so I was like, okay, I'm trying not to do that, but I'm also engaging in more emotionally unavailable relationships because I too was like, I don't want commitment. And so it was a bit of a mess. And I was trying to figure out what I could do to get myself out of this pattern. And what's really interesting is that at this time, I was exploring the chakra system, right? Like the energy centers in our body that go up. There's 7 of them. They go up from our spine to the top of our head, the crown of our head. I was reading tarot. I was lighting candles, building altars. I was really exploring my spirituality and exploring like what really is going on here in this world. And one night I was with my best friend at the time, and we were like, let's do a tarot spread about why my relationships with men are so dang awful. And so we laid out like a whole spread, so many cards. We were sitting on the bed. We were like checking it out, really investigating. And the thing that we came up with was the root of the whole problem was my father. And at this point, I didn't know my father was abusive. And I didn't know he was sexually abusive towards me at all. That was completely blocked out of my mind. I just knew him to be cruel at times, standoffish, kind of unpredictable, just kind of mean. But I was like, this is weird that this like person that is just like, you know, a bit unpleasant is the root of all of, we were like, it felt true. It felt so true, but I didn't have all the pieces yet. And I didn't have all the pieces yet because I have something that is clinically known to be as dissociative amnesia. And so dissociative amnesia is known in like the psychology world to be a dissociation disorder where you block out parts of or large parts of trauma that you have experienced. And this is so that you can continue surviving, right? It's a really impressive survival mechanism that our body and our psyches are capable of. We are capable of blocking out large portions of trauma that we've endured, large portions of our lives in order to continue on. And so I had no idea because of this layer of dissociation that there was any sort of abuse happening, especially between me and my dad. And so this was strange. We were like, And so we like flagged that. We were like, we'll flag that and we'll like return back to this and we'll like maybe spend extra money on his credit card as like a fuck you to him. But it was really interesting. This was like a foreshadowing of what was to come literally probably like 3 years later. So this was when I was 26 and I wouldn't realize the abuse from my father until about 3 years later. And I had to do a lot of work in order to prepare myself to digest that information. And so we had done this tarot reading. We were like, the root of the problem is my father. Okay, we don't know what that means. We'll just keep moving on. And so as I was sitting with this spiritual awakening, with this question of like, what is going on here with my romantic relationships, I realized as I was studying my heart chakra was closed. It was completely shut down. And I was like, oh no, like this is weird. Is this normal? Because you read about chakras and they're supposed to spin and glow. And mine was like a locked, like closed, like metal cage. And I was like, this doesn't seem like this is supposed to be happening. And so I started asking literally everyone in my life about the heart. And I did this intense data collection with all of the people that I knew, asking them, what is the heart? What do you keep in your heart? Like, how do you feel when your heart is activated? Like, what what goes on there? You know, what in relationships, platonic, romantic, like just collecting all of the data from the humans that I was around to really try and understand what the heart is so that maybe I could open it back up. I even had a friend at the time draw me a diagram of her heart, and she like had it sectioned off as like different areas, like holds different memories or different wants and desires or different things. And I was like, this I do not understand. This is like a foreign language to me. And so I was like, okay, I don't understand the heart, and I don't understand why my heart is closed. And I was sitting with one of my friends at the time, and I was like, why do you think my heart chakra is closed? I was like, why do you, like, please tell me, like, somebody give me a clue. Like, if you just had to guess, like, what is the reason this happened? And she looked at me, and it's like she didn't want to say it. And she was like, I think you closed your heart yourself. And I was like, how dare you accuse me of that? I was so perturbed, but also another moment where you know it's true and you're like, I don't want that. I don't want to be the one responsible for this problem that I have that is like wreaking havoc in my relationships, right? Like I had drawn the connection that like because my heart was closed, that I was connecting with people in this way that wouldn't be happening if I had an open heart. And so I was like, oh, it's my fault that this pattern is happening, right? And then I was like, wait a second, but like, why would I have closed my heart in the first place? Like what, like, let's think about it. Let's think about the reasons why someone would close their heart in the first place. And the conclusion I came up with was either seeing harm being done to somebody close to you, or experiencing harm being done to you. So trauma, right? I was like, oh my God, it has to be trauma. It links back to trauma. And immediately I had a memory come back about seeing my brother being abused, right? And I was like, oh my God, I saw this happened. This happened. How horrific. That's why I closed my heart, is because my brother was abused by somebody in our community. I figured it was like somebody. Ooh, oh no, that's my dog. Jeff, please stop. So I am so sorry. So I didn't know who had harmed my brother, and I suspected that it was somebody who was a babysitter, who was from church. I didn't know. I had no idea. And after I had been sitting with this reality that I had witnessed abuse happen to my brother when I was very small, had to be 2 years old. It was a very early memory that I started to piece together. So I started to accept this, and I started to piece together the fact that I had also been abused, right? And I started to piece together that my brother was the person who abused me. And so I had always had weird feelings about my brother. I like hated him when I was a kid. Loathed, like he would ask me to play with him, and I was like, no, I would never play with you. And I was like, oh, why do I hate my brother so much? Like that seems like a really intense feeling to feel towards a family member for like no reason at all, right? Because of the dissociation barrier. I had no idea that he had harmed me. And so I had these feelings. I was like, I hated him as a kid. I even like felt like he had been attracted to me. And I remember telling one of my friends, and I was like, I think this is happening and it feels gross, and I don't know who to talk to about it. And she was really validating at the time. And so these kind of little moments built on each other. And I was like, holy moly, I was molested by my brother. Holy moly. And when I realized this, I was living with my brother at the time. I was living with him in a duplex that we were renting from our parents. And so he was home the moment I realized it. The moment I connected the dots, I was with my best friend at the time, the tarot reading best friend, and I was like, holy moly, this happened. And I remember we went outside. It was like the middle of the day. We went outside and I was like freaking out. I was like, holy crap, this is bananas. This happened. And there was such certainty inside of me the moment I connected the dots, but the certainty didn't last, right? Because when it comes to sexual violence, our culture teaches us to gaslight ourselves and to doubt ourselves. And do you have any proof? And so I would continue to doubt it after this moment. But in this moment, I had such clarity. And I remember going back into the house, and I remember like looking, like connecting eyes with my brother. And I was like, he knows that I know. I don't know how it was just like, he knows that I remember. Holy crap. And so I was like, I have to move out. I have to get out of, I can't live with him while I'm like realizing this. I can't live with him while this is happening. I need to move out. And I was applying to grad school at the time. And so I was very like underfunded. Like I didn't have the ability to move out, and I didn't have the ability to pay for therapy. And this was like the one time I was like, I need a therapist. I was like, I had bad experiences with therapists before. And I was like, okay, but this is the moment I need a professional. And so someone had told me that I needed to do whatever I could to not be bursting at the seams. And I was like, that means I have to tell my mom, because I need her support. I need help like exiting the situation. I need help like getting a therapist. I can't do this on my own. And in a perfect world, I would be calling my mom for support around my emotions. My mom's not capable of that. But I did hope, I think as any child hopes, that their parents would be able to come to them with compassion and empathy and curiosity. So I remember calling my mom and telling her that I think, Joff, I'm so sorry about my dog. Stop it. I remember telling her about my brother being abused in hopes that she would connect the dots that like, right, like hurt people, right? Like that, like my brother might not be a bad person, but he was just a person who had been harmed and who then harmed me. And so I led with that. I was like, I think Ryan was abused. And then I think my brother, Ryan, abused me. And she was like, okay, I'm going to talk to your dad and I will fly out there tomorrow. And I was like, oh, she's moving quickly. I was like, tomorrow, she's going to talk to my dad. She's moving out here quickly. I was like, because they lived in a different state. And I was like, either my mom's flying out here to tell me I am crazy and to silence me, or she's coming out here to support me. I'm not sure which one. And it was the first one. She was definitely flying out there to try and to put a muzzle on me. She came out and she accused me of being the problem in every relationship that I ever had, that I was the common denominator in all of the abuse I had endured. And she said, we were fighting in the Target parking lot. And she was like, what do you want me to demonize your brother? And I was like, no, but you could support him and support me at the same time. You know, like you don't need to say he is a horrible person, but you need to realize that like I am hurting and I need support instead of just supporting him. she was incapable of doing that. So during the trip, she was trying to tell me that I was misremembering things, that I was on drugs because I did have a substance use problem, that I had ideas planted in my head by my best friend at the time. Really, she was just throwing anything at me about like why what I was saying was not true, why what I was feeling was not true. And I was like, wow, this is not it. Like, this is awful. This feels really bad. And she kept putting me in positions where I'd have to be around my brother. She like kept inviting him to dinner with us, even though I was like, I don't feel safe with him. Like, I'm like staying at my friends' houses. Like, I can't be around him. And she kept trying to put me around him. And I was like, this makes no sense to me. Makes absolutely no sense. So before she flew back to Texas, which is where my parents live, I like sat her down for breakfast and I told her that I needed help moving out, that I needed help for a deposit, and that I needed help with therapy. Basically how I framed it, and I thought it was genius. I thought it was genius. I was like, either I'm crazy and I'm making all of this up, or it's true. Either way, I need therapy and I can't afford it. And she agreed to. And I think she was hoping that I would realize that I was making it up, of course. But that was not the case. I actually landed with a really incredible therapist who was so pivotal in my healing journey. I sat down in her office and I was like, so I'm pretty sure that my brother abused me, but I have my doubts because I don't have any evidence. And like, there's not a lot of memories. There's just this knowing in my body, and my life is literally falling apart because of it. And I'm also about to go to grad school because I just got into school to be a therapist. And so I'm leaving in 5 months to move across the country to go to grad school. And I'd really like to have this whole trauma thing just like wrapped up in a nice little bow and be ready for graduate school. And she sat me down and she was like, this is going to take a lot longer than that. She was like, I don't, she was so sweet, but she was like, I don't know if you know, but like trauma healing, we go at a very slow pace. And I don't think it's all going to be sorted out by the time you move. And I was like, gosh, that also sounds true, but I don't want it to be. That also feels true inside of my body. And I really would like it to be different. And she was amazing. And my mom ended up not paying for therapy at some point because she got mad because I was trusting myself more and more because the therapy was working. And my mom was like, so she like called the therapist and was like threatening her, like telling her she's going to report her to the board and everything. It was wild. So my mom stopped paying for a period of time. And this therapist was such an angel that she was like, I will see you at like a discounted rate until you leave for school because I know you need this work. And I was like, thank goodness. So this all was happening, and I was moving across the country for graduate school to become a therapist. And I realized that I couldn't be in contact with my mother because every time we would just fight because she was just always trying to manipulate me and get me to see things differently. She was trying to make me feel bad about it, trying to change my mind. And I was like, I can't talk to you, you know? And I'll let you know when I'm ready to. And at one point I was like, maybe we can write letters back and forth. And she even sent me a letter one time and I was like, I'm not going to read it. And I had my best friend at the time read it and then we burned it. I was like, I'm not going to read it. You know, I don't need her words in my head. And so I didn't talk to my mom for about a year. And I was talking to my dad periodically we would just like talk on the phone, just kind of like never directly talk about what was going on with the abuse from my brother, or like how therapy was going for me. And at one point, they were like, we need to have a face-to-face. Like, this can't go on any longer. And I got an email from my dad, and he was like, we found a therapist in Texas where they live, where I'm from, who specializes in childhood sexual abuse. And we want to do a family therapy session, and we want you to come down and we'll do a couple family therapy sessions. And if you're not comfortable with it, we will put you in a hotel. You don't have to stay at the house. And I was like, this all like looks like you're trying to like be supportive on the surface, but like, I'm not buying it. Like, this feels like a trap. This feels like a trap with like somebody who you've like fed lies about how I am making this up. Or like, worst case scenario, like they were gonna try and like be like, this person's crazy, like institutionalize me, right? I was like, that's like absolute worst case scenario. I didn't know what was gonna happen, but no matter what, I felt like it was a trap. And I was like, that's not gonna happen, y'all. I sent them an email back, and this is another moment that I was proud. And I was like, I am willing to meet with you all at some point, but I will find the therapist, and it will be here in Portland, where I live. I'm in Portland. And it will be when I say. So I set the boundary. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I'll find the person, and I'll set the time in the day. And I don't know when that's going to be. And so a couple months passed, and I was desperately trying to find someone who would facilitate this like breakup conversation, this like divorce with my parents. I was trying to look at mediators. I was like, who is equipped to navigate a breakup? I couldn't find any mediators like in the Portland area, but I found this amazing family therapist who was willing to do 2 sessions if the first one went well. I told her, I was like, I will pay for 2, but I want you to know that there is a strong chance that I will say, I can't speak to you all ever again in the first session and leave. And like, I just need that to be known. I wanted to be transparent about my intentions and have this therapist. I didn't want her going into this situation thinking there was going to be repair work to be done. And she agreed. She agreed. And so I set the time and the day, and it was in December. And they came out here, and they were trying to like get me to come to lunch before the session. They're like, let's go to lunch. Like, we want you to show us your campus for graduate school. I was like, I don't think it's good for us to talk before therapy. This feels not good. And so I drove to the therapy session, and I was late, which I think was a good thing because they were already seated. And they spent the entire time trying to convince the therapist that I was a drug addict, that I was like a dramatic person, that I could not be trusted, that I was making this up. And it was the weirdest experience because my parents were the most aligned I had ever seen them in my entire life. They always fought and hated each other, except for this moment. They were a unified front. My dad sat there with his arms crossed, glaring at me the entire time. And my mom was just plowing into my character and trying to frame me as an untrustworthy individual. And the therapist was like, don't you see your child's in pain? Like, don't you see they need you to validate what they're going through? And at some point, the therapist looked at me with these eyes that were communicating like, this is bad. And I felt the most validated I've ever felt by that one look where she was like, holy shit, like this is bad. And I knew I had to leave, right? Like I heard from like my guy, right? Like I'm a spiritual person. I heard from my team, my spirit guides, it's time to go. And so I waited for my moment in the conversation, you know, and I said, I don't think I can have you in my life anymore. Like, I think I need to go, and I'm not going to talk to you again. And maybe one day if something changes, like that might change, but I don't really see that happening. And I got up and I started to walk out the door. And the last thing my mom said to me with a smirk on her face was, you know, if you ever needed any help financially, we would support you. And I looked at her and I was like, I know. And I left because they are wealthy. And they were trying to use their money, their financial support, as a way to keep me in their life. And so I left the building. I walked across the street to my car, and I felt this energetic cord between me and them pull, taut, and then snap. And I was like, oh my God, I'm free. And so what's really interesting is that this breakup with my parents, what happened around the same time that all of this other like wild change was happening in my life. I had decided to quit drinking literally the October before I broke up with them in December. So I broke up with them in 2018, December 2018. And I stopped drinking that October, and I stopped using other substances that October as well. And I had been getting these messages from the universe, like it's time to like really focus on the inner work, and it's time to really focus on grad school. It's time to really, really not be indulging in these things any longer. And I have some like health concerns regarding like my pancreas, and I have tried to keep alcohol in my life in like very like sporadic ways because of it. And so I would like drink like every couple of months or like only on holidays, and in hopes that I wouldn't have to quit drinking entirely. But when I started doing this trauma work, my relationship to alcohol totally changed. And it was like when I would start drinking, I wouldn't be able to stop. So even though I wasn't drinking often, when I would drink, I would just get obliterated. And I was like, this isn't a great thing. And so quitting drinking really just was this huge push towards healing and also connecting to my spiritual gifts. So I had a friend at the time who was like, I know I need to quit drinking one day because I think my spiritual gifts will be like that much stronger. And I was like, oh, that's so true. And so I had been like wanting to quit for a minute, and I finally was able to. And so my whole life was changed, right? Like I had all of these toxins, including my parents, out of my life. And I was really able to focus on healing. And so I dove into like all of the healing modalities, right? So like Reiki, group therapy, cranial sacral, acupuncture. I was meditating like 2 hours a day. I was sleeping a lot. I also watched a lot of, what are they called? Some of the superhero like TV shows on Netflix, right? Like I was totally watching a lot of those, the Marvel ones, but I like Jessica Jones and all of those things. But I was doing all of this healing work. I was doing intense therapy with my amazing therapist I worked with for 3 years. We did some EMDR. My whole life changed. It entirely shifted, and my magical practices became the bedrock of my safety, my security, my ability to keep myself safe, to feel okay in my body while I was working through this incest trauma that was like so at the surface of me. And as I continued on this path of healing, of trying all of these different modalities, of doing an insane amount of art to like get it out of me, I started to realize that my brother's abuse towards me was a symptom of like a much larger issue, which is a sick family system. So I grew up in an incestuous family. My brother being abusive towards me was just a piece of it. There was abuse that went back generations, that goes back generations, from parent to child, from parent to child. And it went undiscussed in my family, right? And so like that's the way that it kept itself alive, and that's the way that it perpetuated itself, is the fact that this abuse had been happening both on my mom's dad's side and my mom's side, right? And nobody ever talked about it. And not talking about it allows it to continue. And what happened is that this becomes a secret, right? This is a secret that this is happening in the home. And then the family will do whatever they can do to protect the secret. And that's what my parents were doing in that family therapy session by not validating me, right? Like they had a lot to lose, because if they validated me about my brother's abuse towards me, then it would be opening this whole can of worms about the abuse I suffered at the hands of both of them, or at the hands of my grandfather, right? Or the abuse that if my mom admitted that I had been abused, then she might have to admit to herself that she had been abused, right? And that's just messy and that's scary. And so they were doing everything they could in their power to silence me so that this wouldn't come out, so that they wouldn't have to face it, so that they wouldn't be held accountable. And I think this happens so often that there's this fear of talking about it because it's gross, right? Because like it, and rightfully so, it is, we have a disgust response to incest because it is revolting, right? Because we're not supposed to, right? It's not healthy for us. And I think this disgust response, instead of looking at it and turning towards it and being like, oh, okay, I'm grossed out because there's harm happening here that is a problem that needs to be addressed. Instead of, oh, this is disgusting, I need to keep it a secret, or we can't talk about it because it makes me feel so uncomfortable. And so a lot of what I do to help people after like coming out of this place of not knowing, right? Like with the dissociation, like literally having no clue. I had just thought my childhood was, fairly normal, I just was like, oh yeah, I just don't have a lot of memories. To discover like, oh wait, I don't have a lot of memories because some horrific shit was happening in my home. So coming to terms with this and like realizing this has really been a huge catalyst for me as a healer, and like stepping into my role as a therapist and really using the word incest more often than most people would like, because it is uncomfortable, but also it needs to be discussed. Like it needs to be talked about. Like we aren't going to stop this from existing in family systems if we can't talk about it, if we don't build the tolerance, like the ability to tolerate the word, the discomfort around it. And the discomfort is pointing to the fact that there's something here that needs to be addressed. And so I have on my bio, like, I specialize in incest survivors because I want other incest survivors to know that I am a safe place to come to talk about this thing that so many people are uncomfortable talking about. And so I use the word when talking to the people in my life because I'm trying to destigmatize it. I'm trying to make it something that is acceptable to talk about when we talk about rape culture, when we talk about trauma, when we talk about what's happening in family homes more than we realize. And so that's part of what I do with my healing, what's happened, how I use it to help others. And the other part of it is I do spiritual healing. I am also a professional witch in tandem with being a counselor, right? And so I specialize in helping people get trauma out of their body by using energy work, by using herbs, by using meditation practices, right? By like doing ritual. And so helping people heal from trauma in these different ways is so important to me. And so often therapy is great. I'm a therapist, right? Like it's great. We need it. I have a therapist. I love her. I love her. And also there's this other part from healing when it comes to healing where we need something else, right? Like we need a little bit more. We might need some magic, right? We might need some assistance to help pull this energetic thing that's been lodged in our bodies. And so I love it when I'm able to sit with people in a magical sense and help them heal generational trauma, help them heal past life trauma, help them heal stuff that happened from childhood, but like in an energetic and magical way. And so those are the two kind of things that I do with what I've been through and how I've gotten to the point that I am at where I feel like I can talk about it and not get dysregulated, where I can sit with people and hear their stories and not get triggered. It's how I choose to serve humanity because of what I've been through. And I think that's it. I think that's all I got for y'all.
Hi.
Hi.
You froze for a second, but I also wanted to say I left the studio because we have wind gusts of up to 40 miles an hour here right now, and the power went out. But you're fine. You kept recording. You're fine. I just got kicked out, and I went on my phone and I got back on, and then the power came back on, so I got back on. So yeah, it's. You were fine though. It kept recording. It kept going.
Perfect.
It's perfect. So
perfect.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
For sharing your story. I know it's not an easy one to share, but I want you to know, even since I met you the first time, it came easier to you this time. Yeah. progress.
Yay! I love that. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes,
Lisa. Yeah.
yes, you're welcome.
Mhm.
And your message is beautiful, and I truly believe we all need a little bit of magic. Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So thank you, my dear. Thank you. And we will talk soon. I know we will.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Oh. Oh, Adrenogen will be up in about 15 minutes. We'll be right back. Hi, everyone. We are back. Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. We are back. And I am so excited to bring in our last speaker of the day. It is Jenny Milton, or Adrenogen. She's a courage coach, and she is going to share some of her amazing experiences with you. Jen, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Hi, everybody. Courage. What would our lives and businesses look like if we had more courage? How many of you know exactly what you want, but fear whispers, not you? Fear is holding us back, putting us in a state of inaction. What if we could call on courage to keep us moving forwards? Fear is something that we all face, but courage is a choice. Courage is a skill that we can actually train. The military and law enforcement train it on purpose with reps, scenarios, and reviews. And extreme athletes do the same under real pressure. They forecast the risk, execute the plan, adapt fast, and then repeat until it's muscle memory. Now, we've all heard it. Ready, set, go. It's how runners explode off the start line with instant action. What if we, as leaders and entrepreneurs, had that same power to take instant action? Ready means you're no longer sitting on the fence. You make a decision and commit. Set or mindset is where you breathe, you focus and visualize the outcome. And go, that's where we take action. The adrenaline pumps and the courage kicks in, even when fear is still in your gut. My talk today is called Ready, Mindset, Go. In this talk, you'll learn how to face fear with courage, shift your mindset under real pressure, and take bold action even when the storm feels strong. Through my journey from a fearful little girl to a world champion in extreme sports, and later through the ultimate test of 3 brain surgeries, I discovered that courage isn't something you're born with, it's something that we build. Every time we take action despite fear, our brain releases a powerful reward response, a rush of confidence and pride that trains us to be brave again. Today, you walk away with my fear formula, a simple, empowering framework to forecast challenges, educate your mindset, adapt with grace, and then repeat with resilience. So you can step into your own power, rewrite your story, and rise ready for whatever life blows your way. My name is Jenny Milton, but people call me Adrenogen, like Adrenaline Jenny. And I've spent my life chasing adrenaline as an extreme sports athlete. I was racing mountain bikes, kite surfing in the big waves, skiing big mountains, and snow kiting in big storms with high winds. What's snow kiting? Well, snow kiting is where we use a kite to tow us up mountains with our skis and snowboard on. Cool, hey? Definitely my favorite sport. But we have a tendency to see people who do extreme sports and believe that they were just born fearless, born with natural talents, and believe that could never be us. Now, I know what you might be thinking, especially if you've seen the photos on my social media. She must be fearless. But here's the truth. I wasn't born brave. I was a total scaredy cat and still am when I'm doing something new. My mum, she loves telling the embarrassing story of me learning to ride a bike. My dad was running behind me, hanging onto my seat while I yelled, "Don't let go, don't let go." I was terrified to take my feet off the ground. I was the last kid on my block to take off my training wheels. And I also remember standing on top of a big rock near the beach, and the other kids were just jumping off and then climbing back up for another turn. But I got up there and just froze, standing on the edge for over 2 hours, wanting to go, but not finding the courage to jump. I finally put my tail between my legs and climbed back down, embarrassed that I couldn't do it. Have you ever felt like that? Wanting to find courage, but just frozen in fear? But here's what I learned. You don't have to be born brave. You can build it. One step, one risk, one choice at a time. You just need to decide to be ready. Type ready in the chat if you're ready to build some courage with me today. Let me ask you, what are you afraid of? What's that thing that's holding you back? Whenever people hear my Australian accent, they usually shout out the classic spiders, snakes, or sharks. And yes, we've got plenty of all three where I come from. I'm actually in Australia right now visiting my family. And we have this spider, very common. It's about the size of your hand, hairy and fast. They call it the huntsman. I mean, like it hunts man. No wonder we're scared. You'll find it in the bathroom, in your car, but the worst is when it's on the roof right above your bed. There's no way you can go to sleep without doing something. But here's the thing. It's actually harmless. It's not the spider. It's our minds that turn it into a monster. So what do? Well, to conquer it, you're going to need courage and a plastic container. You climb on the bed like you're going into battle, and then you trap it underneath the container and slide a magazine underneath. Now, not a flimsy gossip magazine, or that spider's going to sprint up your arm faster than you can scream. A sturdy magazine works well, and then you flip it over and carefully carry it outside and set it free. And the next day, it comes back. Feels like that too. It just keeps showing up. But every time you face it, you get better at handling it. But let's be honest. The fear that holds most people back isn't sports or spiders. It's quieter, but much stronger. It sounds like, what if I fail? What if they don't like me? What if I'm not good enough? This fear stops people from starting a business, from speaking on stages, from leaving toxic relationships. Instead of moving forward, we default to our survival modes. Fear triggers our fight, our flight, or our freeze response. Now, these natural responses were built to keep us alive when faced with danger, like wild animals. But are our lives really in danger? Our brains are wired to dwell on potential downsides and to protect us from risks. But in the process, those fear-driven what ifs can keep us living in the shadow of our potential, never closing the gap between the life we have and the life we want. The what ifs will always be louder than the why not, if you let them. Those are the fears that sneak in, grab hold, and stop us from moving forward in life. So what's your shark? What's the thing that's been circling you and keeping you from jumping in? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now, take a deep breath and think of one fear that has kept you from a step you know you need to take. Name your shark. You can't manage a risk that you refuse to name. Fear isn't the end. It's actually the starting line. Let me tell you a story of when I discovered what real fear actually feels like. It gave me contrast between primal and perceived fear. I was in Kaktovik, Alaska, a remote native village known as the polar bear capital of the world. I was excited to see a polar bear, but the locals said I wouldn't see one in May. They'd be far out on the sea ice. But one evening, I was flying my small blue kite and watching the sun set at midnight, a magic moment. And suddenly my friend yelled, "Bear!" I turned and I saw a polar bear charging right towards me. Now, I'd read all the signs multiple times. Wave your arms, stand your ground, yell, "Hey, bear, hey, bear." But what did I do? I turned and I ran, and I saw the others running too. And then bam, somehow I fell flat on my face. What just happened? I realized I was still attached with a leash to my kite. So the wind was blowing one way, I was running the other, and my kite became like an anchor. Now, the bear was about 100 feet away, no exaggeration. I ripped off that safety leash with the Velcro, and then the kite blew away in the wind. And the bear turned and chased my kite, giving me time to run back to the village. That day, I experienced pure primal fear. And that kite, the blue one in the picture there, that kite saved my life. And the bear taught me a masterclass on fear. The best news was that we both survived. They shot fireworks at it to scare it out of the village, and I'm just so grateful they didn't use bullets. So ask your fear, danger or destiny. How do we train for fear and build our courage? Well, for me and many others, ski resorts become the classroom for courage. Are you a skier or a snowboarder, or ever had a desire to learn? Well, we start on the green runs. They're barely sloped, but still scary when you're learning. It doesn't take long once you learn how to do a snowplow, which slows you down, that your confidence builds. And then you graduate to the blue runs. They're much steeper, and fear comes back with a vengeance until we learn to control our speed by doing turns. And then confidence builds once again. After that, we take the chairlift all the way to the top, the black diamond runs, steep and intimidating, terrifying with moguls, that's bumps, and other people skiing past at fast speed. Run after run, eventually black runs become fun. And we end up forecasting every powder day of the season until we start dreaming bigger once again. I remember watching a ski film of people shredding massive peaks in Alaska, powder flying over their heads, leaving beautiful tracks down the mountain. And a friend said to me, "Wow, they're fearless. I could never do that." And out of nowhere, I said the words, "I'm going to do that one day." Yeah, right, Jen. Keep dreaming. But I'd made a decision. I had a vision, and that dream stuck. Courage builds like ski runs, green, blue, black, each steeper and each turn braver. Now, there was a time in my life when I had everything that looked like success. The house, the pool, the business, even the shiny sports car in the driveway. But inside, I was drowning. Diagnosed with clinical depression, I was terrified of the thoughts in my head, afraid that one day I might actually act upon them. Add to that the shame, the self-loathing, and the belief that I was unlovable. Maybe you've never been in that exact place, but I'm willing to bet that you know what it feels like, or know somebody who does. I did everything they told me, the therapy, the support groups, medication, but nothing seemed to help. It went on for years. And then something unexpected happened. Remember that dream? Well, I took a trip to Alaska for my 30th birthday to go heli skiing. A dream come true for any advanced skier, including me. The mountains were incredible and the skiing was world class. And the women I met in Alaska, man, they were totally badass. I mean, some lived without running water because the pipes would freeze in the winter. They chopped wood to stay warm. They hunted, they fished, they hauled water, living with grit and joy. I remember thinking, this is what being alive looks like. And in that moment, something inside me cracked open. I changed. I realized I was living a life designed by everyone else, the house, the car, the business. None of it was mine. It was a costume, a prison dressed as success. So I made the biggest, most courageous decision of my life. I walked away from it all. It took 2 years, but I sold nearly everything. Then in spring 2002, I flew from Australia all the way to Seattle with my snowboard, mountain bike, and kite in a box. I bought an RV and drove it north to Alaska, solo, with a bucket list of all the wild things I wanted to do. Was it scary? Yeah. Was it lonely? Sometimes. But something amazing happened while I was traveling on my own. I slowly became my own best friend. I mean, we liked the same music. Elton John, Tiny Dancer, started off every day behind the wheel. We enjoyed doing the same adventures. We skied remote mountains with no names. We parked under the northern lights and we saw polar bears in the wild for the very first time. And I found joy. Not the surface kind, the soul deep kind that you earn by rebuilding yourself from the ground up. And for the first time ever, I started to love the woman that I was becoming. Eventually, I found myself back at that heli ski operation again, parked in my RV at the base of the mountains. Now, I was living with no heat at night because it would kill the battery and I'd run out of propane. There was no running water and I had no regrets. That badass woman was now me. And that's where I met Steve, a backcountry heli ski guide who shared my love for wind and snow. Together, we started flying kites on snow and getting towed backwards and forwards with our skis and our snowboards. Remember, it's called snow kiting. And when the helicopters couldn't fly, I started teaching other people to fly kites too. And that's how my new business was born. And Steve, he's now my husband of 17 years, and we are more in love than ever. So here's the truth I came here to share. It's not always about being fearless. It's about choosing courage. It's about rewriting the script and designing a life that feels like yours. You don't have to sell everything and move to Alaska, but you do have to listen to that quiet voice that says, there's more than this. Because that voice, that's not your fear talking. That's your future calling. Because that's what ready really is. It's the moment that you decide you can't stay where you are any longer. It's the moment you choose to change. Now, are you ready to make a change? Type ready in the chat if you're ready. Now, you might be thinking, that could never be me. We have a tendency to always have all the excuses why not. And this is when we need to focus on mindset and believe that anything is possible. We are all Wonder Women, no matter what. When we talk about mindset, most people think it's one or two choices, positive or negative. But it's not that simple. Life throws us different storms, and each challenge calls for a different mindset. Sometimes you need the mountain goat mindset to keep climbing step by step. Other times, my favorite, the MacGyver mindset, ready to get creative when resources are thin. Or maybe it's the Wonder Woman mindset. As women, we all have it. That superpower is inside all of it. And the key isn't just to stay positive, it's to choose the mindset that matches your challenge. That's how we move from stuck to unstoppable. What's the key? Mindset. Type mindset in the chat if you agree. Now, let me tell you a story about SJ. SJ was a skier just like me, same age, same passion, same Aussie accent. But after a routine surgery to fix a nerve in her neck, she woke up a quadriplegic. She was grieving her body, her identity, and wondering how she could be a good mum. But someone introduced her to the sport of sit skiing. A sit ski is like a wheelchair with one ski underneath. And Paul, one of my best friends, who also happened to be a speed demon on skis and qualified to drive the sit ski, started taking her down the mountain. I met them for lunch one day at the resort, and I told her about my heli skiing in Alaska, and her eyes went from a sparkle to a tear. She said, "Oh, I used to dream of doing that, Jen." And I looked her in the eye and said, "You still can." What would it take to get her there? The MacGyver mindset kicked in. We'd need a RV with a wheelchair ramp, a care team, a way to put the sit ski in the basket of the helicopter, which had never been done before. It took 2 years, but she did it. She went heli skiing in Alaska with her 10-year-old son. Now that's a super mum, and that's a dream come true. Remember, when the going gets tough, the adaptable get going. There's no excuses. If you'd like to watch the full video of SJ in Alaska, take a screenshot, scan this QR code. Don't watch it now, watch it later, but I think make sure you bring a tissue box. Now, I remember the first time that I went heli skiing. This is a real photo. The helicopter dropped us off on a mountain ridge line and then flew away. For a few moments, I was in awe of the view and the mountains. I was on top of the world until Jerry, my guide, said, "Okay, everybody, put your gear on." And then it hit me. Fear. What if I fall? What if there's an avalanche? What if I need a rescue? And then on the radio, I hear Jerry, "Okay, Jen, your turn." I moved closer to the edge. Oh, it was so steep. I was shaking, sweating, terrified. I needed a superhero mindset to believe that it was possible. Did I have the skills? And then the radio. 3, 2, 1, go. There was no time for hesitation. My adrenaline was pumping and I dropped in. I made a few cautious turns. Powder was flying over my head. And then, bam, I went over the handlebars, started tumbling head over heels. This was my worst case scenario. But somehow, thank you, universe, I landed back on my feet. I was on a snowboard and I just kept riding. At the bottom, the crew was cheering. And when I came to a stop, I just burst into tears. The emotions were overwhelming. Not tears of fear, tears of joy. I had done it. I had found the courage and it felt so good. You find courage in the go, not before, not after, but in the moment you move. And that day, I didn't just ski a mountain. I expanded my fear tolerance by doing it multiple times. I discovered something powerful that gives us all superpowers, and me a nickname. Adrenaline. Adrenaline sharpened my focus and it boosted my strength. It didn't paralyze me, it powered me. Whether it's skiing a ridge or speaking on stage or building a business, adrenaline is our edge if we know how to use it. and that takes some practice. So when fear whispers, not you, adrenaline says, just watch me. Now, the other thing I learned was a countdown is a simple, powerful cue that flips your brain from hesitation into action. When you say 3, 2, 1, go, you create a tiny runway that interrupts the overthinking and replaces it with a clear command. Exactly how Jerry counted me in on that mountain. Our friend Mel Robbins, well, she has the 5-second rule, which works the same way. Count down from 5 and move before your mind talks you out of it. Use countdowns to beat procrastination. 5, 4, 3, open that laptop and type one sentence. To start a workout, 3, 2, 1, lace up and step outside. To send that email that you've been dreading, 5, 4, 3, click send. A countdown takes you from hesitation into action. It gives us our go. Type go in the chat if you're ready to take some action. Now, for me, life was going pretty well. I was living in Alaska, happily married and in love. I was skiing big mountains with courage and confidence, and it was overflowing into other areas of my life. I didn't realize that all of this was just training for what would happen next in my life. A few fears and years later, I started getting headaches, bad ones. After multiple scans, I got the news. Not 1, not 2, but 3 brain aneurysms, and 1 was so close to rupture. Did you know that 1 in 50 people have a brain aneurysm, and every 18 minutes one ruptures? That's over 30,000 ruptures per year, and many people do not survive. I searched the internet for a story of an athlete coming back to sport after brain surgery, and I couldn't find one. I was grieving my dreams, my goals. I was grieving my identity. I mean, how could I be adrenaline if I couldn't do my sports? I was devastated. The night before my surgery, fear just totally overwhelmed me. I was in fight. I was angry with the situation. I was in flight. I wanted to run away so bad. And I was in freeze, frozen on the bathroom floor, lying in a puddle of my own tears. And then back came the what ifs. What if I have a stroke? What if I need full-time care? What if I die? But I remembered what I teach my clients. Rather than focus on the what ifs, focus on the facts. And the facts are, I be brave, and I be strong, and I be lucky, and I be loved, and I be grateful. I am the storm. And I said it over and over and over again, hundreds of times, until that anesthesia put me to sleep. After the surgery, grateful to be alive, my husband came over and gave me a kiss on the cheek and handed me something special. It was a tiny kite made from tissue paper and toothpicks. There were still tubes in my arms and tears on my face, but I flew that kite over the bed. It made me smile. And that little spark of joy reminded me, I'm still here. I still have purpose. I can still fly kites, but they might be a bit smaller. And I remembered what Tony Robbins had once asked in some training. Is there more wisdom in the library or the graveyard? I didn't want to take my knowledge to the graveyard. I finally found a story, a guy who'd had his aneurysm fixed and gone on to ski his favorite mountain. That was the story that gave me hope. So I decided on that hospital bed right then and there, I'd share my story to give others hopes. I'd write a book. I'd speak on stages. I'd be a coach, not just of kites and skis, but of courage. Fast forward to today, I've written 2 children's books on courage, and I've co-authored 3 other bestsellers. I've also spoken at Columbia University on the stage and been interviewed on over 50 podcasts. And you know what? Speaking, especially on the stage, gives me that same adrenaline rush as a stormy snow kite session. I'm still adrenogen. I believe that we can train ourselves to find courage and overcome fear with the right strategy. Let's look at the word fear. Some say it stands for face everything and rise, or false evidence appearing real. Clever, okay, but does that really help us deal with our fears? Not for me. I needed a process, a plan, a way to forecast fear before it hit. Let's spell out the word fear, and I'll share the fear formula with you. F stands for forecast. When we're in the mountains, the weather is everything. We don't just wake up and hope it's safe. We check the forecast. We look at the wind, the temperature, the snowpack, the avalanche risk. Fear is the same. We need to forecast it. Spot it coming. Name it. What's your shark? Write it down. If you know a storm's coming, you can prepare your gear, plan the route, or even choose to stay home if it's not the right day. If you know what fear is coming, maybe it's a hard conversation, a business decision, or a big presentation, you can plan for that too. You take fear from being an unknown storm into a predictable forecast. That's when fear becomes information, not intimidation. E stands for educate. In heli skiing, things can change fast. A sudden whiteout, shift in snow stability, or a crevasse where there wasn't one yesterday. Yet the heli ski guides I've worked with are calm. Even when things get sketchy, they're steady, methodical, and composed. Why? Because they're trained. They've practiced avalanche rescues, crevasse extractions, and first aid 100 times. Education gives them confidence, and preparation gives them peace. It's the same in life or business. When you educate yourself, fear loses its power. You don't feel helpless, you feel equipped. You move from, I hope I can handle this, to, I've trained for this. Knowledge is confidence, and preparation is power. Now, the A in fear stands for adapt. This is one of my favorites because it's all about mindset. Adapt means adjusting how we see fear. If we see it as a threat, our body goes into panic mode, heart racing, tunnel vision, sweaty palms. But if we see it as a challenge, something shifts. When I was learning to snow kite, I remember standing on a frozen lake with my kite whipping around in the wind and my heart was pounding. At first, that wind felt threatening. It was powerful, unpredictable, scary. But once I learned to use it to tilt the bar, shift my weight, and let the kite pull me instead of fight me, the same wind became thrilling. That was the moment fear turned into fun and the wind became my best friend. The threat became a challenge, and that's what adapting means, reframing fear as fuel. And then the R stands for repeat, because repetition builds stamina. Athletes don't train once and call it done. They repeat the run, the move, the mindset until it becomes familiar. I remember my first avalanche rescue drill. Terrifying. The second time, still scary. But the third time, I knew exactly what to do. And that calm replaced the panic. That's what repetition does. Every rep is a deposit into your confidence bank. The more you practice, the smaller the fear feels. Repetition turns fear into familiar. Through repetition, stamina turns fear into just another step up the mountain. Now, if we see fear as a threat, we panic and we go into survival mode. But if we see it as a challenge, we lean in, because a challenge comes with the potential and possibility and reward. Fear might be the problem that holds us back, but courage is the solution that moves us forwards. And confidence, well, that's the reward. So this week, I invite you to forecast one fear that's holding you back. Educate yourself to build some confidence. Adapt your mindset and go. Now what? Go. Type go in the chat if you are ready to take some action. Now, a few weeks ago, I asked a lady that same question I'm asking you today. What are you afraid of? And her answer actually surprised me. She said, the ocean. I presume sharks or drowning, but no, it was jellyfish. She'd seen them washed up on the beach, translucent and eerie, and once even saw somebody get stung and screaming. This had haunted her for decades. But she now had a young daughter and she didn't want to pass that fear on to her. So I took her through the fear formula. First, we forecasted it. When exactly did she want to take her daughter to the beach? We opened the calendar and picked a date, the coming weekend. The weather looked good, light wind, sunny skies, because here's the truth. Nothing happens until it's in your calendar. Courage starts when you schedule it. Don't put it off, put it in your calendar. And then next, we educated ourselves. How could she build confidence before stepping a foot on the sand? We decided to call the local lifeguards the day before. They said there hadn't been any jellyfish sightings and that was the perfect weekend for families. Calm waves, safe conditions. That one conversation shifted her from fear, from unknown danger, to manageable risk. Information doesn't erase fear, it organizes it. Education replaces the uncertainty with clarity. Then came the adapt step, the mindset shift. Her old mental image was all jellyfishes and stings, so we replaced it with a new one. Her daughter laughing and chasing the waves, squealing with joy as the surf tickled her toes. And that's what adapt is. It's swapping the scary story in our minds for a powerful one that pulls us forward, something that we want. When she pictured that, the laughter, the connection, the joy, the fear lost its grip. Ocean didn't change, her relationship with it did. And then repeat. How about we put it in the calendar for the next week? Let's go again and again and again. Each visit, the fear got smaller and the fun got bigger. That's what repetition does. It builds stamina. That's the power of the fear formula. Forecast it, educate yourself, adapt your mindset, and then repeat until fear becomes freedom. Now, I received a message a few days later. From the moment I called myself a chicken to sharing my fear of open water and the unknown beneath it, you met me with such contagious courage, clarity, and compassion. You didn't just talk about reframing fear, you helped me feel it in a new way. So much so that I actually took my daughter to the beach yesterday. For the first time in a long time, I chose to confront one of my biggest fears and get in the water. I thought about what you said about getting reps in and building confidence one moment at a time, and that's what I'm doing now. And I have you to thank for helping me shift how I think and move through fear. I think the greatest testament to someone's passion is changed behavior, and you created that change in me. That's powerful, Jess. Oh, I just love hearing that. So let's finish what we started. Are you ready? You are ready. What's the key? Mindset. You have the mindset. Now what? Go. Ready? Mindset, go. Go forward, go scared, go anywhere, anyway, because on the other side of fear is you. Bold, brilliant, and courageous. My gift to you today is a copy of this slideshow so you can watch it again. Scan the QR code to download your PDF, and I hope you'll share that with some friends. My name is Jenny Milton. They call me a Gerenogen. Thank you so much to SheisMe for having me today. And if you'd like more stories and encouragement to find courage and to take action, please sign up for the newsletter with this QR code. I'd love to hear your biggest takeaways from my talk today and hear how I can help you overcome a fear and find courage. Thank you so much for having me today. I hope you enjoyed this talk.
I did. I know I did. Yay! Okay, two highlights for me. Number one, the kite in the hospital. Oh my gosh, cute, amazing. I love him. And second, your first heli ski trip, or I guess you were snowboarding, but standing on that peak. I just have to say the cortisol went shooting through my veins watching you stand up there, because I watch skiing all the time. I watch skiing and snowboarding all the time, and I see these guys doing these amazing, down like Red Bull, amazing downhill. And I say no, and I ski, but I just watching you stand up there, and I was like, almost like I was waiting for you to drop in, watching that with like, oh, so brave, so amazing. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much for having me, Lisa, and I'm glad you enjoyed those stories. Many of those photographs were real that I was showing today, and I'm just so blessed to have had such an adventurous life. And when it looked like my life was coming to an end, I had to make sure that I shared these stories of adventures with others to give them hope. And thank you for giving me a chance to make that mission come true today.
Well, thank you for coming here and bringing your amazing self and your stories and coming all the way from Australia. We appreciate you. And the polar bear and you were tied to your kite. Oh my gosh. My heart was racing.
Oh, mine too. mine too. I mean, how many Australians or how many people have been charged by a polar bear? I really had. I felt like the universe has gifted me these experiences in fear, and how do you get a master's in fear? Well, get charged by a polar bear, caught in an avalanche, and do some crazy stuff. But I'm excited to share that with people. And I'm a scaredy cat. I'm really a scaredy cat. I wasn't born brave, and so if I can do it, I believe anyone else can too.
I have another friend in Australia, and she'll send me pictures of the huntsman spider in her house when they go into her house.
I know, they're huge.
What are you doing to me?
Oh my gosh, yeah, they're huge. They're scary. My husband, who's American, is so afraid of spiders. I've grown up with them, so they don't tend to bug me too much these days. I'm the spider catcher in the family.
Oh,
I know how to do that.
Me as well. I am as well. But we don't have giant spiders. But we have giant mammals. So we have bears and elk and moose and lions.
Yeah, you guys have got big, scary animals for sure. But I hope that some of the lessons I shared today are going to help people with their big, scary dreams. I mean, the bigger our dreams, they say if our dreams don't scare us, they're not big enough. Well, if our dreams scare us, we need to have that mindset to know how to overcome the fears in order to be successful and to make those dreams and those goals come true.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And I'll look forward to the next time, Lisa. You'll see me again.
Absolutely. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you so
We'll
much.
be right back with our we'll be right back with our panel on Project 2025. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Today's day 4 of the SheisMe Conference, and this is our panel, Project 2025 and the Assault on Women's Rights. We are going to go around the room and have everyone introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about themselves. Casey?
Hi, my name is Casey Rogers, and I am one of the co-founders of the organization I Know Why She Stayed. Our mission in a nutshell is to expose the connection between domestic and financial abuse.
Kimberly?
My name is Kimberly Monday. I'm just an all-around grunt. If someone calls me up and says they have something that needs to be done, I try and help do it. That's just not creative, just helpful.
And Kimberly co-hosts the SheisMe podcast.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. Dr. Christy King.
Yes, hello. I am Christy King. I'm a board-certified family physician, and I have extra specialized training in women's health, integrative and functional medicine, and I am the co-founder of SheisMe Health, where we're really building a paradigm with women at the center.
Hazel.
Hi, I'm Hazel Krebs. I'm an author and speaker, inspiring the world to live enthusiastically. I work for my company called Enthusiastically You, LLC. I'm also transgender. I live in the Midwest, and so much of these topics are things I've been dealing with for a while.
Thank you. Johnny.
Johnny J. Ganiki, Juweri Natachi Chata Niki. My name is Johnny J, and I'm from the Oto, Missouri, and Choctaw tribes out of Oklahoma. Currently living in LA. I'm the founder of Red Pop News and a board member of Crushing Colonialism, where we try to support our Indigenous storytellers to create change in the world.
Thank you. Anjali?
Hi, everyone. I'm Anjali Mehta. I'm an international human rights and humanitarian law lawyer and founder of the nonprofit What is the Power of We, which is a global initiative building a digital hub to connect survivors of gender-based violence, advocates, and organizations. My background spans representing governments before international courts and the United Nations to working alongside grassroots movements in over a dozen countries. I'm really excited for this conversation today because I think it's the foundation of another grassroots movement that is coming.
Thank you. So we're going to start with telling the audience what Project 2025 is. There's some of us who read it when it came out and have studied it, and some who aren't quite up to speed. So we're just going to give you a quick overview. Project 2025 is a comprehensive conservative policy blueprint developed by the Heritage Foundation and supported by an alliance of over 100 conservative organizations. It provides a detailed roadmap for transforming the federal government and implementing conservative policies in a future Republican presidential administration. The initiative is built on 4 main pillars: a nearly 900-page policy guide called Mandate for Leadership 2025, a personal database to identify conservative candidates for government positions, a presidential administration academy for training future administration officials, and a 180-day action playbook for immediate implementation. Project 2025 proposes significant changes across nearly all areas of government, including restructuring federal agencies, immigration and border policies, reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ protections, law enforcement, economic regulations, and social programs. The plan emphasizes reducing the size of the federal government, centralizing executive power, and implementing traditional conservative values. Supporters argue that Project 2025 provides clear, actionable plans for efficient governance, restores traditional conservative principles and values, reduces bureaucratic inefficiency and government overreach, and strengthens executive authority to implement unified policies. Critics warn that Project 2025 threatens democratic institutions, checks and balances, politicizes the civil service and law enforcement, imposes extreme social policies that limit individual rights, and risks undermining essential government programs and protections. This session is designed to spark transformation, truth-telling, and forward motion. Please bring your lived experience, insight, and vision for change. Be bold, be raw, and be real. Our first question: what does Project 2025 reveal about the future being planned for women's rights and autonomy?
Happy to jump into this one, Lisa. So, I mean, broadly, I mean, it's obviously a play for control. Sovereign, awakened women are very dangerous because women are the creators, right? And so it's just kind of in the same way it's necessary to control land and property. It's also important to control women's biology, and women remembering their biology and activating that biology is extremely threatening to these structures. So I can completely understand that. But I think, obviously what we must do as women is remember our biology as sacred and become ungovernable. So,
yeah, by forcing women to lose their autonomy, they are also creating a dynamic where we no longer have choices about reproduction, and that has a huge impact on our ability to have jobs and meaningful careers, and it impacts us economically in ways that it's very subversive. One of the things that I like to quote in I Know Why She Stayed when I'm talking about presentations is that because women are so busy and we're so productive and we have so many things that we do in our life, a lot of times we haven't really put the pieces of the puzzle together in terms of how we've been impacted. But just the gender wage gap alone, women lose $1.6 trillion annually. So when you think about that, and you think about the fact that we have so many additional economic burdens like the pink tax, the fact that childcare, a lot of times men aren't paying for, childcare when there's a divorce. There are so many things that add into the economic equation, and that really prevents us from participating equally in politics, because most of the time in politics, the person that raises the most money is the winner of the prize. So there are all these things that they're trying to implement that impact us even further economically, adding to the burden of why it takes us so long. We still haven't ratified the ARA in this country. So, yeah, so I'm all about the economy part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I might maybe jump in and agree with both of you, and maybe take a step back and just kind of list out the specific ways that Project 2025 is targeting women's rights and autonomy, and maybe starting from there. And then actually, I think that's a really interesting question, because you use the word reveal, and I think it reveals more about the folks who put together Project 2025 than anything else. So the first part, let me just kind of list out, what Project 2025 says from a policy perspective, which is limiting or banning abortion access, which includes medication abortion, eroding contraceptive coverage via things like employer religious exemptions, restricting fertility and IVF treatment, restricting access to medication, rewriting Title IX and Title VII sex discrimination protections, and overall really narrowing what counts as women's rights and what falls into this idea of women's rights. And I think going to that second question, what this reveals, and we had been talking about this a little bit before the panel started, but it reveals a fear, and it reveals the weakness of a group of people clinging to a status quo that is crumbling. And I think there's a reason why there are not only politicians and 100 groups behind Project 2025, but also billionaires supporting the current administration and Project 2025 efforts. It represents, I think, as well, this late stage capitalism at the brink of collapse and this fear that the status quo is about to be upended. So just wanted to throw that in the mix there as well.
Absolutely. And something that Christy and I talk about with SheisMe Health is the out-of-pocket health expenses that women have, billions of dollars every year. And that's without these new laws going into place, without these changes being made. So not only are we being denied health care, but the poverty is being thrust upon us just to be able to get health care. Right?
Yeah, and I think it's really important to also remember that for Indigenous and Black women, none of this is hypothetical. Like this is already our lived reality. We've already been here. We've already had to address this in our communities in many ways, right? Because especially for Indigenous women, our bodies have already been sites of state control, forced sterilizations, boarding school abuse, medical neglect that we still deal with today. When you look at the mortality rates in our communities, they're higher than any other community, right? Like, especially for women. And we talked about this yesterday in talking about femicide. And one of the reasons that specifically Indigenous and Black women have always been targeted for this systemic violence is the fact that in our communities, we are the backbone. And we've always had power and autonomy. We've always had freedom in our reproductive choices. And even now, abortion is not taboo in our culture. With Project 2025, it brings up a lot of questions because we are sovereign nations. And so we've had a lot of women asking, well, why don't reservations set up abortion clinics as a means of bypassing that? Not realizing that the US government still controls the scope of our sovereignty. And with the funding that we receive for Indian Health Services, it already restricts abortion within our communities. It cannot fund abortions. So in order to get an abortion, even if it is medically necessary, oftentimes you have to be referred out just because IHS won't cover it because of that very reason. So our reproductive choices as Indigenous women are very, very much restricted already. Like this is already like Project 2025 just takes the blueprint and applies it to every other woman. And I think that's something that we really need to be aware of because this is already the lived experience of many women in our country.
Mm-hmm. And that leads us to our next question. It's a very good segue, by the way. Which freedoms are most immediately under threat? And where are we already seeing these policies quietly taking root?
Well, I think reproductive rights are the most obvious. I have a close friend that lives in a red state and experienced a miscarriage and was afraid to go to the doctors because she was afraid she would get charged with murder. Mm-hmm. It's like it's there.
Yeah.
Lives in a red state,
Yeah.
and she. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt someone?
No, go ahead, Kimberly.
Oh, my daughter lives in a red state, and she's going to be 40, and she's going to have a hysterectomy. And this has been brewing for 6 months, and the hoops that she's had to jump through in that state that I know she wouldn't have had to jump through here are significant. But one thing I did want to point out is that one of the most insidious areas of attack to our rights is what they take away from our children. Mm-hmm. Because then they are able to more or less grab us where it hurts. And I know for me, when I was a single mother and I was trying to, raise my kids, and as medical care got more expensive for them, as everything else got more expensive for them, it really restricted my ability to branch out in any way, shape, or form. It's another way that keep you locked into your situation, locked into a job perhaps that you don't want because you need to have the medical care, as we've discussed, and so forth. But I think for a lot of women, what they're afraid of is they're afraid of the attack on their children as well.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's a great,
absolutely.
Yeah, I've been great. And I agree with that. And the medical restrictions have been affecting the trans community in so many different ways, particularly the children. And these are life-saving care. And this is care that's administered by a counselor or, and I'm on hormone therapy that many people are on, but they're trying to restrict it from me because I don't fit the mold, trying to restrict it from kids, blaming parents for the stuff that's happening. With having a queer child is almost a crime. I live in a red state. I live on the border of another red state. And it's just like headline after headline. And they've been doing it at the state level. That's happening at the national level. I live in Kansas, and some of these definitions, some of these restrictions have been in place to force us to move, force us to be hidden, force us to fit into a box, just over and over again on a smaller scale.
Yeah, I agree with that because it's also, when you really look at the way that women have been impacted directly, I mean, it's since COVID, we've lost like 12.2 million jobs because of the way that we've been forced to leave the workplace in order to be able to provide childcare to take care of the children.
Right. Yeah.
But even just this year, you start seeing the way that, like, for especially like the gender restrictions and the racial bias that's coming back in, Black women have lost over 300,000 jobs just this year. And, you start seeing this, women are leaving the workforce. But when you look at the progress that we've made in our economy, it has been through women, through our, like entrepreneurship and the way that we've been able to manage leadership because we're problem solvers, right? Like we've been able to grow these thriving economies. And so now you have women who are being forced out of these workplaces and, being told that they're these DEI hires, that they're just there to fill a quota. When you look at the educational background of most women, and it's incredible, like the accomplishments that they've been able to manage on top of raising families. And the assault on children, I think really hits home for a lot of women, right? Because we do have that protective just nature inside of us to protect like our littles.
Our littles.
And we see them being attacked. We see states like Florida that are removing age restrictions on work requirements and putting children in very dangerous situations. Tennessee has had several incidences just this year of teenagers being killed or losing limbs in dangerous work situations that they never should have been in the first place. And we see all this going to, and we just see more attacks on the children, right? More attacks on that innocence and trying to take it away. Even with trans children, in Indian country, we deal with a whole generation of stolen children who've been forcefully removed from their families and put into adoption. And we see that starting to happen with trans kids now. The threat of being removed from the home and adopted out to more traditional families to be corrected, to be fixed, the same way that it was like kill the Indian, save the man. We see that same strategy being just used over and over and over again. And I think that's something really is a good guideline for how we can start building more solidarity between women, is starting to look at what has already been, the work that has already been done. Laws that are already in place that are still being challenged, like the Indian Child Welfare Act. Since probably like the last 10 years, there hasn't been a year when there hasn't been a challenge brought against that law by conservative think tanks. And it's not just an effort to hurt the children, but it's to also undermine our sovereignty as Indigenous people, because our identities, are not race-based, and they're kind of dependent on that socio-political relationship that we have within our tribes as citizens of our nations, but also as dual citizens of the United States as well. So, these laws come under, they try to find ways to undermine them, because once they can racialize our identities as Indigenous people, where there goes our sovereignty, because it is now considered a race-based, I guess you would say, like favor race-based laws, which the Constitution does not allow for these laws to be in place if they're based like to give an upper hand, right? So they're trying to find ways to undermine, trying to find ways to undo a lot of the progress that we've made. And it's very sneaky the way that they do it and the way that they word it, because from if you're not from an indigenous community and you're being told, oh, well, they're sovereign nations, why do they get to exist aside from the US government? Oh, our tax money is going to fund them. Oh, we're paying for them to be sovereign. When that's not the reality. A lot of the funding that we receive are treaty rights. It is basically the United States paying rent to tribes for being able to occupy this land. And in that vein, you know, it's just everything. We're kind of like the canary in the gold mine. Whatever they can get away with doing with us, whatever they can get you to justify that is being done to us, is an okay for them to start testing it on other people. Like it's never going to be just us. It is going to come for everyone else as well. But it's that desensitization that happens, right? Because you're like, oh, okay, well, that's not so bad. It's just them. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. And we saw this a lot with Standing Rock, right? We saw indigenous people literally being under attack by state-sanctioned violence with tanks, with rubber bullets, with being drenched in freezing water while it's freezing outside. We saw these attacks happening, but there were so many justifications that were being made. Oh, well, they shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be doing that. Not looking at the cause of what they were actually doing, which was fighting for their right to protect the water, to have clean water, to have land that is unsoiled, to be able to protect their communities from the sexual violence that comes from man camps that inevitably follow the pipelines. And so I think those are like really important things that we also just really need to be aware of. Like nothing that happens to Black, Indigenous, or trans women just stops with us. It is going to happen to everyone else.
Right. You're absolutely right. So why now? What cultural or political forces have reignited the push to control women's bodies, voices, and choices?
I think politically, this has been coming for a long, long time. We have organizations out there like ALEC crafting legislation to pass through, various red states. And it's all very well organized and something that has been in the works. Even though it's Project 2025, they've been trying to do these things for decades and decades. And they finally found a useful idiot who, some people find him charismatic. I don't get it, but they do. And I think it's all about timing. It's all about timing. The timing, the doors were wide open. I think one of the things that I think people were trying to push back on is they hated the idea that we could potentially have a woman president or we had a Black president.
Black woman president.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of like, oh, we can't go there. There's just so much racism behind everything that's going on right now. And not to, promote my own work, but I wrote a book called The Color of Frost, and it's set in 1974. And the reason why I said it in 1974 is because a lot of the things that are going on today are mirrored in things that happened 50 years ago. They didn't, attack DEI back then because it wasn't really a popular term. But what they did attack was multiculturalism. And it was at a time when women couldn't get a mortgage, and it had to have a cosigner on a bank account, or like they couldn't get a credit card. So what the book does, it starts off with the resignation of Nixon. It mirrors what's happening today to show people what we will lose if we go down this rabbit hole. And like the education that we've been able to get is largely due to the fact that seats weren't filled during the Vietnam War. And we were finally allowed to get into programs that gave us professional degrees. So it's hard to say why now, but I think that this is, again, it's been in the works for a long, long time. And the door was just wide open with the current administration and the administration from, 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And I think from a legal perspective too, we have seen the placement of Republican and extreme right-wing judges, not just on the Supreme Court level. That was where this has all culminated, right? And we can talk about how that is an example of the executive branch capturing our three branches of government, right? But that's the culmination of decades and decades of work putting extreme right activist judges on federal panels, state panels across the country. And that, I think, in turn, plus a populist president, plus the opportunity for a case like Dobbs to make it to the Supreme Court, all of these things, as
the shadow docket,
they open the door. Open the door to a rollback of rights, not just on the federal level at the Supreme Court, but something that has been happening for decades on a state and federal level, but within states as well.
I think in communities too, because how many school boards were taken over? The consolidation of media. When you look at who owns the media at this point, it is so consolidated. And when they start screaming about the liberal media, I just want to throw up. Because it's just not true.
Yeah, it's very much been a grand plan, and everything's been moving around.
I also, going through this last night, I went from page 1 all the way through, and one of the things that stood out to me most that I think allows them to get away with a lot of this is the symbiotic relationship between all of the three-letter agencies, and how they each support each other in different ways. And as we all have alluded to, this has been going on since Reagan. And over time, they have been able to modify, if not bastardize, each one of those agencies so that it no longer holds up what the initial mission statement was, which was to help the American people. And along with Citizens United, all of it has been turned into holding up corporations, and corporations are run by men predominantly.
Yeah.
And that's what they're afraid of. They don't want to be taxed. They don't want to lose their power. They don't want any of that. And they're going to go through every little bit of sinew that they can between everything in order to weaken it. So, and by doing that, though, it makes it, even looking at it with the little bit of background that I have, it can be overwhelming to the average person who clearly doesn't understand the structure of our government even, to look at this and understand the tsunami that's coming. And I think that was why it was so easy for everyone to, turn a blind eye to it at the time of the election. But now this tsunami is also overwhelming people. So breaking it down into palatable bites for different communities as to what this part is doing to you, and this is what we need to combat, and perhaps doing a more specialized attack along those lines. I don't know.
Yeah.
And from a healthcare perspective, obviously the healthcare industry is a major corporation, right? This is a very profitable system, and it is a disease management system, not a wellness system, right? So, and the other thing I just want to say about it with regard to women's health is that there doesn't even exist a women's health, paradigm in this world, right? We are being experimented on by pharmaceutical interventions that were tested only on men and mostly like male monkeys, actually, and male animals. So there's like, a big problem. Okay, so then we've been operating under the assumption that female physiology is exactly the same as that of a man, and it's just simply not true. Fortunately,
most people in Congress think that, though.
That's
Nobody
right.
in Congress thinks.
So, I mean, I think like, and I guess I just want to empower women that, we might think that we want our healthcare insurance and our healthcare, system, but it really is not helpful to us in so many cases. And, from my perspective, if I can't really accept insurance, because then I have to practice medicine that is not in my patient's best interests, because what the insurance company says that I should do for my patient is not necessarily what I believe is in their best interest. So that's why I don't take insurance, right? Because if you wanted a monkey for the pharmaceutical industry, then you're going to have to go down the street to a different clinic, because I don't play that game. I'm never going to, do something that's not in my best interest just because that's the only way I get paid. And that's how you get paid in the system as a physician, is to, name and blame disease, divide and conquer, and you're only trained to use hammer. So all you see is nail. And this is just not productive. So, and like with regard to hormones and hormone replacement therapy, I mean, it's so tragic the way we have misunderstood this topic. And, giving synthetic progestin, which was the only way the pharmaceutical, industry could make money off of hormones, because, they're bioidentical from yam, right? But we have to make it profitable. So we turn it into synthetic progestin derived from pregnant horses' urine and start putting this in birth control pills and giving it to women. And it turns out that does cause problems. Major problems in the female body. So, go figure, taking something outside of its bioidentical form is not helpful to women, but we're still just trying to figure that out and dig ourselves out of this hole. So there are just so many problems. So I guess that was my point. And why now? Because, women are waking up. They're like, wait a minute, SSRIs are not my problem. I shouldn't be dismissed, called crazy. My experience is real, and I want real help for these symptoms that I'm having. And so conventional doctors just simply are not equipped to help them. So, I believe that there always would be a moment where we need to combine the best of Eastern modalities and the best of indigenous and, traditional healing modalities that conventional medicine and the patriarchy has done their best to stomp out. But, I'll tell you, remember, as women, we remember, and all we have to do is remember and bring those forward. And this is really, in my opinion, the way we're going to move forward from a health and wellness perspective.
And I think, when we look at it, this is why they're trying to erase history. I mean, there's just a concerted effort to just not even have it available. Like when you have textbooks being written by these very, very conservative think tanks or whatever, and placed in schools, it's really, really alarming to think that kids are going to start thinking that people coming over and being brought into slavery, well, that was their choice because they were immigrants. That's what they're calling them these days. Not slaves, but immigrants.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's very scary.
Yeah, and I think the door has been opened by that idea of American exceptionalism, right? Because when you think everything is fine, you get complacent. So then you're thinking, okay, well, we don't need to do anything more. And as American people, I think we kind of have to shoulder a little blame for this as well, because of that complacency.
Yeah.
Because, the founding fathers, and I know this is going to sound weird coming from an Indigenous person, but, the founding fathers had a vision. They talked about this land of the free, and life, liberty, justice for everyone, right? But then you get to the Constitution, and it specifically starts excluding Black people. It starts excluding Indigenous people. And it starts breaking down, okay, this person is like 3/16 of a human, But they still had a vision, right? And back then it was 13 colonies. And that's not a lot of people. And the idea, when you look at democracy, when you look at our Constitution, all of these things, and I know this probably has to do with an educational change too, but growing up, I was taught that these were living documents. They were meant to grow. They were meant to change as we grew as a nation. And our nation has grown. We are kind of like a melting pot of so many different cultures so many different people of languages, and we all have our own histories. And we all have our own histories within specifically the confines of the US government, right? And our own relationships with that. And I think we've gotten really complacent because of the way that they have whitewashed history, that we forget the struggles that we've gone through as Americans to make sure that we continue progressing, and that we're not a perfect country, that there is always room for improvement. And so this pushback on history is really to drive that complacency again, to make people more comfortable to where they're not questioning, they're not asking questions about why this person is being impacted by this. Because America is so great. We're not racist. We're not sexist. We're not transphobic. Everything's fine. Look, don't look at us, you know. But a lot of that is just to make us complacent, right? And I see this pushback of history. You know, they're like, it's anti-American. It's not anti-American. This is just the truth. And the reality with history is that there are always going to be multiple versions and multiple perspectives, because our lived experiences through those events are going to be vastly different from each other because of, you know, the environment around us. Our, you know, what proximity do we have to these different power structures? It's going to be very different, and it's going to be very hard to realize, you know, the ways that we benefit or the ways that we perpetuate these systems of oppression too. So I think the door was open because American exceptionalism has been pushed for so long that we as American people have been more than happy to relinquish our power, to give it over, just to not worry about it. Oh, that's why we got leadership. That's why we got representatives. That's their job. We're not political people. But democracy and even the wholeness and wellness of this country is our responsibility as the people, because it was supposed to be for the people, by the people. And I think the great thing about what's happening now, though, is that we are starting to realize how much power we've relinquished, and we're starting to wake up and starting to take that power back, and especially as women. And that makes me just, you know, so thrilled. And people are like, how are you so optimistic in this landscape, you know, with all the terrible things going on? And it's because I see the work that's being done by women. I see that progress that's being made. But I see it with our youth. I see the work that they are doing, the things that they are achieving and stepping up into this battle. Like, they shouldn't have to, right? But they are. The progress that they are making as youth is just so incredible to me. And so, like, I already feel like, yes, this is going to be the dark part, right? It's always darkest before dawn. But I think eventually, because of the way I see women stepping into their power, the way that I see our youth stepping into their power, the way I see the rest of us just kind of like waking up and being like, oh, okay, we can do better, imagining better for our future. You know, that's what keeps me optimistic. And I feel like we've already won. And I feel that's why there's such a violent backlash right now against that, because they know that they've lost everything.
But I also think that we would be remiss if we don't look at what the major system that is trying to keep us down is, and that's religion.
Yeah.
And somehow we're going to have to defang that along with.
Do we have any virgins on board?
I thought you were going to say
it needs to be defanged. It needs to be taxed. And it needs to be taken out of our government. That is the slip that has been, since the moral majority in Reagan, those are the people who have been focusing this entire battle and using women as the cudgel in order to split apart our society.
Yeah.
Right.
It's kind of funny. I was just having this conversation on Blue Sky because technically I am Reverend Johnny J. And
yeah, we need women.
Background is in biblical studies, and I come from a long line of preachers, which in Indian country is kind of taboo, right? But I feel like within Native communities, Christianity is very different in a lot of aspects because my grandpa was a boarding school survivor. And I think coming from that background of him being oppressed religiously, of having his identity attacked through religion, being removed from his home, I think one of the main reasons that he stepped into that role to be a preacher was to try and reclaim Christianity for what he believed it to be, right? And even for me, like a big part of Native cultures is accountability. So when I think of Christianity, the way that they have moved from faith and free will, which is talked about expressively within the Bible, like nobody is responsible for your sin except for you. Nobody can tempt you into sin except for you. It all deals with accountability, right? And the same within Native communities. It's all about accountability for your actions, for your words, and the impact that they have on the world around you. Be a good relative. And that was the church that I grew up in. But it has moved so much from faith and free will and freedom within faith, to indoctrination and subjugation. Like in a way that I boggle my mind, like just hearing people talk about Christianity, good people I know that go to church, hearing the way that they talk about it compared to the way that I grew up, and I grew up old school Pentecostal, is so night and day. And I'm just like, how do you think that this is Christian-like behavior? How do you think this is a Christian belief? How do you think that this is possibly how God would want you to act towards his other creations, towards his other children? It boggles my mind, but I see it exactly like you said, like it's because of the way that religion has mixed with politics. It used to be night and day, but now politics are being taught from the pulpit, while our government is also teaching religion through policy. And it just creates a whole environment just set up for us to be subjugated and to be oppressed through religion.
Yes.
If you look at the history of how the abortion or anti-abortion movement began, it all started with wanting to maintain power and control. And abortion was this issue that they could latch onto that would give them a cause that, was like a winning cause, so to speak. There's a number of like really, really great podcasts that talk about like how everything unfolded. And it started out with religious figures trying to figure out how they could get into a political, into politics in a way that wouldn't get them in trouble because of the laws and everything. And abortion was the issue.
Yeah. I wanted to bring up also one thing that I heard was Americans have this is an amazing quote. Americans have mistaken convenience for freedom. Right? So we can take away all the things as long as they can have their DoorDash, or as long as they can Amazon or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter if you have rights, as long as you can get what you need brought to your door. So the impact of these laws and these changes in this administration, what does the backlash mean for our health, our education, our economic stability? I know we've touched on some of this, but especially for marginalized communities.
I think I totally agree with Johnny. I'm more optimistic than I've ever been in a lot of ways, because I think when we are living in our comfort zone, it's very easy to forget where we come from and the struggles. Like, I was at the dentist one day, we were talking about my initiative, and she said she brought up this book to her daughter, who is like 17. And her daughter was like, "Oh, Mom, that's like ridiculous. That never really happened." Doubting that, things like having to have an abortion in a back alley, or, having to go through a series of, underground, contacts to, exercise that right. And there's so much going on that's dismantling the systems that are in place, that we have this opportunity to say, okay, well, if you want to dismantle that, we're going to approach it this way and leave you in the dust. Because again, like when you're so complacent, when you have all those conveniences and you think that life is just ducky, you're just gonna go along with the flow. But when things get so uncomfortable that you have to go out and you have to march on a beautiful October day. You know, what was it, 7 million people out there? And I don't think that even counted, you know, I'm sure that there were a lot of people that would have liked to have gone that didn't. So I'm very optimistic.
I'm very optimistic too, and I really think that's the most important thing from a health perspective is, the hope and optimism, and because the currency of control right now is the fear, right? So keeping women in a high cortisol state, in this sympathetic nervous system response where you're constantly, wrestling with the patriarchy or whatever, right? That's a very good way to keep us in a very hard place to heal our bodies, right? But if we can remain optimistic, come together, gather in community, learn regenerative health practices, get back into our body and find safety from within our bodies. I really think this is the protection we can find, because we're so focused on achieving safety from the external environment, right? And we need to flip that around, and we totally have the power to do so. So I'm excited.
Yeah. In the program that we've developed that Lisa was kind enough to help us name, it's called Beyond Survival, 4 Pillars to Rise and Rebuild. And when we first started putting it together, we went from the first pillar, which was based on narrative storytelling and a reader's guide, to validate women's experience with both domestic and financial abuse. But the second pillar, we originally designed it to be kind of like an escape plan. And then all of a sudden it occurred to us the thing that we need more than anything is fortifying ourselves and taking care of ourselves. So what we did was we rebuilt that pillar, and it's all around self-care. It's all about learning how to meditate and ground yourself so that when you get to that point where you are ready to leave, where you're squirreling away money so that you can have like a secret bank account or whatever, that you are battling, or you've already battled the self-esteem issues, and you know how important well-being is. So I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, thank you for all of that optimism. I think it's really important. And I will also say that I think that it's still really important to keep our eyes and ears open, especially in a system, in a situation where media and the stories of women who are dying in hospitals and who are unable to get access to the healthcare they need are being suppressed because our media is allowing that to happen, right? And so I think at the same time, it's a matter of amplification of and awareness of those stories, because optimism is really important. It's also really important not for those stories not to get buried, and for those stories to kind of be overlooked at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Yes,
agree with
absolutely.
that, because it is easy to be optimistic. Not totally easy, but it is easier, right? Because optimism depends on you being able to look away, to withdraw yourself, to pull back from something that is impactful, to hope and to faith, right? So I do think we do have to keep our eyes open. And I feel very fortunate, and I know this is going to sound weird to say, but being Indigenous, we're acutely aware that we were born into a history of violence, into a history of trauma. And it doesn't end. It's still ongoing. The things that our ancestors went through are still happening now in various ways. I have a lecture that I do about the pattern of anti-indigeneity, and it's about how all of these things that we've gone through just continue to repeat themselves through different periods of time. Removal, we think of, when you hear removal, you think of the Trail of Tears, but you don't think about the way that tribes are still being displaced through climate change, and it being removed from their lands as pipelines are being built. The way that impacts and still has people being removed from their communities. And now it's not just us, it's other people as well, right? And, when you look at not just removal, but you also look at assimilation, they're trying to homogenize humanity into just this one very narrow scope of what it is to be human, of what it is to be American. And when you really look at what that means, it means no culture, no language, no community. It's all about an individual idea. And that idea is very shallow and empty. And you look at the way that people have been assimilated into that, right? They talk about patriotism, they talk about nationalism, they talk about Americanism. But when you really ask them about it, they don't have anything to respond with. They don't know what an American culture is. They don't know what the language is, aside from English, which point out that English is a foreign language, and they just like, wait, what? No. But it's like, yeah, that came from overseas, right? There were thousands of languages that are indigenous to this land that you don't know. And you're talking with one language. Out of all the countries in the world, the US is one of the only countries that is monolingual, right? And we pride ourselves on that when we shouldn't. We should be multilingual because we are part of a global community. And yet we've isolated ourselves through this idea that we are the greatest country on earth. So why would we need to do or be anything else? So we forgot that kind of link to our humanity. So there is, we have to kind of be open to all this. And there is a fear, like I talk about this a lot in the work that I do, that as Indigenous people, we are post-apocalyptic people. We've already been through several apocalypses in our lives and we're still here. And yes, we're still hurt people, but we've also learned how to heal from that, how to move forward from that in various ways. And it's not perfect. And there's still, a lot of tragedy. There's still a lot of death that occurs because of this. But at the end of the day, what still drives us is that hope for a better future and knowing that we can survive because we've done it before and will continue to survive. And so I think that is the model. Like when you're looking at ways, how do we move forward from this? Look at Indigenous communities. We've already been there, done that several times. And we're still doing it in various ways. And all the work that we do as Indigenous people has never just been centered on what is best for Native communities, because our liberation is everyone else's as well. Because we were free. We know what it is to be free and sovereign people. And our blood remembers that. Those memories stay in our blood. And that's why we keep struggling for better, to keep doing more, like to progress, not just for us, but for everyone else too, because we realize that this country has grown, these lands have grown, and we are all relative. And so we have to be good relatives to each other. So we're not exclusionary in the work that we do. When you talk about land back, that's not just for our benefit, but for the benefit of everyone else as well.
Right. And this sort of leads to the next question of how does fear and misinformation create division amongst women who should be standing together, right? We should be standing together, but they're creating this division between us. And there are a lot of pieces to this, obviously. We've touched on a lot of them, whether it's religion or taking away our health care. But I mean, to me, honestly, it goes back to religion, because it's what you believe. And if you believe that trans is bad because the Bible says so, then that's creating division. If you believe that abortion is bad because the Bible says so, that's creating division. If you believe that, your neighbor needing SNAP benefits is bad, whatever it is creating division, right?
I mean, I would say so much of what is going on with the trans community is the division they're trying to create.
Yeah.
I don't have the stat ahead of me, excuse me, but it was 30 to 40% of people say they know a trans person. It's very easy to villainize somebody who's just a title and a name. And I see cis women like hurt my community when we've been saying for years. I mean, we've been battling. I mean, it's 2023 that we've been protesting on a consistent basis, mostly alone early on, and the camaraderie and everything, but it's not unanimous. And again, I mean, Lisa, I kind of giggled when you said the Bible says against trans, like it's not in there, right?
It's not.
Like,
No, it's not.
Not anywhere.
But in the American version that the Heritage Foundation has put out there, I am anti-Christian, therefore I am anti-American. Anyone who doesn't fit the mold is that way. And it is creating, I mean, I love that this room is together. This is what gives me hope, this room that we're talking in right now. But, you know, there are people who look like the rest of this group who would be against me simply because their preacher tells them, some man tells them, whatever it is. And yeah, this is hope, this is connection, and getting over that and recognizing it and the education that we offer. I mean, one of my ways I love, I'm so positive, I love the super hopeful, is I love people to know me, because it's hard to hate me, right? I just smile and have pink hair, people like it, so they want to villainize me before you get to know me.
I've spoken to quite a few people recently about, they bring it up apropos of nothing, and they'll talk to me about this stuff and how afraid they are of trans. And what I have come to find is not one of them understands the process at all. I used to, when I was in the medical field, I worked at a hospital where we had one wing back in the late 70s where it was predominantly for sex changes. I got tons of fashion tips, and I also learned what the entire process was, and how long and how much time it takes and how intensive it is in order to prevent mistakes. And most people don't understand that, because what they hear is that thumbnail version that, oh my God, you can go to grade school in the morning where they won't give you a Tylenol, but doggone it, you can get your sex changed and come back, in the afternoon. And these people, for whatever reason, the lack of education, believe it. Yeah. So I find more and more, and it's easy to explain once someone wants it explained to them.
But that's exactly it, Kimberly, the lack of education. So why take history out of books? Why take things out,
I lived in Georgia when my kids were in junior high. I had to reteach them the Civil War. I understand exactly what you're saying.
If we take history out of books and we take teaching out of schools and we're just teaching the Bible, then that's the whole point, right? The whole point is, if we're not educated, then we will believe these things, and then they can have their way.
Yeah. But it's lazy. It's lazy. Have you ever heard something that sounded like, oh, okay, I send my kids to school in the morning and they come back somebody else, and not thought to yourself,
they believe
I got to look that up.
Eating dogs and cats.
I know, but it's beyond education. It is an entire lack of curiosity.
It is. Yeah. Also they believe that kids in schools are providing litter boxes. It's this ridiculous notion, and it's kind of funny too, because when you talk to people, they all have their own personal anecdotes, and I can't remember the name right off of it, but I think back to this article I read, and they were talking about how there was a study of fear, and it's a tactic that a lot of cults use, right, to brainwash and to control, but they instill fear. And I think it was around the 70s or 80s, right, when the U.S. government started to try and experiment with this in various ways through the media. And media has always been a mirror, right, the things that we create, but they've actually kind of stepped into this thing where they were backing filmmakers. And we start to see it even more blatantly now. For example, Top Gun, Maverick, where they do have military backing. They have, they're active participants in creating these films, allowing them to use their jets, allowing them to use their bases to create these propaganda films. And through every single one of these, they create fear. And you see it very subtly, and we see it more. Sometimes the enemy is Muslim for no other reason than they're Muslim, and because of things that happened after 9/11, right?
Well, I remember when the Russians were.
Yeah, that's what I grew up with.
Remember
Russians were the enemy. You know, and before that it was the Vietnamese, and before that it was the Germans, and before that.
And it's to use the media to instill this fear in ways that we don't always recognize, right? And as media literacy has pretty much gone out the window, so has people's ability to tell the difference between what's real and what's not. And so we do have a lot of fear about each other, but also because we're also still very segregated, right? Like a lot of people don't recognize me as being a Native person. I'm here in LA, and the number of Filipino grandmas and aunties who have tried to send me their sons and just refuse to believe that I'm not Filipino. Funny, you know? But it's that we just don't have enough proximity to each other to like really understand, you know, who we really are outside of this propaganda that we're being fed in various ways. You know, like for me, I grew up in Oklahoma and a red state. I grew up old school Pentecostal, but I also grew up within a very queer community because Oklahoma has a very rich queer history that a lot of people don't know about. You know, there are like we have Miss Gay Oklahoma, and that started in the 70s. I've had relatives who have participated in that pageant. So I remember going and helping to do makeup for this pageant. And it was always just something that was there, and nobody batted an eye in conservative Oklahoma, right? Fast forward to now, and this was like the 80s, 90s when I was growing up in this. But you fast forward to now, and everything is so anti-trans, anti-queerness. And I'm just like, how did this happen? Because Oklahoma had such a rich, and it still does, a very thriving queer community that is now villainized, where it used to be accepted. And if not accepted, just kind of ignored and left alone for the most part. But now there's just so much blatant violence and vilification that happens. And I'm just like, you guys are forgetting your real history as Oklahomans here. You know, education in Oklahoma. I give a lot of credit to my educational background to the schools that I went to in Oklahoma. But now I have nieces and nephews, and I'm just like, they're so far behind compared to where I was. And even education, when I was going to school, we were like, I think we were like 14th or 15th, right, in the nation. And now we're at the very bottom, like we're like 49 or 50. And it doesn't, like, to me, people are like, well, it doesn't matter, you're safe in California. And yeah, I do have a lot of protections here, right? Because our government here is actively fighting against Trump. They're not giving in to his demands. But I still have relatives in Oklahoma. I still have loved ones there. And I still have friends who are, you know, in the fight, like trying to make Oklahoma better, and they're at risk. So it does still impact me in a lot of ways. And Oklahoma is still my home, no matter where I am in the world. So, you know, it does matter what happens there. So, you know, I think of all these things, and it's just, you know, like we got to keep that optimism, but at the same time, like we got to realize like this, not like all of this is just, we're backsliding. Like, and I think that's one of the things we need to somehow try and get out in the world is like, look at all the progress we made that did better for us as American people. But look how much worse it is now that we're starting to backslide on all of this, that we're starting to roll back these rights, because it's not getting better for anybody. It's just getting worse for us all.
I'd love to jump in on, oh, sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to jump in just on two quick points, and I promise I'll let us move on. The first is really around this information piece. So I am very proud to be one of the litigators in one of the cases in Arizona where we were representing two trans girls who wanted to participate in school sports. And one of the best cases I've ever worked on, and we ended up, succeeding for them and have an injunction in place that allowed trans girls in Arizona to participate in sports. But on the opposite side, one of the really interesting things was reading the government briefing, not just for the complete and utter lack of scientific evidence, et cetera, that they put forward, but more so this broadeningification, I guess you could say, right? We're talking about two trans girls in a history of maybe 10 girls wanting to play sports over more than 2 decades in schools in Arizona. And you have government councils saying things like an influx of trans girls want to participate in sports and take over girls' sports in elementary school. And it's this real straw man argument of, what are you talking about, an influx? Like, we're talking about two girls. We're talking about two girls who want to be a part of a team, who want to feel like they are supported and part of a team. That's all we're talking about here.
Mhm.
And I think that just goes to this idea of this misinformation, but also this fear that's created around the fear of being othered or being the other, and creating this us and them broad ideology that, you know, that really stuck out to me, kind of being on that case and listening to government counsel. Hazel, I saw you unmuted. I'd love to have you jump in.
Yeah, the numbers you were talking about, it's everywhere. As far as the very small number in Kansas, we have a legislature that's bigger. They're debating this than the number of trans athletes being affected, right? I mean, you're talking about hundreds of legislators affecting 5, I think was the number of athletes. But what I find so interesting is this fear and the idea of fairness is excluding a group. Like when I start saying like this fairness in sports, but you're excluding people. You're excluding kids who want to play soccer with their mates. Like that's what fairness looks like to you. And then I won't get into the obsession with the sports culture and literally the distraction that is sports. But it's this another way to like wedge people against each other, and that we have to seek fairness, and we're not taking money. And back in the day when the Olympics allowed trans athletes, you had requirements. I think it was Kimberly who mentioned all the requirements that go into the transition process, a medical transition process. And you had to be like a year into hormones. And let me tell you, like, I have lost weight just simply because I've been on hormones and I don't have the testosterone. Like, I'm different after these years. Like, it affects us, and they required that. They required the testing. All these things were in place before, but it became a fairness issue, a cultural issue, a fear issue.
And can we
I find
not?
it really interesting, the people who are really afraid and make the biggest fuss about trans athletes are men. Do you remember Renee Richardson? She was playing tennis in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody made a fuss about that. A couple of guys said something or another, but it was largely ignored. She played on the professional tournament for years and years and years. And then suddenly now it's a deal.
Exactly. And nobody is making a stink about co-ed sports that still exist. Colleges have co-ed intramural teams. For the most part, when you're a kid, you grow up playing co-ed soccer, co-ed baseball. And it's not until you're like in junior high that it becomes women's basketball or men's basketball, you know, and nobody is railing against that even now. Like, nobody's talking about, okay, well, if we're going to say it's not fair for trans people to participate in sports, then that should also translate to other sports, right? Like to youth league. But they're not making us think about that because it's not really about fairness.
No.
And we all forget, like, I think they realize that the public kind of forgets about the existence of co-ed sports, which is funny because so many adults who no longer could play college or baseball or, you know, like basketball or whatever, still participate in a lot of these co-ed intramural leagues, right? And yet they're still railing about fairness in sports. And I've played co-ed sports, and they like to say, oh, well, we're easy on. No, they are not.
No.
I have taken so many spikes to the head in playing volleyball, you know, where they don't go easy. They play it like, as a woman, you're expected to keep up, right? Like, that's co-ed sports. And there was this idea that women and men could play the same sports, you know, it depends on skill. And now they're trying to say it's about fairness, and it's like, really? Because I don't see you stop playing volleyball here.
So they say that why they build more pickleball courts.
Right. So where do we then, as women, find power in these when these systems themselves are built to suppress it? So what do we do?
It's very simple. She is me. I mean, truly. I mean, the thing that I've come to recognize through my work, and it's like we have these experiences in common as women. And by building systems that support one another instead of breaking them down, I mean, I once I get to a certain point, I like, as a writer, I want to write a one woman show, and it's the name of the show is called "She Didn't Age Well: Why the Women's Movement Needs a Facelift." And the bottom line is that we've been, in a lot of ways, our own worst enemy. We've torn each other apart. We're not supportive. Like when you look at the history of the waves of feminism, they pitted like Black women against white women. Mostly the white women did not want, lesbian women in there. We have done so much damage to the causes that would have moved us forward. And I think the big thing is that we have to recognize she is me. Even if we have separate experiences and different lives and we're not all the same, there is so much strength in what Lisa's doing and bringing us all together so that we can hear one another's stories and learn from them.
Well, and we're more alike than different, right?
Yes.
Our differences are so small.
Yeah.
One statistic that I wanted to bring up a little bit earlier about speaking English, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are only less than 5% of the entire world's population speaks English as their only language.
Yeah.
Less than 5% of the world's population. That means, this idea that English, you have to speak English,
Mm-hmm.
Nobody speaks English when you think about it. If you put everybody in a bucket, like this tiny little dot over here speaks English. Nobody, everyone speaks English as a second language or a third or a fourth language. We are more alike than different. And we have to remember that as we move forward, as we build these programs and systems, that we are more alike than different. Because the differences are so minor, but they're the things that they are preying on, the people who built these systems, preying on these differences and pushing them, causing the fear, causing the disconnect on those differences, and have brainwashed so many of us to believe that those differences really make a difference. And they don't. And we have to remember that.
So beautiful. And I with regard to our healthcare and our bodies, right? How did we manage to cut the human body into like 160 subspecialists and like over 24 primary specialists? Like how did we do that? Like we're not only otherizing one another, but we're otherizing parts of our body. It's like we have to remember to Chinese medicine, for example, was designed based on the energetic structures of the body and the physical structures and the living body. Conventional medicine is based on dead human body. And I don't think really Hippocrates meant to separate the soul from the body. It's not separate. It's like and so, traditional indigenous healing traditions remember this holistic approach to healing. And we really need to bring that back. I mean, the pharmaceutical industry is and same with the supplement industry. It's a very reductionistic divide and conquer, approach to health. You can't isolate these biochemical systems in the body, because guess what? We don't even understand. And we forget sometimes that science doesn't happen in laboratory. It happens in nature, right? So I agree. Thank you.
I'm just going to say I love you, Christy. I have lupus, so my body is separated like that. I have a cardiologist, an endocrinologist, and all of these different people to address something that is happening systemically inside of me. And it's so bonkers to me, right? Because, and I've been very fortunate that I have doctors who are very open to more holistic approaches, especially from like being open to letting me do my traditional medicines the way that I do. And understanding that I know when I have to do Western medicine, I will do it when necessary. But for the most part, like my body does not respond well. And it does have to do with women's health. You know, you were talking about this connection between mind and body, and we are talking about fear and keeping women's cortisol levels up and how harmful that is. And it's true, because if you look at autoimmune diseases among women, they are so much higher than any other population.
Yeah.
And within the indigenous community, for example, lupus, we're at 6 to 10 times more likely to develop lupus and at younger ages than any other population. And I do feel that a lot of that is tied to stress, to intergenerational trauma, from being removed from our traditional homelands, from being removed from our traditional diets, and placed in lands that aren't our own and forced to try and survive these violent systems. It does have an impact on our physical health. So I love what you've been saying in this panel, because I think that's one of the most important things we need to do is that self-care, like trying to understand, like, we can't separate the two. And when it comes to how do we find that empowerment in each other, sisterhood, you know, when I need a recharge, it's not men I go to, you know, it's to my sisters, it's to my friends, because we do understand the differences in the way that we experience the world, those different experiences, and we are more alike. And I always think it's funny, because we're so similar. Just listening to this panel, I've just been in awe. Like, Hazel, I love you too, because you said something like, it's get to know me, it's hard to hate me. I say that all the time. I'm adorkable. Um, you know, and I could talk about white supremacy. I could talk about systems of oppression. And where other people will get trolling, I get support, and I get very rare trolling. And it's because people get to know me first, and I'm adorkable. So it's kind of hard to hate me. Um, and I love that, because that's what we need. And that's how we build community and solidarity, is
Right.
just having these conversations and supporting each other how we can. And we all have very different experiences and backgrounds and knowledges that may help somebody. It may be something that they didn't know they needed, that you're opening their world to, you know? And I think that is the most beautiful thing about sisterhood, is that just the ways that we constantly show up for each other. And like, yeah, we're all complicit in various ways of harming each other too, you know, because that's what the society has taught us that women should do. We should be catty, we should be this mean girl.
Yeah.
But we've also kind of awakened on our own. Like, that's not a thing. Like, the number of women I see saying, if you're a mean girl in your 40s, get therapy. That's so healing for me, right?
I had that
So
experience today online, a couple of new girls. But let's move on. Let's talk about what effective resistance looks like beyond protest, right? So we can go and protest, peaceful protests, they're effective, but how can we do this in daily life, in our leadership, and in policy influence?
Let's stop engaging with the systems and build circles, right? Like we're doing at SheisMe Health. Like, you know, we can not continue to waste all of our power wrestling with these dysfunctional systems that are crumbling, you know, with their roots, right? They weren't built for us. They don't serve us. Let's build a new one. That's what I say. That's what we say.
Agree. Sometimes when I'm at events, people will come up and they'll say to me, "Thank you for your service," as if I was in the military. But I often feel like what I'm doing with the program is really triage. It's like what we're trying to do is we're trying to heal the women first that have been impacted by all this trauma through domestic violence or, you know, financial control, oppression, all these other things, so that as you know, more people are healed, they can get into their communities recovered and help, you know, the next person.
Right.
So yeah, that's pretty much what we have to do.
I'm curious, as far as policy influence is concerned, what your view is on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things. I absolutely agree with stepping back from systems that are oppressing us. And I think what that means is, yes, we are protesting. That's an amazing first step. It then means being brave and taking the next step and stop participating in the economic systems that are oppressing us. I think the next real step that will have an impact immediately is a general strike. And I know that a lot of people are calling for that. And I think that that is important if that's something that is available. And you know, it takes brave women in leadership to take that step and say, you know what are you going to do if 50% of your workforce is out of the economy?
Right.
For one day, what is going to happen to this economy? And what we know is that in this current system, those numbers and that stock market is really, really, really important to the people who are currently in power. And if this is a way that we can leverage our voices to actually take a stand and actually ask for something important, then that is kind of the way to, I think, the first next step.
I think
it's important that everyone brings something. Like, everyone has utility, everyone has value, everyone has something to contribute in their own way. I mean, even this group, it's a variety of people all going towards the same direction and supporting each other how we can. Like, I was listening to a story from a friend of mine, and this is what I was thinking of just earlier today. I'm like, oh my gosh, I went through that. This is what I did. And simply just something I've been through a year ago, offering support the way that I can, without judgment, without concern, without just like, how do I help you? And with, the protests, I mean, if we have that, like, who's able to help somebody, who's able to offer food, cook food, who's doing childcare? If you can't walk in a protest, can you watch the little ones? Like, there's things that we all can do, and everyone has value and is supportive, and making sure everyone knows that, because one of the fundamental parts of the system is telling us we don't have value, telling us we're not worthwhile, telling us we can't contribute without a man, we have to have this, and we're not smart enough, tall enough, whatever it is. But it's not true, and we have to remind ourselves of that.
Right. There's an awesome framework, actually. If I might just jump in with this social.
Sure.
Just jumping off of what Hazel said. It's by Deepa Iyer, Deepa. Her last name is Iyer, and it's this beautiful social change ecosystem which gives roles to different people. So are you a storyteller? Are you a weaver? Are you a leader? Are you a first responder? And I think it's a really beautiful way of trying to identify where your strengths are in a social movement and what you can do in this particular moment. And then I think the next thing that we have to do is look forward. We need women in leadership who are putting together policy and who are putting together education systems and health systems, regulatory oversight, civil service reform, legislation. We need women at the forefront of creating a new policy, right? We can't just be reactive all the time, right? And so that's kind of the next step as well.
Right. And so with everything that's happening and the political fatigue that's happening, how do we then stay engaged and informed while all of this is happening without, of course, burning out and just jumping off of a building, right? How do we, because sometimes, there are plenty of people who are just saying it's never going to get better and this is terrible and I don't want to be here anymore. There's plenty of people. It's happening every day. So how do we then stay engaged and informed and help others during this time?
I think the communications is the biggest deal right now, because the reason why people feel apathetic is because they're consistently being told there's nothing going forward. And this has been going on for quite a while. The reason why people will indulge in supplements rather than think about their body as whole is because advertising has been telling us forever that they don't tell us it's because our food is inadequate. They tell us we need these supplements. They take one study that says, geez, maybe a glass of wine every night might be good for you. And they bury all of those that say it raises your cancer rate. Communications is what has dumbed down America. Communications. Look at how many religious movies they're putting out right now. All of these movies. If they are not religious movies, they are superhero movies making men think they can go out there and fight everything and survive, or they're disaster movies where everything is coming to kill us and we don't even bind together then. I think the basic premise of advertising, movies, and everything else is to stoke capitalism, of course, but also in order to stoke capitalism, they have to keep us divided. That's how they get money from us. That's how you have people who really insist that other people are not worth this much to be paid or worth having health care or whatever. And they have taken over our media systems predominantly. It would be cool if we could figure out how to have a female dominated, oriented channel on YouTube, perhaps, like Midas Touch or something to that effect, that we have consistently running with different things that consistently counteract what's being said out there. Does that sound like way too big a thing?
No, in fact, Kimberly, we are actually in the process of building that. So
yeah. But I just think that is going to be one of the major spears of this, is because we can create all kinds of systems, but if we have a huge conglomerate telling everybody that this is not going to work,
it's not just they're telling us it's not going to work. It's like, look at the way that language has changed in the last couple of years. And that's why, some people have said, well, why did you pick a name so long? I know why she stayed. Because it says the whole story in 5 words. I mean, people walk up to it and it's like, oh my God, they totally get it. Because the way that language is used, I mean, I had a friend that said to me, "You're not woke, are you?" It's like, look at where, like DEI, they're not like defining diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just that they use this acronym and it's like, it sounds evil. So the way that language is used is so important. And going to your point, Kimberly, it's like, we need to tell one another's stories. We need to be invested in the narrative part of, it sounds kind of silly, but they've got history, but how many of us are so aware of, the impact that women have made in the past, and the like our contributions to our society? It's basically erased. So yeah, it's like telling our stories is really important.
And I think it's education. I mean,
That
telling
is so
stories.
powerful.
Yeah, education, like their education system is meant to fill the capitalist system we have. In the education, I have 2 teenagers who are making a lot of noise upstairs, but I'm like learning more about the education system from their perspective and how it's all about sit down. We were telling 5-year-olds to sit in a desk and start reciting capitals, like that's not critical thinking. It's just like responsive and memorization, being like told, like the education system is sit down and do what I say. And I think we have to break that or offer an alternative, which is the stories, the narratives. Casey, I was like, yes, that's exactly right. And but it's education as much as it is sharing. It's this getting better and improving towards the thing that we want in the whole world.
This is so important because, the feminine voice is the nervous system of the collective. Okay. And what I mean by that is like language is the first technology of power, right? It's frequency. Our nervous system translates language into the nervous system, and language controls perception. And women have the power to control this illusion if we just take that power back. So what's being said, I completely agree. And yes, before there were any laws or institutions, there was our story, and our words. So let's come back to that. Let's bring that back, and let's bring our power back and regain control of reality, really.
Right.
And that's the beauty of storytelling, right? Is that it does connect like current threats, current struggles to actual lived realities of many different people in many different ways. And, I love what Kimberly said, because, that's part of what drives my work. I'm the founder of Red Pop News. I also founded a tribe called Geek to start changing the perception that people have of Indigenous people, as stagnant, primitive people, when we've always been doctors, when we've been historians, when we've been storytellers, when we've always been innovating. And so that's why I create the media that I do, so people can start seeing us as who we are, as more contemporary Indigenous people rather than just relics of the past, and start seeing the contributions that we make, not just on local levels, but on state and, global levels as well, because that really does change the story of who Indigenous people are. And I think that's so important, especially as women, that we reclaim our narrative, because almost every media is so ridiculous that is created about women by men, right?
Mhm.
Like the way that they describe us, like our skin is caramelly or milky, or it's like, why are we food based? Like these delusions.
It's better
it's
than
also,
sandpaper.
One thing that we've done with She Is Me recently, and that we're relaunching our website, is really just all about amplifying women's voices, right? That we came together to tell stories, but we really needed to expand in a way that we amplified women's voices in multiple ways. So yes, there's a stage. There is it's in print, it's in books, it's through our communication channels, it's through our podcast, it's through all the ways that we can distribute and show up and educate and empower and inspire women with our voices. And we talked about this yesterday, how some women aren't quite ready to speak. So we created a publishing arm so that women could write their stories, so that we can listen to their voices and raise their voices up. So with that being said, let's move on, because we've got a couple more questions. But when we think about solidarity, across race, class, faith, political identity, and it seems so hard to get there, right? It seems so hard to get there. But what does that look like, and what gets in the way?
I think Casey said it earlier, she is me, right? And I think solidarity means not only coming together in community, but also making sure that we center the voices of those who are most impacted in any given moment, right? So it's creating community and also lifting up the voices of people who need it the most, right? I don't know if when Black Lives Matter in 2020, when those protests were happening, I had a lot of conversations with family and with friends around, why is this important? Blue lives matter, da 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 da. And it was this constant conversation of, well, if you're in a neighborhood and one person's house is on fire and one person needs to fix a door frame or something, whose house are you going to address first? The person whose house is on fire, right? That's the emergency. And so I think there's also this element of understanding that we need to stand with each other and make sure that we are amplifying the places where the houses are on fire, right? And solving for that and making sure that that is at the forefront of our conversations. I think that's also the thing that can be something that gets in the way, right? Because everyone has an agenda. And I think that one of the protests in DC really amplified this particular issue, which is that everybody has an agenda. And there was a rally in DC, and it was around democracy, but there were about 10 different political organizations who had come with their own agendas and were standing in front of a rally and throwing, it's like the kitchen sink at all these rally goers. And that kind of lack of focus as well often can get in the way. And again, that's why it's most important to really, okay, let's stand with each other and let's center people's voices where they are most impacted in this moment.
Beautiful. How can movements like She Is Me help shift this from resistance to reconstruction? So we're talking about building new systems instead of fighting the old ones.
I mean, I really believe that it's a disconnection crisis, obviously, like we've kind of been saying, and however we can reconnect to ourselves and reconnect to the earth and reconnect to one another, this connection will really re-stabilize our nervous systems and allow us to connect our nervous systems, and that will become much more powerful than each of us trying to run around independently, in sort of a divide and conquer way, right? That's sort of feeding into their paradigm. That's my professional and personal opinion, is that the more we can really come home to ourselves and really open up our energy centers to connect with one another, which is very intuitive for us, believe it or not, once we get into it, that will really strengthen us as a collective.
And stop believing that we don't have the answers. Like we do, Chrissy, you said it, like we have, if we keep going towards the dreams that we have, like we can get there, and ignore the voices that say it's stupid or you can't do that or whatever it is. You won't get a job. You need to get health care. You need to be married. All these things, like those are what society's telling us. And if we're disagreeing, like it's okay. The noble sacrifice just needs to go away. Like the idea that we have to sacrifice for this, that, and the other, and trust ourselves and trust one another. And I've been there before. You'll do it, and like believe it. And then when I hear that, believe it as well and be grateful for it. Like we have the answers within us. You just have to like trust that we know it, or we know the people who can help.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
We build what should have been in the first place, because like I mentioned earlier, that blueprint was kind of left for us, a land of the free, home of the brave, life, liberty, justice, and for all. Like that was the blueprint. That was the dream. And so it's not really like having to rebuild something new, which we do have to do, but it's realizing that it's what should have been already. It's what should have happened. But we allowed ego, we've allowed these systems of oppression to come in and disrupt that, to even disconnect us from each other as human beings. So it's like kind of going back and just reclaiming what was already there and just building from that.
Mm-hmm. We are going to wrap up with this last question and give everyone a chance to answer. But what is your personal call to action for women who might be watching this? One thing that we can do now to defend our rights, protect each other, and reclaim our power.
I'm happy to start. I guess I would say build the habit of community and build the habit of joy. I think those two things are very powerful tools of resistance.
I agree.
I would say, start with love, if possible, in yourself, and stop outsourcing your power, because we are so addicted to outsourcing our power. In medicine, it's insane, right? Like we're constantly outsourcing our biology to systems and machines and other technologies. I can assure you, the human body is the most advanced technology on this planet. We've just forgotten how to use it. And if we can come together and remember how to use our biology, this is so powerful. So please stop outsourcing your power and identify where you're wasting your power in, rage or like being angry at, all these places we leak our power all over the place. Try to bring it back into your body and hang out with your sisters, and in community and really trying to harness that.
Thank you.
I think holding gratitude for the people around us and gratitude for what we've done. I mean, celebrate. We're told not to celebrate, not to showboat, but celebrate the successes we have, set goals, set like accomplishments, and cheer each other on, knowing that like sometimes we won't, like it'll be a lot of negativity, but that one little voice of gratitude from someone, have those gratitude partners, have those, people holding us accountable and celebrating with us.
I'm going to say that I find, for me, I don't have a huge footprint going on, but I find oftentimes, because I am an eavesdropper and I tend to listen in on other people's conversations all of the time, there have been a lot of circumstances where just as I get into conversation with people at the grocery store or whatever, I can educate them about something that they have gotten completely miscombobulated on due to misinformation that's being spread everywhere. And it comes from not understanding how our system works, all the way to thinking that everything they hear on the news is correct. I just had a huge argument with my brother-in-law, who's a Fox News watcher. And what that man believes to be true and believes to be going on in this world is so 180 degrees from what is actually happening that I find one of the best things I can do is just to keep reinforcing reality to people, because it seems to be in short supply, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the best thing that we can do, especially as women, is really to just give each other the support that we need in any way that we can, whether it's through mentoring, whether it's through advocating, funding, and amplifying each other's voices. We have this idea in Indian country that when one of us rises, we all rise. And I think as women, we need to embrace that more and really invest in each other's success, because it's not an individual win. It's for our entire community and for the betterment of not just us as women or our communities, but for the world, because, we are those problem solvers. And I don't want to say we're the better and smarter sex, but come on.
We are. I mean, it's obvious.
And I was
really gonna
I will just really what I said previously is just to remember that we're more alike than different, and that we all come from the same place, and we are all the same inside, and we just need to I think do more blocking of what's happening out there, and concentrate more on community and on ourselves and helping our sisters and helping our families, our chosen families as well, just with whatever it is you need to cry, you need to scream, you need to talk, you need a hug, you need a meal, you need whatever. Like, I'm like, what if you need any of those things, just come to my house. Like, that's how I am. Like, whatever you need, you come on over and we'll take care of it. But we need that community, we need that family. And we've been isolated so much, and COVID sort of thrust us into something that we had never experienced. And so many people got comfortable in that. And our systems were built around that isolation, right? They were built up around that isolation. So now, like I mentioned, food delivery and Amazon and everything. And you saw those numbers of those corporations and those billionaires and how much money they made from our isolation. So keeping us isolated is profitable. So the best thing we can do is come together, be together, share, support each other. And that is our resistance. That is our success. So thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate all of you. You know I do. Thank you so much for taking time out and being here with me, and for supporting SheisMe. And thank you. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and we will all see you again soon.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.